Uh, my name is Bob Stern, and I'm talking with Gary Ernst about his life. And Gary, can you tell us your full name and when you were born, and then sort of a little bit about your parents and
Okay.
how they came to meet each other?
Well, okay. That part I don't know too well, but my name is Wallace, Gary Ernst. Wallace is my first name, but it's been a well kept secret to most of my friends, because as a child I never liked the name Wallace. It seemed strange to me. And my older brother uh, also had a name that he didn't use, Frederick Warren Ernst. He always used Warren, his second name. And so did my mother. And my father didn't have one, so they invented one for him in the Navy in World War One. And the initial was A, Frederick A. Ernst. And he was always known to his friends by the name Chuck, which had nothing to do with Frederick Ernst at all. But that's what those names were. And I think, what is in a name? Bugger all, I would say. It really, well, yeah. I guess it means we don't like what we were given, so we want to turn the horses over and do something else with our names. So off to that wonderful start. I was born in St. Louis, Missouri. My parents were happily married, and I had an older brother, Warren, who was the pole star of my life. He was 7.5 years older than I and knew just about everything, especially about dinosaurs. But if I can get a little ahead of myself, I would say my parents, I know precious little about who they were as young people, but I will tell you right now what I know. My father was born in Warren, Ohio, as he called it, as the oldest of four about children of his parents. He was the only one that was allowed to start work later, so he was able to finish high school. They thought that was a great deal for my father, Frederick. Nobody called him Freddie except his mother. He joined the Navy in World War One, and they assigned him a middle name, or rather an initial, A. Anyway, he goes from southern Ohio, and of course there were a lot of steel mills around there, and he began working for steel mills as a salesman, and he had a number of jobs on that. Eventually he got to Inland Steel, which is headquartered in Indiana Harbor, Indiana, right east side of Chicago. But I'm getting ahead of my story. He went through World War One, escaped. He was actually partly at Harvard, where he was learning Morse code and how to use a telegraph. He was going to be a Sparks on a battleship, he told me, or at least he hoped. My mother was born in, my dad was born in 1898, I think. My mother was born, but at a time of great secrecy. She changed it on her driver's license later, and it haunted her when she wanted to get Social Security benefits, because she took off a couple of years. Anyway, she was born in the Omaha area, Carter Lake District, actually. And Carter Lake was on the Nebraska side of the Missouri River, Des Moines and Council Bluffs on the other side, of course, Council Bluffs. But the river changed course and eventually, and so she was legally born in Council Bluffs, which is where Carter Lake was, but it was on the other side of the river, on the Iowa side. Anyway, she eventually got her Social Security. That's getting farther ahead of her story, because in 1920, she was working for the sheriff of Omaha, and it was a nice job and whatnot. But she went to Chicago and met a young man at, I don't know, dance, something like that. We were not told what. He was a person who loved golfing. Oh, she said, I love golfing. he said, "You do? We could play tomorrow." So they got together tomorrow, and it was clear she'd never even seen a tennis ball, let alone a racket. But my father suspected the worst, but he was, as a matter of fact, already engaged to a young woman in Warren, Ohio, as he said, but he saw fit to break it off. He had given her a ring, which she didn't give back, and his mother, to her dying day, hated my poor mother, who was nothing but an innocent doe caught in the headlights of my father's advancing excitement. Anyway, they got married, worked for Trumbull Steel, American Wire, and stuff, and several. Eventually, they had a baby, Warren. And once they were living in Memphis, and at the time they moved around quite a lot because he changed companies until going to work for Inland, which was a very good company. And he rose through the ranks there and became ultimately the sales manager for the Pacific Northwest, which was headquartered, the office was headquartered in St. Paul. So we moved from St. Louis, where we had been living, to St. Paul. So that's my parents' story. My brother's story is somewhat more complicated. He was a really sickly child, as a matter of fact, and gave my mother fits all the time because of asthma and various other things. But he was very intelligent and went to University High School in the Twin Cities, and then on to the University of Minnesota. About this time now, we're talking at a time of World War II. So in 1943, he was inducted into the Army. He was delighted to be inducted because he passed the physical. They asked him to go to officers training school because he passed some tests, IQ tests that were pretty good. It's at Fort Snelling in St. Paul. But he and his good friend, Warren, Paul Picard, son of the great Swiss balloonists, they decided they wanted to be buck privates. Bad choice. Anyway, they went through Europe, both of them. Paul, even into Germany towards the end, whereas Warren got as far as Belgium and the Battle of the Bulge, got all frozen up in foxholes and stuff, and eventually had to be shipped back to London and then to the United States. He was in terrible shape, and he wasn't. He was dying. He's in the process of dying, which he did eventually in 1947. But he went back to school briefly, and one thing and another. But why I'm telling you all this about Warren is because he was taken from us way too early. He was 23 when he died in 1947. But he imparted through example his life to me. He was very interested in baseball, and architectural studies, and history, and all sorts of things. And of course, he was something of a pianist, and he loved music. And he got me involved in classical music, and I was initially an unwilling listener, but he hit a good note for me. He gave me something to listen to from Tchaikovsky on a record. And I gradually got into things like Shostakovich and Tchaikovsky. It was easy, Prokofiev. And these things imparted to me a considerable interest in it through my life. Never a musician. I never took lessons or anything. I was just a bozo high school kid and never did anything like that. But the very things Warren was knowledgeable about became my interest too. So I tended to do that as much as I could without thinking. You know, you have a role model whom you want to be like, but it isn't something that you just say, "Hey, he's going to be my role model." It just happens because of his impact, his interest, and his knowledge. And I just certainly wanted to be like him. He said, "If you're ever inducted in the Army, go to OCS if you get the chance. But better to be an officer than a buck private, believe me." That was one of the lessons from my brother. The other was don't ever volunteer. Anyway, that was that.
Well, let's go back a little bit. Do you have any memories of St. Louis?
Very few, but here is one that I do have. My parents were middle class, certainly middle class during the Depression, and this was the height of the Depression. We moved to St. Paul in 1939. So during the mid-30s, I was growing up in St. Louis, in Webster Groves, actually, which was a nice part of town. And we had a two-story house, and my mother and father had a live-in maid for a while with it. Her name was Rosie. I don't know her last name. She was a black lady, very short and very hefty, and she loved me. I was apparently an irascible child, according to my mother. Warren was sick most of the time. Big fat Gary comes along 7.5 years later, not a care in the world, just bumbling about doing his things and getting angry. She used to try to run out when I was really small and having an anger fit. She used to run out in the street with me, held it over her head, trying to get more air. I said, you can't self-smother. You can't smother yourself, Warren. Mom. But I only told her that when I was about 25 or 30 years old. So I can see the images of her running out into the street. Then Rosie
with you over her head.
Oh yeah, well,
like an airplane.
Yeah. That's when I was 2 or 3 years old. By the time I was 4 years old, she couldn't possibly lift me. She could hold me on her lap, but not lift me. Anyway, at about 4 or 5 or something, Rosie came to live with us, and they had a nice little room for her down in the basement. As I understand, I didn't know much about things like that, and the underprivileged class and one thing, but she loved me. And she kept telling my mother, don't you punish that boy. He's only trying. He's doing the best. One time my mother and father were out for a dinner, a date somewhere with some other people, mostly people they were customers of my dad in the steel business. And Warren and I were roughhousing at home. Warren used to say things to me like, if you take me to the Ozark Theater, we'd get to the theater. He and I just go alone to the theater. And he'd turn to me and say, did you bring your money? And I'd be frightened, terrified, because, of course, I was too young to have any money. I couldn't get into the movie. But then he'd laugh. Anyway, he and I were roughhousing, and he managed to throw a shoe at me across the dining room table. But what he neglected to think was the chandelier. And so the shoe went through part of the chandelier. It was not in very good shape, but Rosie was there when my parents got home and said, now don't you punish that boy. He was only playing with his little brother, and they were having a good time and all that stuff. So Rosie was a godsend. She didn't come with us when we went to St. Paul. And that was pretty much the end of having a live-in help anyway. But she had an impact on my life, I am sure. My mother had said for years, and I did hear it at least once a year, the only thing that calmed Gary down was Rosie. She was just wonderful for him because there was no reprimanding, no nothing like that.
I guess we should mention when you were born. What was your birth date?
Yeah, December 14th, 1931.
Okay.
Well,
So you moved from St. Louis to St. Paul in 36?
Well, say no, that 39 we went to St. Paul.
Oh, 39. So you were 8 years.
You were 7 actually. Well,
Okay.
anyway, I was going to be 8.
Do you know why you guys moved to St. Paul from St.
Yes, my father was made district manager. So he had several people under him, and he had a spacious office in the 17th floor of the First National Bank building in St. Paul, which was the biggest building in St. Paul. Minneapolis, they hated Minneapolitans, had the 40-story Fauché Tower, but it was not like a really good building, and we thought we were much better than Minneapolis at the time, especially when we played them in baseball. St. Paul was the Dodger farm, AAA Dodger farm. In fact, Smokey Alston was our manager and eventually went up and coached after Leo DeRocher, the Dodgers. They hated Minneapolis Millers, were a farm team of the Giants. Mm-hmm. So there were we already had the Dodger Giant kind of problem with us. And anyway, and that was St. Paul for you.
So what do you remember about the move? Do you remember going, oh boy, or oh no, or how did you feel?
When I heard about it, I was upset. I didn't want to leave my little chums in Webster Groves. And Mother said, well, you'll meet other friends when you get to St. Paul. And of course I did. But I was afraid of the move just because I didn't want to move there. But moving was an exciting experience because we took the train to Chicago, and then we took the train from Chicago to St. Paul, and then we gradually found a house and took up our new life. I had much better winters in St. Paul because down the street from where we lived was the Town and Country Golf Course. It was a beautiful golf course. And in the winter, it was 2 feet thick in snow all over. And we had sleds. And I even had a pair of strap-on skis. Never very good at it, of course. It was without bindings. Anyway, but I loved the winter, and I loved skiing and sledding and that sort of thing. It was fun. It was a lot nicer than St. Louis in many ways.
So there were just the two of you.
Yeah, 2 sons.
2 sons, okay, and Warren moved with you. Now, what kind of a student were you in school?
An indifferent one. I was not much, especially in high school, because I went to St. Paul Central, the best high school in St. Paul, public high school anyway. There were private schools, but we never considered that. To stand out above the crowd was to get hammered down. As a matter of fact, we all tried not to get as best possible grades, but because we kicked up our heels a little too much.
So now, did you play sports?
I tried, and in terms of running, I was I was running a mile, but I was never really very good. Mm-hmm. The coach wanted to see if he could get me to do high hurdles, but I couldn't. I don't have the proper blood to jump high, and so I didn't do very well there. I did not do at all well. I tried out for football one year, but really never made the grade.
So what about your what were your favorite subjects in grade school and high school?
Math, English. Those were good. I took Latin because my parents thought that would be good for me for learning parts of the sentence,
Were
grammar and that stuff. But I hated the teacher. God, the teacher was.
were there teachers in school that really made an impression on you?
Yeah, mostly the English teachers. Their English department at St. Paul Central was a very good one. And we read a lot of plays and books and stuff. I did have one experience that was, I thought, telling, and when I was quite wrong. We read Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, and I could not wait for the book to end. It was so long, and he'd wander off into the sewer system of Paris for 30 or 40 pages and stuff. But the thing that got me was the love at first sight by the young hero of the book and the daughter of Jean Valjean. It was love at first sight, and I said, that is such bullshit. That is so bad. And then I got to Carleton, and after many experiences with people that I eventually thought of, gee, I'm going out with too many fat pigs. What's going on here? I'm not getting much. Anyway, all of a sudden, I met Charlotte. And
well, wait a minute. I think what we'll do, Gary, is we're gonna finish up your pre-Carleton days.
Okay.
Today. Let's go back. Is there anything else, from your time in St. Louis up through high school in St. Paul that you'd like to spend a little more time on? I mean, obviously Warren's death was traumatic for you. That must have crushed you.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine.
Well, of course, it killed my parents, but you have to realize.
How did it affect you?
Well, I was very sad, but I wanted to draw closer to my parents. I think a lot of the things that my friends were doing was kind of by breaking light bulbs and new buildings and banging and things around. It was I just didn't think some of it was good. It wasn't fun. It was also against the law. No, I had friends that were good guys, but they did a lot of bad things. We pulled trolley wires all the time, so the
what is pulling trolley wires?
Well, the yellow Zephyrs, as we call them, the streetcars in St. Paul, had a big trolley. It was like a pantograph, sticks up into the power lines, and it had a cable that ran down to the body of the streetcar, and there was a tension wind up sort of thing on the wire, so that if it ever bounced, it would stay on the line. But we would go back and pull the cable and then move it laterally, and so that the trolley would fly up and it wouldn't encounter the wires. It would be just sitting up in the air.
So the trolley would stop, right?
Trolley. No, yeah. Well, we did it usually when the trolley was stopped. That's for sure. But the point is, then you run away, and the poor conductor no motorman just has to get out and put it back on, which it was an easy job.
Yeah.
It was silly, but that sort of thing did not distinguish me. And I didn't make the honor roll in St. Paul Central, and you'd have to be a moron not to make the honor roll, considering what they had. We had good classes and mostly good teachers, especially in chemistry and math and physics. But some of the others were and English, but some of the others were sort of lightweights, I thought. Anyway, I never liked any of that. And then my parents said, geez, we send him to Minnesota. He'll just, there's 30,000 students even at that time at the University of Minnesota. And my brother did very well. He knew what he wanted to do, architecture, and he was very good at what he did. Me, not so much. They didn't know what I wanted to be, and I just didn't know either. So my father was complaining at one of the sales managers' meetings he had down in Chicago. That's where the headquarters of the Inland Steel Company were. And they said, well, don't send them to public school. There's a good private school down in southern Minnesota. You could send them there. Who was that? My father said, Carleton College. Well, there were several. Right in Northfield, Minnesota was Carleton College, but also St. Olaf, which was a Lutheran school. And then there were several others in Minnesota that were equally good. And then one even in St. Paul, McAllister is very good. Hamlin, not so much. Anyway, they said, why don't you go down and see how that is? And I said, I don't want to go there. And my mother said, well, I was going with a girl from St. Paul and at the time, and she was going to go to McAllister. So they said, why don't you just go down and see what it's like? And I said, well, because I'm too busy. I want to do these other things. He said, well, you ever want to drive Mom's 1946 Nash again on a date? You better think about going down here. So, and I was playing hockey at the time, but not for a team. We didn't have Central didn't have a hockey team.
Well,
Even we had plenty of ice.
Okay, before we go there, your brother died just about a year or two before you went to college. Is that?
Yeah, that's right. I was a sophomore then.
Okay, so how did your parents deal with that tragedy?
Well, they tried not to. They began to be tried to be a little more overprotective of me, but they knew enough not to close me down because that would have been really bad. I think they erred on the side of letting me do too much on my own, but it's my own fault, of course. But I said to them, you can't study. I didn't take a book home my senior year, and I considered that an honor not to have to get through the classes without doing any reading. And really, I wasn't taking it seriously enough. They wanted me to raise my sights and think about it. But my father and mother, neither one, were very good at that sort of thing. They just said, well, pay attention in class. Don't get thrown out of class every once in a while. That was an honor amongst us guys to be thrown out.
Well, it would appear that they did a pretty good job the way things worked out. But it is interesting to hear how your parents dealt with losing their son, after he came back from the war, where so many people lost their sons, only to lose him a couple years later.
Yeah.
Must have felt like, well, that's who says the Lord doesn't have a good sense of humor, huh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's not the way to put it, but
here's the thing. Yeah, it was nonstop problem with Warren because he was ill all the time. As a matter of fact, long before he went in the Army, when he was still in high school, my parents had him analyzed by a doctor who lived down the street from us and was a friend in St. Paul. And the doctor said he'll never live to adulthood. That's what he told them. And he had died of a heart attack a couple of years later, this doctor, and my brother was inducted and went.
No wonder he was glad to be pronounced A1, 1A or whatever.
Yeah. Well, nobody told Warren that, but my parents. And my mother my brother stayed in the hospital in Topeka, Kansas for about a month before they discharged him from the Army. And, there's 10,000 patients there. And the doctors let my mother work in the kitchen of the Winters General Hospital, scrambling him eggs and making cheese sandwiches and stuff like that, whatever she could do to try to get food down him, because he was only 97 pounds when he came back from overseas. He was practically a skeleton. Anyway,
so, I think we'll stop there. Okay, we're back with Gary Ernst, and we're talking about his transition to university life at Carleton University. So, Gary, can you tell us a little bit about what was in your brain as you were heading up to the wilds of Minnesota?
Yes. Well, first of all, the college we were going to was a college. It's a liberal arts college, Carleton College, and it's in the upper Middle West at Northfield, Minnesota. And it's the likes of Oberlin and Wesleyan and stuff like that. It's in that group, which is the rather high group of liberal arts colleges. But it's not a university. It is not a.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. Well, no. The point is that we studied learning for the sake of learning, not job training. Anyway, and as I mentioned perhaps last time, as we when I went with my parents down to look at the college one winter day, I saw the hockey team practicing on Sunday, and I decided that was for me. I thought I can play with these guys. I did eventually, when I went to Carleton, spend 4 years playing football, NCAA Division III.
Is that because you actually couldn't play with them, the hockey players?
Yes, I could. I played hockey in the winter, football in the fall and spring and summer. and the first year, I was on the baseball team. Although, as a coach would say, or a scout would say, Ernst runs too long in the same place. A little slow. Well, relatively. That was the problem in basketball. The basketball coach wanted me to come out. He did have a 6'8" center already, but me as being 6'4", 6'5", my hands weren't real good, and I wasn't the fastest guy on the field. So I found it much better to play hockey, where I could skate as fast as anybody and check them into the boards at will. So I really went to Carleton because I could play sports. Now that sounds really naive, somewhere between naive and totally stupid. But I will tell you that getting out of high school, I felt not so good about myself. I wasn't studying hard, and I wasn't involved with a lot of team activities. But football and hockey and any sport really makes you part of something larger than yourself. And I didn't think of it in those terms. I just loved to play hockey. And I loved football, except for the practices. I hated the practices because there was so much calisthenics in football, which I didn't want.
Wind sprints.
Yeah. Oh, well, we had wind sprints in hockey, but I knew it was going to lead to scrimmaging. And that was fun. Of course, I did smash my face in, but at one point, but it all came out all right in the end. Anyway, I went there, but to play hockey, and thought, well, I'll get an education, and then I'll transfer to McAllister or the University of Minnesota, because I had a girlfriend, Joy, who had been going with Hetty Steady, and I was thinking in terms of going back to her. Well, that, of course, all fell apart. And I met Charlotte, my future wife, when I was a senior. She was a freshman, 17 years old. Everybody said, "You're robbing the cradle, Ernst." But of course, I wasn't a turd. Anyway, that's another story, and we'll get to that in a minute. But first, I have to tell you about what I decided to become. We had read our newspaper, St. Paul Pioneer Press, of the president of Carleton College, named Larry Gould. He was totally opposed to federal support of education. He thought that it was just the way that the federal government in Washington would take over the minds of young people. Terrible thing it would have been. So, but he was a very charismatic speaker and a good president of Carleton College, as a matter of fact, because he led by example. But who was he? He was a former geologist in the second in command of the Byrd's first expedition to the South Pole. Holy crap! This guy, and in fact, they named a mountain for him during the geophysical year in 1958 or something like that. I never got a mountain named after me. Anyway, he was such a charismatic figure. I thought, holy mackerel, I'll become a geologist and be charismatic and go to the far corners of the world. That's what these guys do, apparently. At least Larry Gould had done it before he became president. So I thought, that's it. I'm majoring in geology. Well, what is geology? Well, I knew it had something to do with rocks.
Let's stop here real quickly. What year was this? Did this epiphany come over you? Was it your freshman year?
1949, which is when I entered Carleton, 1949. I graduated
right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning, I was there, and I thought, wow, this is going to be something. I got to Carleton, and as a freshman, and the freshmen came back early every year at Carleton. So we had the campus to ourselves, and of course there were lots of things to educate us as to what we were going to learn and stuff like that. And at one evening in the Great Hall, I was to meet the professor of geology, which was, of course, not Larry Gould. He was president of the university and hustling money 24/7. This was a small man, looked a lot like a pink rabbit to me. He was very florid faced. And his name was Duncan Stewart. He also got his PhD at Michigan, but in mineralogy, the same at Larry Gould, and that's how Larry Gould happened to hire him. But when he came up to me, I wondered who this small guy was, and he said, I'm Duncan Stewart. I'm a professor of geology. And I said, well, Professor Stewart. He said, oh, please call me Dunk. He was very shy. And as I found out later, he had a hell of a drinking problem. Because just to meet the affairs of the day required great strength on his part to do it. Dutch courage. He also was a old line teacher who had practically taught out of the textbooks, and you had to memorize and feed back to him the stuff he taught you. And I realized that he and the subaltern, he had another guy who was an assistant professor, still in graduate school at Minnesota. And they both basically taught out of the book, and there were certain right answers, and they were the ones that were in the book. And everything was on the the blackboard. They didn't have whiteboards in those days. But they were not charismatic teachers, and they were not even insightful teachers. They were sort of, here's it all, memorize it, and they feed it back to me. This was not exactly what we call modern educational technique. But the one thing these guys both had, the second in command was Eiler Henriksen. He was a football player and coach, stuff like that. He helped with the calisthenics in football. He was still working in Minnesota on his PhD. But they were both journeyman geologists, not of a very high caliber, but they would cut off their leg if they could help you in any way. So anytime you evince interest in anything, they were there to give you reading material and stuff like that. So I very early learned about Alfred Wegener and continental drift. And of course, in those days, it was considered fanciful, but that was it. And things like that. They were very eager to teach us everything they knew, and then we would be propelled on to graduate school and fame and fortune.
I have to interject here. I just Googled Duncan Stewart, and I found this thing online. It's a memorial to Duncan Stewart, 1905 to 1969, by Lawrence Gould.
Yeah,
it was at the University of Arizona when he wrote this. So
yeah, he was already retired.
This is really very interesting material. Very different than the modern university in so many ways, huh?
Yeah, his research productivity was the petrography of gizzard stones of penguins. Oh boy, there's a specialty for it. You
What,
see that every day.
what is the preferred gizzard stone of a penguin?
Well, the penguins is popping around on the ice, and those buggers needed gizzard stones. So they had to find places where there must be gravel beds or something occasionally, then we go away from the ice. And so they gulp these down, and the gizzard stones then ground up to fish heads that they would be catching, that sort of thing. Well, you can imagine what the geologic source of those would have been from everywhere. Who knows?
Oh, no single. They were not petrographically particular.
No, they're just a random handful of gravel from the driveway. You
Yeah.
know, where the Sam Hill did that come from? Well, there's no source known except the penguin, and God knows where he's been. So to learn about it, that they contained zoisite or a sodic amphibole would be not particularly meaningful. But anyway, that's what he did for his research. Never published much, as far as I know.
One can imagine, even if he tried, what would happen.
Yeah, but I published my first paper in American Mineralogist Notes and News, and in 1954 it came out.
Wow.
Larry Gould had seen my paper. I was looking at mesas in the Cannon River Valley, and I know most particularly did the mineralogy of the sandstones, and found that some sandstones, like the St. Peter sandstone, which is rather famous, is very devoid of all but the very hardest, most refractory heavy mineral grains. Other units, Decorah shale and things like that, had things that were less far traveled, as we found out. And I only realized when I went to Johns Hopkins and heard from Francis Pettyjohn what the significance of my work was.
Okay, so let's tell us about your first field trip, or a field trip that got you really excited.
Here, we know what the geologists are: heavy boots, backpack, geologic hammer, rock hammer, no sedimentary hammer, stuff like that, and hand lens, all that stuff. And so the first field trip I went on was with Dunk Stewart, was with the Friends of the Pleistocene. Who were these people? Well, they're people that looked at glacial drift, and in Minnesota, you really have glacial drift all over the place. 3 or 4 different advances of the Pleistocene glaciers. These guys would get to an outcrop, where they called them outcrops. They were actually sort of like mud cliffs, or sandstones, or no, unconsolidated stuff, really. Leap out of the car with not a hammer pick, but a shovel and an acid bottle. And they were checking to see if there was leaching of the carbonate in these gravels. And I thought, geez, this is just what geologists do. I rather thought they hammered away at hard rocks. But first, that was a field trip where we left campus. We had a field trip that was just in Northfield, Minnesota, and led by the second professor, whose name was Eiler Henriksen. He was still working on his PhD. But he went to one of the churches, and we went and examined the gravestones in the grave bed. So that was our chance to look at igneous and metamorphic rocks. And I knew it was not a natural occurrence, but at least you could see polished slabs of the stuff, especially if you were looking at the younger rocks, younger gravestones. So we began to do our geology right there. Those were the days before abundant funding of research in for undergraduates. And so we were really at a loss to find samples other than those from your collection. And we had fossil collections and stuff like that. all true and all happening. But it was clearly not the wide open spaces. I got that in the summer. Every summer I had a job. First with the Minnesota Highway Department looking for gravels, then from the Iron Range in northern Minnesota, the Hibbing, Virginia area, and then from the Ely Greenstone Belt, which was even older, Archean, and finally Bear Creek Mining Company looking for copper deposits. So every summer I had a summer job that I made up enough money so that I could pay for my tuition at school.
Wow. Wonderful.
Well, I had to quit before I exceeded what my dad's. If your student or your son, daughter, or whatever, made money, they could only make $700 or $800 or something like that. If they made over that, the father would lose that $800 exemption from his gross income. So he cautioned me not to earn too much, but it was fortunately I was paid so little that it was easy not to make too much. But I hadn't made enough to pay for my tuition each year.
Oh, since we're talking about your parents, when you told them you were going to be a geology major, did they have an opinion?
Yes, my mother had a really good opinion. She said, "You have to go to Glacier Park." And you've been there several times. I'd taken field trips with one of my chums in high school and even the beginning college, out to Glacier Park to camp and take hikes here and there and everywhere. She said, "You should be one of the drivers, one of those gear shifters or whatever they call them. Really, you know enough geology, you can tell everybody what it's like." And I said, "Yeah, but it's not like a company. It isn't a job. I'm not going to go into public relations or something like that." So I said, "It's a good idea, but I really have jobs with companies like Jones and Laughlin, U.S. Steel, Kennecott Mining, stuff like that." And those jobs were real jobs and could lead to what I was thinking of industry, although I was also thinking at the same time of maybe going on and becoming a professor. Would that be possible? Dunk told me, yes, it would be possible.
So, okay, so we're advancing through your career at Carleton. I take it you were a good student, or else you wouldn't have gotten to where you are today. But tell me how you met Charlotte and
I was a senior. And of course, the freshmen come back early, as I said, but the football team comes back a couple of weeks early because they're having double practices every day, double practices, getting ready for the season in the Midwest Conference, which they were a member, not a very stellar member, but a member. And we won half of our games usually, about. Anyway, so we were back early, and one evening after dinner, a sumptuous dinner at the training table, where we got honey on our bread to make sure we were getting enough sugar in our diet or something, I decided to wander over to the dormitories where the young freshmen were hanging out and just coming and having dances and stuff like that, and mixers get together. I, shall we say, were strolling through the dormitories in a place called the Cave in the basement of Margaret Evans Hall at the eastern end of the campus. Not important. But anyway, the Cave was a place where records were being played, young men and young women were dancing together. I walked in casually and spied a young lady who was sitting it out a little and asked her to dance. And I found out that her name was Charlotte Pfau, P-F-A-U. It's German, means peacock. Anyway, Charlotte was so enticing to me after I had a spate of people. I even went steady for about 3 years, 2 years with one person, a year for another, and then a bunch of people at Carleton, none of which struck my fancy, but Charlotte really did. So instead of just simply dancing, I was not the world's greatest dancer. The idea of dancing was hang on and hope for the best. Well, that went very well. That went very well because it got us a little snuggling early on and whatnot. But we went up into the parlor of Margaret Evans Hall and sat and talked about things. And I displayed my cunning knowledge of the French classicist novelists like Moliere and Racine and Corneille, spoke French to her as my limited French, but you know what they say, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. A little bit goes a long way when nobody else knows what you're talking about. One thing led to another, and Charlotte and I gradually, no, not so gradually, I within a few days, weeks even, you might say, I did resolve, I'm going to marry this lady. But I'm sure she didn't know that. She was going steady with some guy from Chicago, and he went to Iowa State, and she went down to visit him, and we see a football game with her parents who came over to Iowa, and we played in, I don't know, Grinnell or someplace like that nearby Iowa State. Anyway, so she came over when she showed the parents, introduced her parents to me and me to her parents. Meanwhile, at Iowa State, the other guy was left out in the cold. So on to better things. I said, I'm sorry for your loss, but not much because of my gain. I was called out of the dressing room. I not quite had all my pads on yet, but I was close because Susan and Charlotte and her parents came right to the dressing room and wanted to see Ernst. And her father told me quite severely and carefully, you know, you're here to learn things and not to play football. That's not any major importance. And I said, yes, sir, I know that very well. But of course, here we are all higher than a kite, ready to play Grinnell or somebody. I don't know who it was, but whatever, we were stoking up the fires and didn't want to talk about taking calculus or history or something. But anyway, naturally, I knew enough, not much, but I knew enough to say, but of course, sir, I understand what I'm here for, and it is the education. Anyway, that's how it happened.
Okay, so when did you guys get married? I guess you were a senior, so you only had 1 year there, right?
He's one of the world's longest, what you call it?
Engagement?
Engagement, yeah. Because, see, I met her in 1952, fall of 52, and we didn't get married till she graduated the fall of 56.
Okay, so you're graduated, and what was going through your mind as you were approaching that spring of 53, I guess, is when you graduated?
Yeah. Well, I was applying to graduate school. And applied to various places, got into Yale and Dartmouth. But I decided I would just go to Minnesota for a master's degree and worry about the PhD later. So I never bothered telling the people at Minnesota that I was coming there. Fortunately, Eiler Henriksen was still working on his PhD, and he told the chairman, Thiel was his name, that I was available. So they hired me as a TA. So I had a TA the 2 years I was at Minnesota. I was a TA at Carleton for the last 2 years. Junior and senior year, I did mineralogy lab and paleo lab. This is leading the blind in terms of paleontology. And anyway, I did it. And so I would drive down to Carleton after work sometimes, like once or twice a week, maybe more, and spend pretty much every weekend with her. And so that progressed well. Then I had one final year of isolation at Johns Hopkins, because then went to graduate school. And
let's not leave Minnesota too quickly. So how long you did a master's at Minnesota, and it took you 1 year or 2 years?
2 years.
And what was your top? What was your research?
I was doing the differentiation, the igneous differentiation of the Indian sill up in northern Minnesota, east of Duluth.
One of these things related to the rift, the mid-continent rift.
Yeah, that's right. Diabase granite, red rock granite sill. It was 1,500 feet thick. It was a pretty big operation. But we didn't.
You start off as an igneous petrologist, but
I did.
So you're graduating and you're saying, well, I think I'll go for a PhD. Is that right?
Yes. Although the summer after I started at Minnesota, the summer before I started at Minnesota, I worked for Kennecott Copper in northeastern Minnesota as well. But then the second year I went down to Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, and worked for Mobil. It was the operating arm in Oklahoma was Magnolia Petroleum. Mostly lived in the field. They had me bringing in wells and semi-wildcats and stuff like that. And of course, they were wanting to hire me.
Well, let's
I managed to set pipe on a dry hole at one point.
Well, let's talk about how you got the master's project at Minnesota, and who were your favorite professors there?
Well, favorite is a strong word. Goldick was my professor.
Oh, Sam Goldick.
Sam Goldick, and he was a tough nut. God, I used to say he had a small man complex. He was small, but he was very fierce, as I guess small people have to be.
Yeah.
And they grow up, especially men. Anyway, he raked me over the coals a lot of times and saying, you Carleton, you think you know all this? Well, you don't, which was, of course, quite true. And I got an education from Sam, and he proposed that I go, well, let's put it this way. When I was in Oklahoma, I said to Charlotte on the phone, because I called her every week when I came in out of the field, well, I could be a professor, but I could just finish my master's, start work for the oil industry. Yeah, I love it being out here in the watching wells come in. God, I was up on the derrick floor when they bring out a big core barrel and stuff like that. Look at it in 100-degree heat on the deck of the oil well. So it was really fun. I loved it. She said, no, you're going to become a professor. Don't you know that? Don't you remember? I said, oh, yeah, that's true. I was. And of course, I went on because Sam Goldick said, look, there is this thing at the Geophysical Lab called the Geophysical Lab Fellowship, and it's with Johns Hopkins. Would you be interested in that? I said, sure. So he proposed me and I got it.
This was Goldick that's proposed it?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And in fact, I had also worked in a couple of summers for the USGS. And I think Goldick had something to do with that. Anyway, we took the test for WAE employees, and I got to work in the Bear Paw Mountains each of 2 summers. there.
This was while you were still a master's student, or?
Yeah, one was right was the end of my master's, and the other was after I'd had a year at Hopkins.
Okay, well, I think Gary, this is a good place to stop for today. So we're back with Gary Ernst, and Gary has just graduated with his master's from the University of Minnesota, and is about to head off to graduate school. And my question to Gary is, what made you decide to apply to Johns Hopkins?
I applied to Johns Hopkins because Sam Goldick, my advisor at Minnesota, told me there was a really neat fellowship there, but called the Johns Hopkins Geophysical Lab Fellowship. I would study for 1 year or maybe more at Johns Hopkins advanced courses, and then go to the Geophysical Lab where I'd be a pre-doctoral fellow for several years, working on a PhD, presumably in experimental petrology somewhere. The reason I chose that rather than Caltech or Harvard, which were the other choices that we had coming out, had anyway, was that it looked like it would be more modern and more appropriate for what I wanted to do with my career, which was to do igneous and metamorphic, maybe even some sedimentary petrology. I was interested in rocks and their situation and history and what they told us about Earth processes. So anyway, the Johns Hopkins looked pretty good. And so I loaded my stuff into my car and drove sadly away from my fiancée, Charlotte Powell, at that time. She was doing her senior year at Minnesota. Anyway, I went to live as a monk would live and at Johns Hopkins for a year, eating several meals a day, not always 3, but working really hard, and found to my surprise, I had been doing TA-ship at both Carleton and Minnesota. I had 4 years beyond of TA-ship, but I thought Johns Hopkins was a fellowship. I didn't have to do TA work, but it turned out the crystallographer there had me as his TA 1 year. So I spent a lot of time working up problems in optical petrology and things like that. So I was at Johns Hopkins for a year, but I made weekly trips down to Washington, D.C. and the Geophysical Lab because I needed to decide on what I was going to do. At the Geophysical Lab, which was an amazing place, I met all sorts of guys. Hat Yoder, who had written a really important paper on the metamorphic facies concept. He seemed so young to me. All these guys, really something. But of course, they were doing research full time. They didn't have any administrative or teaching tasks to do. So no wonder they were productive and very, very important. Anyway, I was assigned to Joe Boyd, who was a petrologist working on amphiboles. So therefore, I would work on amphiboles. I had planned perhaps to do some field work out near Great Falls or something like that and combine that with a thesis. But Phil Abelson, the director of the Geophysical Laboratory, said, why the hell would you want to do that? You can do that anywhere. You're here, you have experiments, unrivaled experimental apparatus, unrivaled everywhere in the country. And as a matter of fact, Joe Boyd was just then building his first piston cylinder device, which would go much higher in pressure and also pretty much higher in temperature for rock forming materials. So it was, I kind of fell into a really good lap.
So let me stop you here. So what year was this?
This was 1955.
Okay, 1955, the young Gary shows up and he's introduced to experimental petrology. Now, the piston cylinder apparatus was a technology breakthrough in the mid 1950s, it sounds like. What were you able to reach in terms of temperature and pressure before that?
Well, before that, it would be two kilobars aqueous fluid pressure, but no more at 800 degrees Celsius. We were using externally heated devices known as rod bombs. They were also called an autoclave. Anyway, they were subjected to tensile stress because if you put 2,000 bars of water pressure inside the bomb, it was going to come apart on you if you went too high in temperature, because then the tensile strength would be exceeded by the thrusting of the expanding gases. In other words, you could go to 900 degrees and 500 bars.
Okay, so you can only go down that, the equivalent of a few kilometers in the earth at those pressures and temperatures. Right. But with the piston cylinder, you can go an order of magnitude deeper,
at least,
and several hundred degrees hotter.
So that was the problem. But the fact of the matter is, Joe was just building his first device, and I was finishing my PhD by the time he could do any testing on it.
So what triggered his thought about making this new device?
Everybody was working at 2 kilobars or 1 kilobar. He wanted to work at 25 kilobars or 40 kilobars.
Yes.
And do experiments in the upper mantle, you needed much higher pressures, of course. Now, the thing of it is, we were all crustal petrologists, but I early on realized that the tectonics of the Earth's crust was determined in the mantle. Once we found out that there was convection in the mantle, and therefore moving plates, differentially moving plates, you realize that the mantle was in charge here, folks, not the crust. The upper crust was just riding along like icing on the cake. And the cake.
Now, at this time, tectonics is a favorite topic of mine, and this is a time when, before even seafloor spreading had been advocated, but so you were present at the beginning, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about what the discussions were at the Geophysical Lab about these new ideas. Continental drift, I think it's called.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, most of the people at the Geophysical Lab were interested in PTX, that is composition, and various other variables. They were not, in my view, sufficiently interested in the broad picture. Why were there continents? Why did the continents move differentially? So by the time I got to UCLA, I got a job. That was several years later. Then I could address these more fully. But when I was there at the Geophysical Lab, it was just, what are the physical conditions under which riebeckite or glaucophane or certain other minerals, mostly amphiboles, were stable? Where would they exist on a rock of their own bulk composition? If you had a different composition, of course, that limits to some extent the stability spread of the amphibole or what the mineral you're choosing to look at. The point was that nobody there was really talking about continental drift. I as an undergraduate, I had taken home the AAPG volume on continental drift as a freshman, and I was reading about continental drift then. I thought it was an interesting idea, but bullshit. Well, all the luminaries said it's crazy. It's crazy, except for a couple of loudmouths in South Africa and one in Scotland. But they turned out to be right. The important thing is, as I say to my students, if you ever look at your little brother's ducky puzzle, there are about 5 pieces. You put them together and it all matches. If you just scramble them around, they don't match. That's what happened across the Atlantic Ocean. You could match the eastern and western hemisphere continents perfectly. And this was well known to Francis Bacon, for God's sake. Said it was probably casual. This was the 16th century, of course. But once the navigators had navigated the globe, we could see the doggone thing stuck together.
So in retrospect, it was so obvious. Why then did it take decades for the obvious to be appreciated? And you can, maybe we don't discuss that now, but it's
Yeah.
something to think about. You know,
Well,
you,
it,
you know,
yeah,
you,
it gave geologists were asleep at the switch on this one, and we all knew it, and we all talked about why mountain range was very strange where they come in, but mountain ranges somehow are got to be figured out, and in certain places it looks like the continents end at the ocean basin. The Russians said, we know what it is. It's oceanization, oceanization. This is what's called. What is oceanization? Well, it's where the continents become ocean. I said, yeah, well, it doesn't tell us a whole lot about the process, does it?
Gary, your efforts to do a Russian accent are duly noted, but I don't encourage you to quit your day job.
And too late.
All right.
Anyway,
So what at Johns Hopkins? Who was your supervisor?
well, my supervisor at Johns Hopkins was Aaron Waters, who was a very forceful and not threatening. He was a very pleasant guy, but he brooked no insubordination or wandering. But we studied problems with him on igneous and metamorphic petrology, and he was a good teacher. He was a terrible lecturer. He really was terrible.
Now, wait a minute. You said he was a good teacher, but a terrible lecturer. That's interesting.
Yeah, okay. He set up the problem. Here is a major sill on Sag, California. Got in a big fight with somebody at Harvard for that one, and he was wrong, actually. But anyway, here are the data. How did it happen? And we were left to figure out the details with about 20 hours of optical microscopic work.
So just a little background. Shonkin Sag is some kind of a mafic intrusion in.
It is, yeah.
Where is it?
Western Montana.
Okay.
And
so what was the controversy at the time?
Were they multiple intrusions, or was it differentiation of a thick sill in place?
Ah.
I had worked for a master's degree on a big thick sill, 1,500 feet thick, the end sill up in near Duluth, east of Duluth, Minnesota. And I concluded it was for differentiation in place, but the lateral movement of the later granophyres with upward in this section. But anyway, that would prove to be more or less right. But other people argued with it, including one of my graduate students.
But that was Waters' interest. Yours, on the other hand, was experimentally determining the stability limits of what amphibole?
Well, the sodic amphiboles. I
Okay,
started
that's ribakite, glaucophane,
magnesio-ribakite. And the important thing is that those have iron in it. So it was important to control the oxygen fugacity in the experiments. This was done in the technique that was fairly new at the time, at least in experimental petrology, using a pair of oxides as buffer, so that the fluids migrating in and out of the run capsule would equilibrate with, let's say, hematite and magnetite, or magnetite phalite quartz, things like that.
Let's hold off on the experimental details for your audience that may not understand the joie de amphibole. We all see amphiboles when we look at our granitic rocks. They're the nice black bladed things that are very common in granites of California and things like that. Yep. But the amphiboles you were looking at is not that amphibole. It's a subclass that has sodium in it that makes it very interesting to mineralogists. And the two sets of amphiboles that you were working on, one of them you went on to fame in explaining the role of glaucophane in plate tectonics. The other one, ribakite, and the other one, that's not so important or famous.
No, it occurs in certain iron-rich granites, so ternary granite.
So as you were exploring these two very different amphiboles that were similar because they both had sodium, but we now know have very different ways of forming, what was going through your brain about how they were related or not related?
The reason I was excited about glaucophane, which Joe Boyd said he tried to work on and couldn't make it grow, couldn't synthesize it, so he thought it was a bad job, but I did it anyway. Because glaucophane schist problem is glaucophane schist, blue schists as they're called, are common in certain metamorphic belts of the world, where they're often associated with serpentinized peridotites and the general ophiolite sequence.
And in many ways, I mean, the official state rock of California is serpentinite, but you could make an argument that a better choice would be a glaucophane schist in the Franciscan.
Well, that is what I thought too, of course. But in any case, I didn't have that opportunity, but I could look at glaucophane as a proxy for blue schists, and how they formed was a tectonic structural problem that was unrelated to some of the other amphiboles.
Yeah, so now let's back up. So you brought up the word blue schist, which is not an obvious word to many people that might be interested in your career, but it is a beautiful rock because it is blue. We know blue rocks from things like malachite and azurite, but blue rocks, other than these copper-bearing minerals, are fairly uncommon.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It is a beautiful rock and a very important one from our understanding of the Earth. So let's go back. How long did you take you to finish your PhD between the geophysical lab and Johns Hopkins?
About 3 years.
And then in that meantime, did you guys get married? Did you and Charlotte get married?
Oh, yeah. We got married as soon as Charlotte graduated from Carleton.
So was it like the next day?
No, it was September. But I was doing field work in Montana for Bill Pecora, the U.S. Geological Survey in the Bear Paw Mountains, and so I couldn't come in until the season was over in Montana, and then we got married in September of 1956. And then
what did she think about being married to a man who was going to be gone perhaps every summer?
Well, that's a long story. She was not as aware of it at first as she was later. Why? Because when we were in Washington, I was working at the geophysical lab, and we had August off, so we could go on field trips and stuff like that in August ourselves, on our own. But I was there most of the summers, more or less. But it was only after I got to UCLA and later Stanford that I spent much more time in the field, because I was doing a lab experiment. I had 3 different sodic amphiboles to finish up and publish on, and I did that. The important thing is, got to remember here, is that some people were talking at that time about the tectonic significance of glaucophane. They said, here they are in rocks that have been, that looks like they've been subjected to high pressures and low temperatures. And they were beginning to find things like metamorphic aragonite, jadidic pyroxene, which were also considered to be very high pressure minerals. So glaucophane should have been part of that. But when I made glaucophane, I made it at 800 degrees and 2 kilobars.
So this is interesting to non-experts, because the glaucophane, the blue schist, the glaucophane schist, the blue schist, these are synonyms. These are intimately related now with our understanding of how subduction zones work, the key thing of plate tectonics. But there was no understanding whatsoever that these were somehow important to a revolution in our understanding of the Earth. You were just doing the infantry work of trying to understand a mineral.
Yeah, if I can step back a little bit, I have had numerous situations in life where I've done very stupid things, or not done very stupid things, and I have been extremely fortunate in most of them. Somehow had a good ending. I don't know how this happened.
Are you going to
But
give us an example?
extraordinarily lucky. Well, I declared glaucophane not to be a high pressure mineral. And then I went out and looked at rocks in the field. And I began to see evidence that these things we found in serpentinites as big inclusions. And they'd come up from great distance. Where was the serpentinite coming from? The mantle. So some of this stuff must have come up a long way. And then when we were finding metamorphic aragonite, Bob Coleman first described metamorphic aragonite from the Franciscan, and jadidic pyroxene, Bloxam first discovered it in the metagraywackies. The associated rocks, they look like they had to be high pressure. So what the Sam Hill was Ernst doing with low pressure glaucophane?
Well, wait a minute. So you said what you did was stupid, but on the other hand, what you did was follow the results of your experiments.
That's right.
Did you do anything wrong in your experiments?
No. But what you have to understand is that the whole problem of the glaucophane schist problem was raging around Berkeley because Tolliver and Turner had said these things are metasomatic reactions, and they're because of the serpentinites, and they're low pressure and all that stuff. And I thought, boy, I hate to say Berkeley's right, but it is from the glaucophane standpoint. So all of a sudden, I said, I went and did field work in California, even when I was at the geophysical lab and camped with Charlotte in dry as a bone desert areas in the Diablo Range. I found that most of these glaucophanes were in big blocks that had come up from great depths. So, and if there was metasomatism, there was no change in composition. Some of the rocks are good basalts. And so I was forced, let me finish. I was forced to conclude that though my experiment suggested glaucophane could be stable at high pressures and low temperatures, the rocks that I found in the field in the Franciscan, and perhaps also in eastern Japan and the Western Alps, they had pressure. They were formed at high pressures. So I figured out that in the basalt tetrahedron, there were several different ways you could get these reactions to go. Even though the glaucophane was stable on its own composition, you never saw it except at very high pressures because of join shifts. So that worked out for a while until several people who had done some of the work that I did said, he didn't make glaucophane. And I said, okay, here, I didn't make glaucophane, which is true. It was sodium magnesiorictorite, which is very close optically and in terms of unit cell dimensions to glaucophane, to the end member.
Well, before we get down in the weeds, the interesting thing here is this early experience of yours where you did your experiments as well as you could. The experiment, the entire philosophy of experimental petrology in this situation was flawed, and nature is more complex than what can be captured in a piston cylinder apparatus, perhaps. But let's move on. So
Here, I've got to tell you why the problem existed. I did a lot of work on the glaucophane to make sure it was really glaucophane, but I never made it more than little tiny hair-like crystals, 6-8% in a whole charge of run. Like mostly ever, as the rest of the run was clinopyroxene and olivine and stuff like that, and albite. So I never made it perfectly, but I went down to La Jolla to work with the electron microprobe down there. It was one of the very early probes, and it was on composition. It seemed like it was on composition. Now, sodic magnesiorictorite is very close compositionally to end member glaucophane, but it is different, and they use it to make ceramics. And it finds a big use there. But anyway, later workers, even one of my own students, made more close to the full glaucophane. But the whole point is that the experiments were wrong because it was a little bit off composition, and that made a lot of difference in the composition, in the stability relations of the mineral.
Well, let's this entire discussion about mineralogy is obviously very important to the science, but maybe slightly less interest to some of the people who might be listening to this. Let's get back to you in Charlotte. So,
Okay.
so did you drive Charlotte down from Minnesota on your way back to Johns Hopkins, or did she take the train or what?
No, we got married and then we drove out on our honeymoon to Wheeling, West Virginia.
Why Wheeling, West Virginia?
It took me 2 days to get to Washington. I just had to have an overall stop.
Oh,
We had zero honeymoon. She was into teaching. She was going to teaching at St. Albans at the Cathedral Church.
Oh, in Washington or
in Washington, yeah. And I was going back to my pre-doc, and we drove back. It took us 3 days, and we just drove, and then we started making a home for ourselves in a little walk up.
when does the first kid show up?
Not for several years.
Okay, so we'll get to that when
I
it's
went
time.
around most nights, I will say that, but I often went back work after dinner and worked till 10 o'clock. I worked pretty hard, and I did the best work I ever did on glaucophane, because to prove that it was really glaucophane, I had to do all sorts of tests to make sure it was still on composition, and everything turned out right, even with other people that I had do some of the same studies, and they all agreed, but it just was wrong.
Okay, but it was good enough to get your PhD, right? So
it got me my PhD. It also got me
when did you get your PhD?
A 19 and 59.
1959. Was that, how long did it take you from beginning to end to get your PhD? Was that 4 years?
5 years and a little over 5 years.
Okay, so at the end of it, you're probably pretty happy. You're Dr. Ernst now, and Charlotte's probably pretty happy. You're done with your education, and so I guess it was fairly easy to keep your postdoc to get a postdoc at Carnegie at
actually, yeah, that is true, but I was getting offers from other places, and I decided, Charlotte and I decided we would go to MIT. About the time Susan was born, which was also the fall of, well, it was 80, yeah, fall of 59. I got a job offer from MIT. Well, I got asked to come up and give a lecture, and I was just beginning a postdoc. Well, I was only going to be 1 year on a postdoc. I got a call from John Kroll, who was chairman of the geology department at UCLA at the time. He said, "Come on out and give us a lecture." I said, "Oh, UCLA, I'm not going to Los Angeles." He said, "Come on and see us." I said, "You'd be wasting your money."
Why didn't you want to try Los Angeles?
Well, I knew that it was crazy wild out in California, and were there really serious scientists out there? I was going to know to MIT. I didn't have a job offer from MIT at the time. So he said, "Look, we'll pay your way, of course. Just come out and give us a look." I said, "All right." I went out and I was blown away by the opportunities to do field work, start a lab, and had a bunch of different people in the school, in the earth science realm, people in the Institute of Geophysics like Kennedy, Dave Griggs, Gordon McDonald.
Weatherall was there?
Yeah, there were really good people there.
Okay, so you got hot and cold you got hot and cold offers as a brand new PhD. So makes some of us a little jealous, I can say.
Yeah. Well, it was a heady time for people because the government was putting lots of money into research, the business of endless frontier sort of thing. But I was offered $7,000 by MIT a little over than that, 60 or no, or 6,800 and 7,000 from Penn State. That's what it was.
Oh.
And UCLA offered me 64.
Oh, my goodness.
took
So excellent places to go, but you decided to stay at Carnegie right?
I was only there 1 year as a postdoc. I was
Okay.
3 years as a pre-doc, 1 year as a postdoc.
Okay, so did they treat you differently once you got your PhD? Were
No.
you, it was like, oh, Gary got his PhD, big deal.
Well, yeah, the thing of it is that's right. We were all just a band of brothers working on interesting problems, and we'd meet for lunch and talk about it and argue with each other about what it all meant.
Oh, well, now that brings up a topic that's near and dear to my heart, which is lunch at Carnegie. So tell us about what happened at lunch at a typical, day.
Oh, we all sat around eating our sandwiches, and people would talk about some of their funny, peculiar results or things they didn't understand. There were a lot of other talks too about baseball and one thing and another. Then the Giants and the Dodgers were moving to the Pacific Coast, and I said, "We'll never work for the Giants. It's too cold up there. You ever see what the temperature is when the game time comes?" That was before Candlestick Park, but then the park with 3 flagpoles with a flag on each one going a different direction. Anyway. But we talked about all sorts of things. But I had got in some good licks with people. They'd say, "This is crazy what you're saying," and one thing and another. And you had to support your evidence. And there were a lot of postdocs: Phil Orville, Dave Wuns, Hugh Greenwood, all sorts of people were there, and they were not shy about saying, "You're full of shit." But it was all in good fun. When I got to the Pacific Coast and learned that I, as a Franciscan geologist, was alone amongst about 6 people at the survey doing geology and 3 or 4 at Berkeley doing it, and they all thought they had the answer, and Ernst had none of the answers.
Well, let's hold off on UCLA. Let's wrap this session up with. I have a question about the geophysical lab, because I marvel at what Andrew Carnegie did with his money. And I just wonder, I mean, I can understand why he would want to set up libraries, and I understand the Department of Terrestrial Magnetism, because at that time the magnetic field was important for navigation. But I wonder, do you have any insight why he set up the geophysical lab? It just doesn't seem like something that a rich person would say, I want to have a place that does experiments on rocks. Do you have any insights?
No, because none was ever given. But you have to remember that the geophysical lab was set up to do geophysics, and it mostly does geochemistry.
Yeah.
And petrology. And
okay. So let's finish this up with, you've got an offer from MIT, you've got an offer from Penn State, you've got an offer from UCLA. Are those all the offers you had at the end of?
Well, I went up to Union Carbide and to their Linde Air Products division. They wanted to hire me to make zeolites, and I very quickly decided, nope, I don't want to do that.
Okay, so you had one offer from industry and 3 offers from universities.
Yeah. And
okay. And before we close the chapter on the Carnegie, what made you decide UCLA?
Because it looked like I could do all 3 things I wanted to do. Teach. I wanted to teach petrology and classical thermodynamics and stuff like that. I wanted to have students. I wanted to go out in the field. I wanted to set up my labs. And I eventually set up some piston cylinder devices, but that was about the time I was going to Stanford, so I gave them to the survey. Anyway, it was just exciting.
Did it have anything to do with the fact that you were much closer to your heart of hearts, glaucophane, in UCLA than you would be?
Yeah, probably so. I don't remember thinking that. I do remember that because I spent a sabbatical I was a visiting professor at Harvard in 1968. The Crosby visiting professor. I wanted to break into New England geology, but I very soon recognized that, like Western Europe, there was a geologist under every rock.
Yeah.
So you break into something that's already fixed, and you go to California, it's sort of like we're in Eskimo land. There's nobody around.
Well, things have changed.
Well, yeah.
The last thing I want to ask you is, in these discussions about where you're going to take your job, what did Charlotte think?
Well, we had, as I say, we had planned on MIT, and we did go there, and we're at a big old house in West Newton, when I was a visiting professor, and when we loved it there, and I would have been happy there, I think, but it was a sort of it was a little more like La Jolla than Berkeley, shall we say, at MIT.
Less student oriented.
Yeah, and more, well, I don't know. I didn't find many people at Harvard that were interested in my work. This was later, of course. People at Harvard came down and listened. People like that when I gave lectures. But no, at UCLA, it was much more my own man. I really thought I would sit at the feet of Gordon MacDonald and George Kennedy and John Rosenfeld and learn from them. I've found very quickly, they were interested in their research much more than they were interested in mine. So I was on my own, but at least I was supported, and I went, and everything seemed to be, then I could do these things. In 1963, I went off to Japan on a sabbatical, a half-year sabbatical. My friend said, "Shit, you haven't got tenure yet. What are you doing?" I said, tenure, smenure. I'll get tenure. If I don't get it here, I'll get it somewhere else. But I want to do work in Japan to augment the sorts of things I've been finding in California. They're like, well, that's not a good idea. Well, it didn't do so badly. But there again, I never even, I knew I had met Kuno, and I could have easily written him and said, "Professor Kuno, I want to come and study at your institute." That's what I wanted to do. But I didn't. I just told Fulbright I wanted to do that. And I got to do it.
Okay.
And he said when I arrived, he met me in Haneda, which is where the major airport was. And he said, "Really, you should have written. We could have helped you."
Well, let's stop there, Gary.
Ernst, and we're talking about his career, and this is 1960, and he's about to move to UCLA, where he spent 30 years. So we'll spend a bit of time talking about life in Los Angeles. So Gary, take us back to 1959, 1960, when you got the 3 offers, and why you decided to become a Dodger fan, I guess.
A baby Bruin. Okay, 1969, gotten offers from MIT.
1959, right?
59. I got offers from MIT, Penn State, and UCLA. We had already sort of imagined we would go to Boston to MIT until I actually went there, and I did in the late 60s as a visiting professor. But that's getting ahead of the story. So the lowest amount of money was offered by UCLA, but I was charmed by the fact that I could go out in the field after lunch, anytime in Southern California, except if it rains, and the Southern Californians get very hysterical if it rains. So well, you never know. It's like Washington, D.C. with snow. Oh, we can't do it. We'll just have to leave it here, Mother. Okay, that sort of thing. Anyway, no, I was so excited about the people that I met at UCLA. There were a lot of high performers, especially in the Institute of Geophysics, and I was going to join that austere group. I would have a joint appointment to the Institute, as a matter of fact, or so I was told. But initially, of course, I had thought, oh no, I don't know about UCLA or Los Angeles. Well, no, I know too much about Los Angeles. It's a horrible place. That's before I went there. And when I went there, I was, as I say, really blown away. And so it wasn't clear we were coming to UCLA. So after a 1-year postdoc in 1969 at the Geophysical Lab, continuing my work on
1959.
59. Would I say 69 again?
Yeah, yep.
Oh boy. And you are Bob Stern, as I remember. Okay.
Last time I checked.
Anyway, after a 1-year postdoc, we came out and I started setting up my classes and my lab. I had to have a big hydrothermal lab with controlled oxygen fugacity so that I could experiment on amphiboles that contained iron. And that was exciting. It was exciting to start all my new courses. And of course, you learn as much more maybe than the students do when you give a course. You know that. The fact of the matter is, it's a win-win situation. Everybody gets something out of it. And I loved it. I was so excited to come to UCLA and start my field work. I went up to Panoche Pass, which is in the Diablo Range, very well named. We're part of Western California. Dry as a bone. No people there except a very few strange people. And then I could work out in the field and do all sorts of things. Anyway, so it was very, very, very enjoyable for me. And at the same time, I worked very hard. Our daughter, Susan, had been born in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 1959. And then we came west, and for some reason, no little brothers joined the fray for a while. But I was getting deep into the Franciscan rocks, which were a very large set of dirty clastic sediments, sandstones and shales and stuff that had been dumped on the edge of the continent during Mesozoic time. But in amongst them were metamorphic minerals that had been grown in place. And so that it gave room for a metamorphic petrologist, which I was, igneous and metamorphic petrologist. So I was
So can I interject here?
Sure.
So the Franciscan figures prominently later as plate tectonics developed, but at that time there was no inkling of plate tectonics or subduction zones, was there? Or what did people think about these rocks at that time?
It was a stablest Earth, and the continents grew margin-wise towards their margin by dumping sediments derived from the interior of the continent into what were called geosynclines, great linear troughs. And there are such troughs. There are such troughs in the Pacific to this day, and to the Caribbean and so forth. So yeah, there was a lot of reason for a stablest Earth to be extant. But the difficulty was we had a hard time understanding when and how mountain building occurs, because it involved generally not only metamorphism and uplift of rocks that were deeply buried, but strong deformation where rocks have been tangentially, horizontally that is, moved hundreds, thousands of kilometers. And it wasn't easy to understand how that could have happened on a stablest Earth. But we knew it was stablest because the continents have been there ever since time zero. And one of the big things that people at UCLA were getting involved in was something called Project Moho, where we were going to look at the record of sedimentation in the deep ocean, starting from right now, yesterday, time zero, back to the origin of the Earth, which we knew by that time was about 4.5 billion years old. Wow, what a column that would have been. We never reached it, and there would have been, as you know, hundreds of cruises by drill ships since then, and they have found that the oceans are not older than about 300 million years, mostly younger, mostly a lot younger.
Yeah.
So the ocean is somehow well, anyway, that's getting into plate tectonics and oceanic geology, geophysics mostly, which I'm not am expert in. So anyway, I was on land poking around in the Franciscan, and I had concluded that the Franciscan was a great deposit of clastic or detrital debris, rocky debris, shed from the interior of the continent into one of these marginal geosynclines. And so when I finished Panoche Pass, working on Panoche Pass, that's what I come out with in terms of the interpretation. It was interpretation, not fact. Interpretation of the facts where we had thousands and thousands of feet of sedimentary rocks that had been derived from the nearby mountain belt, the landward mountain belt, the Sierra and its precursors. So then along about then, people began looking in the Atlantic Ocean and not so much in the Pacific, but in the Atlantic, and finding that when they drilled the oceanic floor was floored by the mid-ocean ridge in the mid-Atlantic. Not only that, we've been talking for years about continental drift, and everybody said, a good idea, as I just said too, but fanciful, because the continents have been in place since time zero. Their thermal heat flow is about the same over the continents and ocean basins. So there's no indication that the oceans are younger than the continents, except that when they drilled it, they were. And then we took a good look at the Atlantic Ocean and saw, as Francis Bacon did in the 17th century, the continents fit across the Atlantic Ocean like a giant jigsaw puzzle. You know, by the time Francis Bacon was alive, the age of the explorers and cruisers, the people from Portugal and Spain and Italy, had shown us the broad outlines of the continents and ocean basins. And
Well, let's get back to your career at UCLA. Not that plate tectonics isn't fascinating, but as I understand California in the 60s, there were a few other things going on than studies of the Franciscan. Did any of that impact you?
Yes, because the large faults like the San Andreas fault clearly thrust rocks that are vastly different in their age and site of deposition into juxtaposition. So we knew for a long time that in fact the San Andreas fault has strike-slip motion rather than dip-slip motion. Most faults we think about are up-down. This was horizontal on opposite sides of the fault. And the director of the California Geologic Survey didn't believe it had happened, but it had, and people were coming out with that idea of the offset provinces. Rocks on the east side were thrust south relative to the rocks on the west side, but if you push back the motion about 300 kilometers, you got a pretty good match, especially for the older rocks.
So now what I understand about the 60s was that there were some student unrest in California, a little bit of music, maybe a little bit of free sex. There were a number of things that happened, and to the people that were not studying the Franciscan and the San Andreas Fault. But apparently that had no effect on your career at that time.
No, we had pigs on campus ourselves, of course, but it was not nearly what was going on at Berkeley. We used to call it Bizerkeley. Anyway, at UCLA, the calmer heads largely prevailed, or was it they were mostly drive-on students, that is, students that were living at home and coming to school. So they weren't all there at night when all the excitement began at Berkeley and other places like Haight-Ashbury.
One of the questions that I'm kind of interested in is there was a change in the demographics of students. Sort of, I guess around 1960, all of your students would have been male. And then somehow, as you move forward through your career, you must have started seeing a lot more women students. Is that right?
Yeah, in geology. Yeah.
Yeah, in geology.
In geology.
So when was the first woman graduate student at UCLA in geology? Do you recall?
It was probably about 863. I was doing a lot of field work myself in the Panoche Pass area and other places in the Franciscan, but Clarence Hall was was a paleontologist, but also a geologic mapper, and he was running summer field camp. He asked me to come and join him because we needed two people to do the mapping project and do the mapping ourselves, as well as the students. And by 63, we were seeing students, kind of a lot of students. I had gone in the air with the idea that women actually, they could be micropaleontologists and look down a microscope at these little forams and other things, radiolarian and stuff under the in the lab, but that they were just not strong enough to do field work. And where were they going to go wee-wee and stuff? So it was a great surprise to me when I ventured into the field with women and men. It was all, we were just one of the boys. It all worked out well. We lived in the dorms at Cal Poly for several summers, many summers.
Where was the field area at that time?
Well, the field area was all up and down the westernmost part of the Coast Ranges from around, centered around Morro Bay, up to the coast, and then down the coast to where was it? What was it called? Anyway,
Cambria or somewhere.
Well, north and south along Cambria was fairly far north, but the names of the towns I'm having a little trouble remembering. But they were on to Santa Maria. About that's about as far south. But it was a petroliferous area. Had been worked a lot by the oil industry, but we were just doing geologic mapping, and it was quite exciting. Anyway, I realized then that I had been very mistaken about how well women could do in the field. They did very well indeed. They can't carry as big a pack, but we weren't carrying big packs unless we ate a hell of a lunch, and nobody did that. So it was a good time. And
did you guys camp or stay in a barracks?
No, or we were staying in dormitories at Cal Poly.
Oh, okay. And you had a cook and all of that?
Well, we didn't have a cook. They had a cook because there were summer classes. But we were given access to the refrigerators and the kitchen, so we could go in and build our sandwiches because we weren't coming back for lunch. So we ate breakfast there and dinner there, and we're out in the field. Cold showers, hot showers, whatever you want. It was cool. It was really nice because it was hot in the daytime. But anyway, at the same time that we were doing this, I was realizing that it was great fun mapping with undergraduates. They didn't know a lot of things that they didn't know about, but that was useful because we could all learn from it. But at the same time, I was working and getting my stuff published, including the Panoche Pass paper, which was roundly criticized by the then major figure at Berkeley in geology, Francis Turner, who said what I was doing was totally wrong because one of his professors had been working there 30 years and came out to different ideas. But that's the way it was at the time. And you still, if you were smart, you didn't let anybody stop you. If you wanted to publish, you kept working to make sure you could get it out. And you wanted to pay attention to the criticism and all. But I was still stuck in the geosynclinal mode. And then one day, one of my friends, and I knew plate tectonics was coming along, and one of my friends said, I bet you're really excited about these plate tectonics. I said, yeah, John, why? He said, because it explains your rocks. I said, oh, yeah, it does.
Who was that?
Had to go down under an oceanic plate that was diving under the continental margin. So these rocks went down like the foam in the toilet, as we say, and then came back up because it was buoyant, low density relative to the oceanic crust, while the oceanic crust continued to descend back into the deeper mantle. Much of the sedimentary section rebounded.
Let's go back and tell us who made that comment and when this comment was made, and what it was about your rocks that the new theory explained.
Well, I'd been working at Pinocchi Pass. I'd gone out with the idea that glaucophane, which is one of the minerals that you found there, in some of the metagraywackies too, that it is a sedimentary rock, but mostly it was in the oceanic basalt that was going down, as we now know, deeply into the upper mantle, and then some of these pieces broke off and came up in serpentinites, pieces of oceanic crust that had been hydrated and so were a low density, thus buoyant. Anyway, this was about 65. That's just when I was publishing my paper, or 566 maybe, publishing my paper in GSA Bulletin on Pinocchi Pass. And John Christie, a structural geologist who actually didn't publish too much, said, well, you must be quite pleased because this shows why the rocks could be high pressure and also low temperature. And I said, of course, you're taking crustal rock and mantle, crustal oceanic crust, cool at surface temperature, as with the rocks lying on top of it. You take that cool down into the mantle, you increase the pressure instantly, but the temperatures only go up slowly because of heat conduction. It's being slow. Relative.
So this is something like a eureka moment.
It was.
Have you had other eureka moments in your career?
A few.
Okay, because we'll want those to be highlighted. But
okay.
This is useful for people to know that a lot of scientists, work hard at what they're doing, and sometimes it takes someone else to point out the significance of their work, and that's your example is a pretty good story in that way. So you have a eureka moment. It's actually, if it's 1965, it's before plate tectonics is articulated.
That's right.
But we knew something, the ideas about subduction, and I mean the term wasn't even coined yet, but there was inklings of what was going on, and attention was focusing on the Franciscan group, and in particular the Ernst mineral glaucophane played a very significant role. The other one, of course, is lawsonite, which was named by the evil university to the north.
Well, yeah, we call it the mother campus. Anyway, here's the thing. I had a eureka moment before then. It was when I first went out with my samples, understood that glaucophane was stable at high temperatures and low pressures, for God's sake, and started looking at the rocks. And the rocks were normal basalts, except there are low temperature minerals in it like chlorite and lawsonite and glaucophane, and very occasionally clinopyroxene like jadeite. The metagraywackies had much more of the metamorphic aragonite and metamorphic jadeite that was nearly pure end member stuff. But we were associated with that, and it was clear to me that my work, the best work I ever did in my whole life was on glaucophane. It just happened to be wrong. because I was making a mineral that was very close to glaucophane composition, but in the run charge that I was running, I only got about 5% maximum of glaucophane. You could barely see it on an X-ray diffractometer pattern, but I figured that's it. It's pure glaucophane. I'm home free. It wasn't. It was magnesiosodic brictorite, which is not a common mineral at all. But it has a unit cell dimensions the same as glaucophane, which is why its X-ray pattern is the same, and its composition is not very far off from glaucophane. So my work on glaucophane is exciting and interesting, but unfortunately not relevant. So, as I said, here's the thing, see, you don't spend the rest of your life defending about bad position. You realize, oh, dearie me, somehow you're not wrong. Well, you go on to something else. Then somebody tells you, well, you must be pleased at all this. I said, holy mackerel, of course. That's why it's high pressure, because it's going down on the descending slab. Those were two, and they occurred in my first few years.
Okay, let's move on a little bit. So tell me about the life at UCLA. Well, did you guys eat lunch together? Or
Oh yeah, we had an older group, and then we had a bunch of young Turks.
And where would you eat?
Oh, on the fourth floor, up in one of the lecture rooms, where if there was no students around, and stuff like that. So, and we discussed things, but the old guys, when they saw my papers come out, they said, "Well, I saw your paper in AJS." I said, "And?" He said, "We don't understand it." But they didn't care to understand it. And fortunately, they gradually retired, and we took over the department. Unfortunately, that meant somebody had to take charge, and that happened to be me.
Well, we're going to get to there, but I want to go back now and talk a little bit about your family life through these times. So you had one small child, and then how many more did you have in the 60s?
Well, here's the thing. We just weren't seeming to have any more. It was not for lack of trying, but we decided, you know what? After 3 years, we're going to go to Japan. We're going on a Fulbright sabbatical. I'd asked for one. I actually met at UCLA, the chairman of the department at University of Tokyo, the best university in Japan, at least at that time, Hisashi Kuno, who was a great scientist of the basaltic type.
Yeah, one of my heroes.
He went on the return samples from the moon and stuff like that. He had said, "Please come to Japan sometime," and I said, "Well, maybe I will." So in '62, I guess I applied to the Fulbright. I didn't quite get it because I didn't have any references from Japan about where and why I was going to go. And then it turned out the guy who was getting the Fulbright turned it down, and they said, "Would you like it?" I said, "Is it pig's ass pork? Of course I'll take it." So we got up and went in February of '63 to Japan. baby Susan, Charlotte, and myself. And my colleagues at UCLA said, "What the heck are you doing? You don't have tenure yet." I said, "Tenure, schmenure. I can have tenure somewhere if I can't get it here, but I'm going to do some things," because I wanted to compare the Japanese rocks to these. And we thought perhaps during this time of relaxation with the calm of the Orient in our home, we would have another child. Didn't happen. So we came back and we said,
"Well, wait a minute. Let's before we come back, you went to Japan because you thought there were rocks like the Franciscan in Japan, right?"
Yeah, I knew there were because a professor named Koto at the end of the 19th century had described them in Shikoku.
So you spent time looking at them in Japan, I imagine.
I did. I collected a lot of rocks in the Tokushima area of easternmost Shikoku. And then I had a good experience, and Professor Kuno told me next time you should tell the people you want to be associated with that you want to be associated with them. They can help you. Oh, so does I said, I'll do that. That's how stupid I was.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Anyway, we came back and we said,
Okay. You came back 1964 or something? Or
yeah, the end of '63. And to my surprise, I'd been promoted to tenure already.
Wow.
But I didn't know. Anyway,
3 years to tenure. That's
yeah,
amazing.
3 years, yeah. So we said, let's adopt. So we did. Charlotte and I adopted a boy, and just for birth and all. And we had to know all the information you can to know, which you can't know everything. He's now 59 or so, and he doesn't know his ancient history of his genetically, which is a little difficult for him.
Mhm.
Anyway, that had happened, but then our family was enriched now to 2 people, 2 kiddies, and so time went on, and I went back to Japan with a postdoc for Charlie Gilbert, who's just now from OU.
Oh yeah, Charlie Gilbert. I know him quite well. So he was your postdoc, and you guys went together.
He's my younger brother. He was my first PhD student.
Now, and Charlotte and the girls and Charlotte and the family went with you, right?
No, they didn't. I went
so
3 months to Shikoku with Charlie, and we had a great time living in a mining camp and eating like the Japanese did, which was not wonderful, but it was good. I loved it.
Good and healthy.
And we became the gaijin, the tall gaijin who'd been in Shikoku. And you know, the U.S. Army did not occupy Japan widely. They had a lot in Tokyo and I guess some in other major cities, but they were not in the countryside. MacArthur, for all we thought about his pompousness, he was very smart to let the Japanese run their country.
Mm-hmm.
They kept the diet. They even kept the emperor, and that's what they needed and what we should have let them do at the time that would have avoided the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
But of course, we said unconditional surrender after World War II. Anyway, these people were very kind to us. We never found, except for one place near an air base where there were a lot of Americans, where they were not particularly interested in having us stay in their ryokan. But we never met a person on the street who was other than enormously polite. Anyway, so we came back after Charlie and I came back, and as Charlotte said, to keep away from the children. They don't know who you are. And they're a little afraid of you. And anyway, so then we adopted another child because we were having such a good time with that one. And then we went off to MIT in '68 because I was now ready for a full sabbatical. And MIT had asked me to come and be a visiting professor. It was called the Crosby Visiting Professor. I said, do I have to sing?
Bing Crosby.
No,
Cultural references are sometimes lost on audiences, but Bing Crosby was a famous crooner.
Yeah, I'm something for a white Christmas, just like the one.
Yes.
Anyway, so we went to MIT, and they were looking me over, but I was finishing up our big work in Japan. I didn't say, but we'd had several other people involved in the project, and we had a NSF grant for it, $25,000 as I remember. But it took us all to Japan for 3 months, and them to California for 3 months, and staying at our house. Charlotte didn't like the way they left wet towels on the chairs and stuff.
Who stayed at your house? The Japanese or?
Yeah, the Japanese, Seki and Onuki, stayed with us for 3 months.
Oh, They left the towels, wet towels. That would drive
Yeah.
my
Well,
wife crazy
the
too.
thing in Japan, we didn't stay in their house, but Saki's house a little, but not very much. But
Yeah.
it was all good fun, and these are colleagues. These are our, band of brothers.
Mhm.
So anyway, so by this time we had 3 children, 2 boys, and Susan. Susan was old enough to begin helping take care of things. So the time we took our next sabbatical to Basel in 1970, she could help stay at home because she was 12 years old. And Switzerland is so safe. You can leave your door unlocked. It
Mhm.
really is. Japan is pretty safe too.
Yeah.
You hand them the money and they pick out what they need. But eventually I learned how to count the currency, but they were so good. I thought, Jesus, if they had the resources we have, we would be the peons and they would be in charge. Amazing. Just
Yeah.
amazing. But
All
the
right.
Swiss, for another reason, the same way because they were the bankers of the world.
So what did you do in Switzerland?
Well, by this time, see, I'd already compared California to Japan, and as one of my colleagues said, now you want to compare those to the Alps. You could take the Alps to Japan, then the Alps to California, and then you can go to Chile and just keep more and more comparisons.
Mhm.
The larger the group gets, just by 2 factorial or something. Anyway, so we rented a house in Clyde, Basel, and I was at the Institute for Mineralogy there, and I noticed that there is a lock gate, a locked door between the Institute for Mineralogy and the Structural Institute. But I was given the key, and I could go over and talk to Laubscher and argue with him about plate tectonics and things like that. He was not having it. By that time, we'd been to the Penrose Conference in Silomar and various other places. Bob Coleman had led one on ophiolites up in Oregon. And I was in full cry on plate tectonics. You can imagine how overjoyed the Swiss were when I came in and said, Ken Shu, another foreigner, got it wrong, incidentally. And I'm not certain about John Dewey, but here's what I think. And they were not interested in what I think, but they did let me go out and see a lot of rocks and collect and stuff like that. But I didn't do any real mapping in Switzerland.
No, that's that. So how long were you in Switzerland?
Well, a year, 70, 71, and then we went back.
But you became department head in 70, right?
Yeah, I did.
So that's interesting, and we're gonna end around here because we're gonna talk about you being department head. So did they make you department head while you were in Switzerland?
No, it was before I went. So I had.
That must have been an interesting discussion. Yes, I'll be department head, but I'm not going to be here for a year.
Well, I was there for half a year, and as chairman for the guy who was chairman, who was Clem Nelson, who was off in Norway. And when he came back, I went when I became chairman. He had to do it for me for 6 months. So,
okay, that's a pretty good deal. That works.
But I still had to do 4 years of hard labor. It wasn't free.
Yes,
I mean,
everybody always cries for the poor department heads' labors. I remember that well. Everybody was very sympathetic to my plight. Not.
Yeah. Well, I learned a great lesson. This, you might say, was my third moment of understanding, and that is I was in a carpool with several other guys from Pacific Palisades. That's where we lived, with the place that's been destroyed now, by fire. Anyway, when I would be coming home and talking about the various colleagues and began calling them assholes, I knew it was time to quit.
Department
head. Because all of a sudden you begin to think you know better than all the others. Well, maybe you do know better than all of the others because you've been thinking about it a lot, and you may have some information they don't have. But the fact of the matter is, power corrupts. I think it really does, and people, for at least as feebly minded as me, I need to get away from it for a while before I feel better about my colleagues and stuff. I didn't hate people. Nobody hissed me in the corridors or something like that. But I said confidentially to Clarence and to Wayne DeLausey that some of them are really jerks.
So let's stop here, and then what we'll do next time is start around 1970 with your department headship and go on up through the 70s. Does that sound good?
Yes.
About his time at UCLA, and he's successfully finished his first 10 years and has now been promoted to department head. So Gary, tell us about the landscape at UCLA Earth Sciences when you took over the helm.
Well, you could question the word promoted. Getting to be chairman is something nobody ever really wanted because they were too busy doing research. But here we go. I started out, came to UCLA in January of 1960 and had a good 10-year run at research and teaching before I was too much involved with the administration. However, to begin with, I was basically chair of the curriculum committee because there are two things that are the daunting committees at UCLA and probably everywhere, and in research universities. The curriculum, and another one is parking. Parking seems to raise as many hackles as curriculum at UCLA because it's a largely commuter university, or at least was at the time, still is, really.
Well, I always heard that the definition of a faculty member was a group of disparate entrepreneurs united by a common concern for parking.
Yeah, well, that's really right. Well, UCLA had the enviable distinction of having more cars on campus than any other university. You can imagine why that is. There is a rule in Los Angeles, no more than one person per car. Well, there is another rule. If there are 3 or more, they're speaking Spanish. Anyway,
you're going to get in trouble, but I'm happy to go with you.
Well, I presume this will never see the light of day. Anyway, that's maybe this was back in the where you had to be politically correct all the time, 1960 to 1970. It was kind of free that way. Anyway, I came in and I was the lowest of the lows, the youngest hire on and one thing and another. But I had advanced fairly rapidly through the ranks, not because of my teaching, but because of research things that were making me visible nationally, the blue schists in particular, but amphiboles in general.
Well, and you were elected to the National Academy, which obviously.
Well, but that came a little later. That was
okay.
About 1940, 1975 or 70, 75, somewhere in there. Okay, anyway, here's the thing. I was advancing rapidly through the ranks, and I was full professor by then. I'd come back from MIT. I had a visiting professorship there, the Crosby professorship in 1968, and they put the bite on me rather hard. But others had done it before and afterwards. Penn State never gave up, Caltech, several other schools. So I advanced rapidly through the system, not because I ever went out looking for it, but because they came looking for me. One time at a GSA meeting, where Penn State was particularly anxious to deal with me, Dick Johns especially, my chairman got me in his hotel room and split a bottle of scotch with me. wanted to sit and talk to me all night, not because he didn't know me very well. He and I were in the same carpool. Ken Watson was his name, but he was chairman of the department. He didn't want me to see Dick Johns, who was at Penn State then. Anyway, I fell for all that sort of stuff. But by 1970, I had risen as far as I was going to go in terms of the ranks, except for the fact that as I came to know, there are many ranks to the full professorship, and up through 4 was common. There was even a 5 and a beyond 5. Only a few anointed souls ever got beyond 5, but I was one of them. Anyway, I was doing very well with my research and my teaching, but nobody ever advances very far in the University of California system based on teaching, though it's supposed to be, as you know, equivalent to research and to service. All 3 of those is what goes to make a good professor. Research is equaler than all the others put together. So, but I enjoyed teaching, and I taught a lot of undergraduates. But by the time 1970 rolled around, I'd been there 10 years and had a couple of sabbaticals and a leave of absence and stuff like that. And people wanted me to stay at the farm, let's say, for a while and run the department, which I agreed to do. We had a bunch of older professors, the old guard, as we said, who were very much involved with the oil industry. And then there was the younger guard, which was much more involved in research, publishable research, especially igneous and metamorphic petrology and geochemistry. Those were the really big ones that were looming at that time. And so I decided that, yeah, okay, it's my turn to take the chairmanship, although actually 10 years there is not an awful lot before you do that. But I knew I should do it. Now, the thing of it is, there were 3 entities, not just one entity in the Earth and planetary sciences at UCLA. There was the Geology department, there was the Department of Geophysics, and then there was the Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics, or IGPP, as we called it then. I had been considered a member of IGPP, at least according to my chairman when I was offered a position at UCLA. It would be a 9 months a year in the geology department and 2 in geophysics. Unfortunately, Willard F. Libby, who became director of the Institute of Geophysics, told me one time that I was not one of his guys. So I was not going to be invited to any meetings or anything, which seemed a little dreary to me, since that had been one of the things I was so-called given when I came to UCLA. But there, I figured, you know what? He may be right. The geology department is a little old-fashioned in terms of the kind of research. What is the most important parts of research? I said, well, anybody who works on crustal rocks is really talking about the stuff that's floating along above the mantle. The mantle is where all the real activity is beginning, so the tectonics and much of the geochemistry. So why don't we amalgamate with the geophysics department? Not very many people were enthused about that because they considered geophysicists somewhat of a feisty and uncompromising lot. But the point is that they really didn't know most of the geophysics people in geophysics well. It is true that geophysicists look down their snouts at the geologists, though. But I began playing handball with the geophysicists because I decided there's more than one way to skin a cat. First of all, we get to know our colleagues in geophysics a little better, and then we point out that earth science is geology as well as geophysics, and each can reinforce the other. So while this was not initially very popular, I came to dominate the discussion. And when my best friend, Clarence Hall, who's a paleontologist, macropaleontologist, and field geologist, he was vastly opposed to it. But I ran over him, actually. And that I never gave up my love of him as a person and a colleague and a field man especially, but I thought he was wrong. And I thought the combination of geology and geophysics would redound to our both success. 1970, when I proposed this, plate tectonics had just broken and on the world. And then there was, of course, the similar, another revolution in thought in terms of the study of the planetary system.
Let's pause there, because you bring up an interesting point that UCLA did not figure prominently in the plate tectonic revolution, and maybe you were the only person there that maybe informed the other people in the department about, let's take this idea seriously. Am I getting it right, or am I completely off base?
I think you are largely off base. I would like to think, as a compliment, I was the one who saw this early but didn't. But I think I told you last time, one of my colleagues, John Christie, a structural geologist, but mostly given to study in the laboratory rather than in the field, he said, you must be really impressed by and excited by all this plate tectonic stuff. I said, why is that, John? He said, because it explains what you're doing.
Yeah.
Pressure, low temperature.
Yes.
I said, oh yeah, right. Well, then I started running with the ball. But in fact, John was the one that early on spoke what should have been obvious to any thoughtful person, that plate tectonics was really important for everything, not just mountain building, but age of the oceanic crust and blah, 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 all that stuff. But this is just one of two revolutions in the planetary sciences. We started looking at the other planets, and by Jove, they were quite a bit different. The outer giants, the inner, the rocky planets, and so forth. And so that there was clearly opportunities to move into areas that were poorly peopled, and in fact, many times not even particularly concerned. I can remember attending a seminar that the provost had called on the earth sciences, and people from meteorology were there, and everybody. And I was saying that meteorology is an integral part of all this. And the meteorologist said, I don't think so. What have we to have with it? I said, what about the planetary, the atmospheric portions of Jupiter, things like that? I said, you don't want to do it from a plate tectonic perspective, that is a whole Earth perspective, a whole solar system perspective. We'll do it. They said, welcome to it. We have our hands full with what we're doing. So I said, well, Jesus, we're looking at the interplanetary medium, the magnetosphere and all that. Why shouldn't we look at planetary cloud cover and things like that? So there seemed to be, once I got the idea, somebody's got a bad cough. Once I got the idea that we could move laterally into areas that were poorly covered at the university, we could expand our whole system. Well, it was a prelude to Earth system science, only it's really planetary science. So it worked out very well, actually, with the geophysicists. They did, because they were smaller than we were, and they could see the likelihood of some FTE going their way. So they were happy to join us, but with their own ideas in full form. But we never became fully diversified. There were still aspects of geophysics where people were just way over on one side, and not in the same way with geology. But that you need a perspective, a spectrum of talents and concepts. So that seemed to be working very well. But some personality problems were extant, as they are in any department where you have more than one person. And we had that difficulty. I can say that I went around, spent a lot of time talking to people, but in fact, I didn't. This is something that I failed to learn early in my career, that you've got to go around and talk to all these people. I did play handball with some of the more active, vigorous geophysicists, and most of them beat the crap out of me. They were really good. They must have spent too much time on the handball court. But I had a lot of fun, and I made friends. And that's really important. First of all, these guys are not congenital liars that I had initially imagined. They actually are good people and have good ideas. So that I gradually sort of converted the geology faculty that this would be a good idea for them for the future, and for geophysicists that it would be a good idea to get a little more solid Earth understanding in them. So that's how that happened to work out. Now, there was another thing that went on at the time, and this was before I became chairman. In about mid 1965 or 64, 65, we got, in addition to our geology building, we were initially in the geology chemistry building. They were building it in addition to the geology side because we were expanding with the geophysics and stuff. And we had the capability in our geology department, which was occupying most of that new space, of putting in some funding, or we were given some funding by the dean for putting in instrumentation. And the department, I thought, was rather short-sighted when we had $200,000, I think. At that time, it was a big chunk of change. You saw it lying on the sidewalk, you'd stoop down and pick it up. It was good. And $200,000. And they were suggesting that we get a lot of rock cases and a lot of paleontological files for fossils, invertebrate fossils. And we didn't have any vertebrate at all. And that was most of the $200,000 went to those fossil and rock cases. And a colleague came to me, Don Carlisle, as a matter of fact, Canadian, said, "Isn't there something a little more exciting out there that we could have?" I said, "Well, yeah, of course. There's something called the electron microprobe that's just being hammered out. In fact, there's down at SC, there's a guy who's one of the earlier workers out at ARL, and he's giving courses on how to build these units and what you could do with them." And I said, they allow you to look at the real fine scale of minerals and stuff. It's like an electron probe, only it gives composition, to say simply. And he said, "Well, how much do these cost?" I said, "About 100,000, maybe 120 at that time." He said, why don't you propose it? I said, well, because I've only been here 4 or 5 years, and the faculty all have got this other idea. He said, isn't that sort of silly? Then I remembered something George Kennedy had told me. George Kennedy, I dealt with him because I overlapped with him geologically and in experimental work. He said, you know, big pieces of space, like big pieces of equipment, are very hard to come by. You can mess around with the nuts and bolts stuff, but you have a big room, and he had really big rooms for his labs. That's an advantage you should never give up. But he said it's the same way with equipment. And I said, well, you know, and somebody else told me this. It wasn't me thinking, hey, why don't we ask for an electron microprobe? He didn't say that. He didn't know what an electron microprobe was at the time. But anyway, Don Carlisle said, why don't you propose it? And I said, well, somebody's going to be mad, but sure, I'll do it. So I did. Then we had to have a faculty meeting. And at the faculty meeting, 17 people, of which Ernst was only one. A couple of the young guys, young assistant professors like me, only they were still assistant professors, said, well, amongst all this stuff, there's one person that has a proposal in for $100,000 or $120,000. How would we do it with all these rock and file cabinets? We should just stop, not have that. We should vote it down. And Clarence Hall, the macro paleontologist and field geologist, my good friend, said, well, that's terrible. This is a one-time opportunity. And I had said, you know, to get a big piece of equipment is very difficult. We can get these small ones piece by piece as we need them, but we don't need 200 new fossil cabinets right away. We can do it over time. This you can't buy in pieces. You got to buy the whole thing. So Clarence said, I'm going to cut the paleo side. Clarence had just barely gotten tenure. Yeah, but got down to 2/3 of what they had planned, which was instead of 100,000 cabinets or something, it was going to be 20. And he says, how about the petrologists? Can they cut down? And of course they could, and we got it. And the only people that were angry were some of the younger faculty members that had been there longer than I had, who said, gee, we would have proposed a computer if we'd known that. If we'd known that, we could have gotten something like that. Well, I said, well, I guess you should have, but this is something that will benefit all. Something like that is going to lift all boats. Now, true, it helps the geochemists and petrologists more than most people, but it'll be good for the university. We got the next one after Caltech. Theirs was number 55 from ARL. We were on number 56, and it cost about $100,000. And in the last analysis, we only got 50,000 from our grant from the dean, because the other 50,000 came from an NSF grant, which the department grant made while I was in Japan. Oh, that's right. So it must have been 63 rather than 65. I was in Japan in 63 getting tenure and getting a new electron microprobe, and I wasn't even there. Oh, well, anyway, it all worked out swimmingly. And I suppose there are some people that must have harbored animosity towards me for that, because I guess it could be viewed as elbowing my way into a position of receipt of great gifts and eventually authority, although nobody wanted to be chairman. I had to do that, and I did that not as penance, just because I really thought I could see our department, which was nationally ranked 7th or something like that, going to number 1. And I thought that I can help do that. To do that, I would hopefully cut back on certain areas like micropaleontology. We had a couple of micropaleontologists, the Loblicks, who were world famous, but I thought it was a dead-end field. I was totally wrong on that, and of course I was overridden by the department anyway on the votes on things like that. But I could see it. I could not see that seafloor spreading and the ages of the oceanic crust were going to be determined by microfossils, which they were, even though the poor little things hardly knew what they were doing. So that's when I lost out on. I told Bill Schopp, who had just been hired, but who's not, well, is a sort of a micro paleontologist. Yeah, I said we should be phasing out of paleo. He was one of my good friends, but he was vastly upset about that. So I lost out on that. So I took some big beatings, but by and large, we normally continued on in our geochemistry, petrology, and tectonics group, and especially with some amalgamation with the Department of former Department of Geophysics, who eventually were but it was a little later than that I got elected to the National Academy, and then, but miracle of miracles, Bill Libby turned around and invited me in, wanted me to join what is the club in Washington? The
Cosmo Club?
Cosmo Club, yeah, right. And we were going to join the club. I said I was kind of busy with my family and stuff, so I couldn't do that. But anyway, that's getting ahead of the story because that's beyond after I had finished being chairman. So that's kind of the way I did it. I think I have to say I'm an opportunist. That is, when I hear good ideas, I gather them to me and make my portion of an advancement through that. These things are something we should all do, so I don't think it's called bad opportunism. I didn't claim that I had originated any of this stuff, but I began attending meetings where things like subduction were discussed and ophiolites and things like that. So my experimental studies were continuing apace, but they were mostly, again, with things like amphiboles and pyroxenes and stuff like that. And they were never going to be the spectacular things because they added dimensionally, incrementally to our knowledge of igneous metamorphic petrology and aspects of geochemistry. But they were not, really big ideas.
Well,
oceanic crust is a big idea.
You've got to have something that you're a leader on. So Darwin had his snails, but that let him that gave him the credibility he needed to do, the larger thing. And that's, I think, probably true with you too.
Yeah.
But, so you started the equipment revolution at UCLA.
Yeah.
And then did you add other pieces of equipment during your tenure as department head?
Not really. We were moving much more into mass spectrometry with George Wetherill and stuff like that. So I could see where that was going, and I was very supportive of that because we knew that isotopes were giving us another dimension on the geochemistry and therefore the tectonics of the crust and upper mantle. I largely stayed out of the Project Apollo and the space effort. Many of the people in geology as well as geophysics went heavy duty. You can see the geophysicists, especially those involving other planets or the interplanetary medium. Most of them made a career out of that, Margie Kilson and people like that. But I said, they'll never bring samples back from the moon. And if they are, they'll be so small that I can't do much with them. I was, of course, wrong in that too. So, but it didn't hurt me to be solid on Earth. I don't have to be extraterrestrial after all. I could get far enough. I think it is true that if you look at the planets and their development, some of them are so different from our planet, and whereas others are pretty close, like Venus and Mars, that you got to realize there's a lot going on in the solar system. But I wasn't part of it. But
so Weatherall is figured prominently in my life because he was director of DTM when I was there.
Yeah.
So when did he come to UCLA and when did he set up his isotope lab? Do you recall?
Almost the same year as I did. He was in the Institute of Geophysics. Oh, this is another thing to talk about. Yeah, Bill Ruby came as a geologist, superannuated geologist, but a geologist. I think he had a regular position for a few years before he retired. But George Weatherall set up the geochemistry labs right next to Kennedy's petrology phase equilibrium labs, and he was also on my committee for the curriculum. So we spent a lot of time trying to reduce the curriculum and make it smooth and streamlined, and threw away the charcoal blocks and things like that.
Charcoal blocks. What? Tell us about the charcoal
blocks. Well, in mineralogy, the early work on trying to determine composition of some of the minerals involved you putting a small sample on a charcoal block and then hitting it with a blowtorch and looking at the colors that were produced. And that would tell you something. A copper mineral, but not a whole bunch. Anyway, we must have had 100 pounds of charcoal blocks in the lab that I took over. And I said, nope, out.
No, this is a recurring theme in our science is, the tension between, students don't know everything they need to, and, but students, we're not going to get students if they have to take all of these things because they calculate risks and rewards very well as adults do.
Well, and the database is accumulating. So the more you have to learn, the harder it is to make any progress because you have the larger thing to synthesize before you can see where you need to go. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there is this problem always, and the old guys are always saying, what? We had a whole year of mineralogy. Now you got it down to 6 weeks. What do you do? Quartz and feldspar and that's it? That sort of thing. Everybody does that. As you get older, you think, now they've gone too far, or rather cut too much. Yeah. That is the difficulty. People are not going to know the field anymore. Well, I say that too, because I think that's where the rubber meets the road. It's really important to see the rocks in the field. Yeah. But anyway, you can't do it all the time. But I want to mention one other thing because this is really important for the difference between UCLA and some other places. The Institute of Geophysics was set up, I think, about 1947, and they hired several people, Louis Schlichter and a couple other big shots, and they did not have any teaching responsibilities. They were just mainly to do research all their time. By the time I got there was an idea that new hires, there were still a number of people. Gordon MacDonald, I remember, didn't have any teaching duties, but and George Kennedy and Dave Griggs, none of those guys had any teaching duties. They did teaching because they wanted to, but not because they had to. But by the time I got there, most of the new appointments were going to be joint appointments. So when I became chairman, I was faced with the fact that a number of people in our joint department only had half-time appointments for teaching. Jerry Schubert, for instance, but a whole bunch of people. And they were determinedly not going to teach more than half-time. I, on the other hand, was teaching full-time, and the people in the geology department were teaching full-time. But it was some of the people in geophysics that were on half-time. Leon Knophoff, for instance. And Leon was director of the institute when I was chairman of the geology department. And I said, you don't have to teach, you should really teach half-time, or better yet, full-time, just like I teach. He said, no, we were hired under another proviso, and that's what we're going to stay. And that's what happened. The dean then said, yeah, Leon, you're right. Ernst can't force his will on you. I had hoped that everybody would teach at least half-time, and some, like silly people like me, would teach full-time and still have a half-time appointment in the institute, which I now had. But Leon won that battle, and he was a very good friend of mine, so I can say I felt bad about it. I didn't. But there were people in the institute, whose names I won't reveal, who said to me things like, I couldn't cut it. I couldn't keep publishing if I had to teach full-time or half-time or whatever it was we were doing. I said, well, you know what? You're supposed to be getting this exalted position of freedom from teaching because you're such a good scientist, not because it takes you that long to publish something. It didn't cut much weight with them, but I never liked it because I was always teaching full-time, always.
No, I agree with you, Gary, that I know from my own experience that when I started teaching, I'd rather not, but as I've taught, my research has been informed by, my understanding of what young people are interested in. And if you don't teach, you'll never know what young people are interested in. You're just talking to your peers. And we can see where that's gotten us in the country today. And
Yeah.
I'm always, against hiring somebody for purely research.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake, and it actually doesn't help their development. But anyway, I think we're getting close to time. But is there any lessons that you want to share about, for future department heads, what you learned about as your first stint as department head that you'd care to share?
Well, yeah, I had the distinct impression, in fact, I concluded that UCLA was willing to take risks. We hired a mathematician in our geology department, and there are people that are beyond the narrow limits of the discipline. And those margins where there's either in between two or three disciplines is where a lot of the action the problems lie, because they're so poorly addressed. And the more you go into the interdisciplinary stuff, the more likely you are to have things that become relevant to the body of research as a whole. And at UCLA, people were ready to do that. I later found, as when I moved to Stanford, that a very good department was much more narrow-minded about what constituted the field. They wanted people in the, and we know we need some people in the main part of the field and in great depths, but we also need people that are near the margin. They have to, as a consequence, they have to be a little shallower in the main thrust of the discipline, but they bring something new to it. And in the long run, I think those things are as important as depth. And I found that at UCLA, for some reason, there was great willingness to take a risk, to move out and get people that are far from your main discipline. But at a place like Stanford, it was, for some reason, much less so. They were more hidebound in terms of that. And I was distressed because I also thought that the good ideas would naturally occur to people, even if I had not enunciated them first. And I found that happening at UCLA, but not nearly as much as at Stanford. The problem, of course, is I parachuted in from somewhere else, and there was a natural proclivity to be suspicious of everything.
Well, it was the 1960s and 70s, and
Yeah.
experimentation was the, but anyway, that's a really good overview of your department headship, and then we'll continue with this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
About his career at UCLA. So, Gary, as we left last time, you were about to or had just stepped down as department head for the first stint.
That's correct. That was 1974 after a 4-year term. A 4 years, and that was what normally we did. We had 4 years on and then off, and then somebody else had to do it, and so forth. But it was difficult to get people to do it for 4 years. But once you found somebody, you weren't going to let them go any sooner than you wrung every last administrative oath out of them. So that's what happened. So anyway, 74, I became a free man again, and continued my teaching and research. We opened up new things. We had been to Switzerland, and we're going to continue on there because one of my big things was trying to compare blue schist belts from California with those famous ones in Japan and in the Western Alps and Chile and other places where they were less well developed or less well studied anyway. So I continued on and began working in Taiwan in the metamorphic belt that was on the east side of the island, east of the right along the median tectonic line, which cut through, of course, all of those major venues. The Western Alps had the Alpine fault, that's San Andreas in California. In Japan, the median line in Taiwan, the Eastern Fault, and in New Zealand, another big major fault, the Alpine Fault in New Zealand. So all these things had not only subduction, but there were major components of strike slip involved in all of them. So the comparisons of these terrains was petrologic as well as tectonic. And I went to lunch on that. I did a lot of it, and that was about the time I got elected to the National Academy. But as soon as I was elected, I was off to Zurich for another sabbatical. But I continued on.
Who did you work with at Zurich?
Volkmar Trumsdorf. You know who he was? Volkmar Trumsdorf?
Well, I recognize the name, but I never met the gentleman.
Well, yeah, he died early, I think. At least compared to me, he died early. But anyway, I spent 9 months there in Switzerland, and this time, instead of looking at crustal rocks, the ophiolites and whatnot that had been taken down to depth, but then to somehow move back up to the surface, I think, due to buoyancy. I wanted to study the mantle lithosphere, which was a little more difficult to do. But I looked at a lot of the peridotites in the Western Alps and collected samples and began studying their petiometry and geochemical variation and transformation. And so I got very much involved with other people working on peridotites in the Western Alps and whatnot. And at one place, Alpirami, I had found some zircon and some clinopyroxenes and garnets that were really high pressure. The garnets were 70% pyrope. They were something. In fact, another guy working in France found some that were almost pure white. They were like 90% pyro. So these suggested really high pressures. And I began touting the idea that my Swiss friends should be looking for microdiamond in these terrains. They all laughed at me.
Yeah, that's who's laughing now.
Yeah. Well, I found it prudent, as elsewhere later in my career at Stanford, when I'd done something that became popular, to try to prevent people from being subjected to my saying, "Ha, I did this." So in that case, it was the new systems called Earth System Science. It was across many disciplines. But into Alps, I found it wise not to say too much about it, but gradually, and with great difficulty, people came around. The interesting thing was that in Norway, as well as in the Kochetav Massif in northern Kazakhstan, the Norwegians, well, a guy from the Paris Museum who was an American, and the Russians from Novosibirsk were finding microdiamonds. Microdiamonds gave to more or less the proof positive that some of these terrains had been down to hellish depths of 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers perhaps, before they came back up. It took the finding of microdiamond, but not cosite, but like microdiamond, to actually turn most people around. But they didn't all turn around even then,
that took a while, but they're all turned around now.
Yes, indeed, it did. Well, it stands to work. Reason. Some of these things go so far down that we never see them back up to the surface. It's only rarely I think that they do move back to the surface. And I think it's body forces that bring them up. By body forces, I mean density differences. So you're in aggregate, you're taking it down relatively light material, even transformed to high pressure assemblages, compared to the mantle peridotites that surround them. So naturally, they're going to migrate back to the surface, bringing fragments of the peridotite with them and so forth.
Did you teach at Zurich at all?
Yeah, I gave a course in petrologic phase equilibrium. It's really classical thermodynamics.
Wow.
And, I gave that course also in Basel 4 years earlier, but I gave it in Zurich, and there were some people that wanted another course beyond that, but I really needed to do some research too.
Yeah.
And I was writing a textbook at the time called Petrologic Phase Equilibria, which offended Arden Albee, who I asked to read it because I put too much plate tectonics in it.
Sounds like Caltech at the time.
He didn't like the idea much, but then he was working mostly at JPL. He was at Caltech, but he was mostly working at JPL. And he was not seeing rocks that went to great depths. They were superficial rocks mostly.
Well, Caltech was not a bastion of plate tectonics, and this was plate tectonics was pretty firmly established by this time. This is like the mid 70s, right?
Yeah. Well, I must say that I was in Basel in 70 and 71, and I came over to Zurich to see people in the ETH one day, and I met Rudolf Trümpi in the elevator, and he looked at me and said, "Don't try to bring plate tectonics into the Alps." And then he got out of the elevator. Yeah. I was on the first floor of the Mineralogische Institute. He was on the second floor, Geologisches Institute, and he went up there to his throne and pontificated from there.
That's funny. So did you take the family with you to Switzerland?
Oh yeah. I would never have gone for a year without.
So you must have had fun with them on the weekends, huh?
Oh yeah, well, we had fun all the way around. During the week, the nuclear family exerted itself. We didn't have large numbers of outside friends. Each of my kids went to a Swiss school in Basel, if they were old enough, and in Zurich. But the older ones in Zurich, they went to English-speaking schools.
Mm-hmm.
But what they had for their friends. But they were all around the home at night, and on weekends we'd go on trips. We had a Volkswagen bus, which we drove at lightning speed of 50 miles an hour, mostly, and tried to stay as far on the right in the autobahns as possible, that the Citroëns and Mercedes, who you could see flashing their headlights from a great distance, like a mile away, they were saying, oh, we got what a Temperung. It's just simply a wagon, a high wagon sitting in the road, bothering me with their business. And they would pass on the left at 100 kilometers, well, more than 100 kilometers,
Yeah. 200
kilometers.
kilometers.
Oh yeah, it was. I spent a lot of time looking through my rearview mirrors, I can tell you. I said,
Well, that's surprising. That's surprising that, a train lover like you wouldn't be basically just on the trains all the time for all of your trips.
yeah, with 4 kids, and
Oh.
and at least in Basel, we had to have a kind of a porta-crib with us. That really required American style travel because we didn't have a bus all the time in Switzerland when we were in Zurich. Fortunately, some guys from Colombia were working with Italians in the Apennines, and their bus was available some of the time. So I rented it from them, put on a new set of tires, stuff like that, and we drove around in that.
Wonderful. So then you come back to Los Angeles, and tell me about your return from Switzerland after your sabbatical.
Well, by this time I was in the National Academy, and surprisingly, then made a full member of the Institute of Geophysics. But I did not reduce my teaching load. If I had kicked about it, I could have done it, because I lost the argument with Leon Napoff on that very issue when I was chairman.
Well, did you want to reduce your teaching load?
No, I didn't. I thought it was important to teach. And I taught a lot of elementary classes, elementary geology and geology of California, involving field trips for people who weren't going to be majors.
Yeah.
And
that's kind of unusual, right? Because I mean, that's, when you, by the time you're anointed in the National Academy, you figure, most scientists figure, well, clearly I'm too good for teaching. So
I labored under no such illusions myself, because I knew that my election to the National Academy was based on the fact that I knew and was cordial with a number of people at the Geophysical Lab and elsewhere around the country from my lecturing in various places. Like I was an AGU lecturer for a while and stuff like that. And that because I was a good fellow, I think I got lucky more than anything. I made some discoveries, but mostly after other people told me how important those discoveries would be that I'd made.
Well, that's so your way at UCLA was definitely greased because of that. Now you're in the IGPP. So tell us about IGPP a little bit.
Well, as you can imagine, it has people who are not used to taking orders from anybody.
Well, that's called professors, right?
Yeah, well, that is what professors are in general. But as chairman of the geology department, and later the geological and geophysical department of geology and geophysics, when I was chair, I had the authority and did set courses for various people to work. And everything, I was the one, the chair of the department was the one who told people who taught when and what.
Yeah.
Of course, you had to be sensible about what you asked them to do.
Sure.
But there was an understanding at the big state U that teaching was part of your obligation, an undergraduate course, a graduate course, a seminar, and maybe a field course. Although most people dreaded taking the field course because why? It took a lot of time.
Yeah.
And the worst was Summerfield. So I did Summerfield every summer with Clarence Hall, except for when I was on sabbatical.
Yeah.
And we started first in the Coast Ranges, and later we migrated to the White Inyo Range in Eastern California.
So you picked that up when you went back to UCLA, and but
Yep.
what about IGPP? So this was a different culture than the department, right?
Yeah, the thing of it is, the people in IGPP were by and large, on average, more accomplished than people in the Department of Geology or the Department of Geophysics, but not completely so.
Mm.
There were some people that were, I would say, not pulling their weight in the institute, and I wasn't chair of geophysics then. It was only later, after Leon had finished his chairmanship, that I became chair. But I tried to make sure that the people who were less distinguished began to shoulder more of the burden of teaching. And they didn't want to do that, and they hadn't been doing that.
Well, wait a minute. I thought IGPP was distinguished by the fact that no teaching was expected.
That was in the old days prior to 1960. All the big shots that came in earlier include, of course, Bill Ruby. Of course, he was beyond teaching time anyway. But all those guys didn't have any regular teaching job because that was factored in since they were hired in the late 40s or early 50s or late 50s. But by 1960, the dean had realized that it is very unsettling to the rest of the university, not just the earth sciences, but to physics and chemistry and biology, let's say, to see that there's some yo-yos down there in the Institute of Geophysics that didn't have any obligation at all, and they wanted theirs. That wasn't going to happen. So any new hire had to be at least half-time in a department.
Okay. And that continued.
Started before I came in.
Okay. So you joined IGPP, and then you said you became head of it after a while. When did you become
later? After a second tour of duty in the departments.
Okay, so you come back in 1975 from Switzerland or so?
Yes, in Zurich, and we had lunches every Friday at the institute. And we had not a faculty meeting, but a lecture every week on Wednesday or Thursday or something.
Oh, tell me about those.
Oh, well, they were really good. We had people in from all over. What's the guy from Australia who was very big in
Ted Ringwood?
Ted Ringwood came several times.
Yeah.
Various other people of the similar ilk would pass through, and they often give a lecture at the Institute of Geophysics. But it was written in stone that they should have one lecture a week at a given time, and so in the departments of geology and geochemistry, geophysics, they also combined had a lecture once a week. So we had at least a couple of good afternoon lectures, and that went on well because, in fact, there were lots of people coming through LAX one way or another, and they often would come to UCLA and argue with Leon Napoff or George Kennedy or something like that. And because it was a distinguished group of people.
Yeah.
But we're not used to pulling together on much of anything. And
well, let me ask you a very important question. Did they buy your lunch for the Friday seminar, or did you bring in a bag?
No, they did not do that. They had a paid for lunch by the Institute,
Oh,
which was one of the minor jobs they had. And we had a building built right in a greensward area between our buildings and engineering. It was called the bomb shelter because it looked half underground or something. But the designers of the Maginot Line might have thought of. Anyway, the bomb shelter lunch was without exception lox and bagels.
oh.
Only I called it lock and bagel because you could see through the lox. It was so thin and on a bagel, and that was it. That was the lunch. So lock and bagel, I said, that's what we were having as usual.
That's actually one of my favorite foods anyway. So I would just pile on more lox until I couldn't see through the.
No. You are not asked to help yourself at the bomb shelter. It's not with that. No, sir. This was what we got, and lucky to get it. Geology, geochemistry, geophysics, they didn't have anything like that for lunch, and we used to have brown bag lunches there every other day in the week. But we all had an afternoon lecture at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and one of the big betting things amongst the non-academic staff was who would fall asleep first. I won a lot. Until I began taking 2 cups of tea for the talk. Why was that? Well, it took me time to drink 2 cups of tea, and I did not like tea. So by the time I'd finished 2 cups, I felt a little ill, like throwing up. And I thought this would be a very poor thing to do.
You'd have to have a new bet on who threw up first.
In the front row. Although I soon learned to be back, at least in the middle, not necessarily in the back, but not in the front row. Anyway, the Institute of Geophysics was largely ungovernable, and it didn't rise to do any special thing well.
So what was it supposed to do?
Well, it's supposed to bring hotshot scientists to UCLA.
Didn't it do that?
Yeah, it did that. But if they chose to spend their time looking in the mirror and preening themselves, that was the way it was.
So if you could have changed IGPP, what might you have done differently?
Well, I would have liked everybody to recognize their teaching role, but and accept that. But that's not what lured the original 5 or 6 there. Gordon MacDonald and his lot. They were great scientists, though. Yeah. Not infallible, however.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what happened, and I was initially looked at with great disfavor by the then director, the original director, which was Bill, not the original director, the second director, Bill Libby. He just thought I was a rock chopper or something like that. Well, I was, and I did a lot of field work.
Well, he was a geophysicist, or?
Oh no, he was a chemist at atomic. He was the first one to really write carbon-14.
He was at Berkeley, so that's why.
No, he was at Chicago.
Okay, he was a carbon-14 guy who came to UCLA.
Only after the Atomic Energy Commission. He was on the Atomic Energy Commission for a while, and then he came to UCLA.
Okay, so this sort of brings us up to, our stopping point. We're not going to get to your second department headship at UCLA this week, but tell me what's going on, why they would say, oh, let's bring Gary back.
Who said let's bring Gary back?
Didn't you become department head again?
Oh, yeah.
So that means somebody must have said, let's bring Gary back.
Don't you know the story about the camp cook? 2 guys were out camping, and one cooked for a while, but he didn't like it. The other didn't like it either. So the first cook decided he would do something really bad so that the other one would have to take over as cook. Nobody wanted to be cook.
So,
What he did was make a shit pie. And the other one said around the table, "Oh God, this tastes terrible, but good."
so
Anyway, nobody. One of my good colleagues I had heard said, nobody who is a real scientist would have to be an administrator.
So to me, the way I looked at it, it's like nobody who wants the job should get the job.
Right.
But I mean, obviously that is a more humorous than true, because there's some people who shouldn't have the job who don't want the job, right?
Yeah.
But there's people that you also see that obviously, like yourself, that do the job well, that don't want the job, but they have a sense of duty. And I hear your sense of duty very clearly in your commitment to teaching and in your willingness to take on these leadership responsibilities. And I'm sure, the financial implications of leadership certainly aren't lost on me, but at some point it doesn't really pay, regardless of, the fact that you're going to move up the financial ladder faster, because it's more aggravating than doing your own research. There's no question about it. But we'll return to this as and maybe next time you can talk a little bit about how they sweet talked you into, hey Gary, want to do it again, and how you responded to those first opening ploys, and what finally convinced you. Because I was department head once. I'm glad I did it, because I did it, and it's done. But I didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Where was I going with this? I was going with this somewhere, but there is a sense of responsibility that impels some of us to do what we don't want to do.
Yeah.
And let's talk about that a little bit at the beginning.
Yeah.
Then we'll get into more about your second tour of duty.
Yeah. Okay. I will say one other thing about this business, though, starting in 1974 and going to 78. It was in that period that I had gotten into the National Academy, and all of a sudden there was another obligation looming. You have to serve on committees of the National Research Council, and I had to be chairman of the section, the geology section of the academy. And so I got involved in Washington. I began to have lots of trips to Washington, D.C., not my own research grants. No. It's problems related to global change and NASA's role and in Earth's processes and many other things like that.
Well, maybe we should spend some time on that next week before we go back to UCLA. Let's do that. Let's talk about your experiences at the National Academy a bit, and then we'll talk about your second stint as department head if we have time.
Yeah, that would be good. It will be fine with me, as long as you're willing to listen.
These are great. These are great stories. So we'll see you then.
Now it can be told.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Have a good day. Say hello to Melissa for us.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And he's finished his time off, sort of, between his first department headship, and he's looking at the possibility of becoming department head at UCLA again. So go ahead, Gary.
Okay. The second time through is supposed to be when you finish the things you didn't do in the first. The first time, I have to say, I was in full speed on my own research and full teaching load at the same time. And I took on the chairmanship because I wanted us to be best in the country. And the kind of recruiting techniques we used, I hoped would lure the best people to us. They mostly came from Caltech and places like Harvard and Yale. But I didn't, of course, achieve those successes completely. Many I got and then lost because they have high fugacity. So Dave Stevenson is a really good example, and so is Sue Kiefer. They were people that I recruited and then lost. Anyway, the first time you see a side of your faculty member that you never knew existed. And that's a little unsettling as a more gimme sort of posture than you normally see exposed in these people. But I recognize we're all human, and the reason I'm chairman is because I guess I like the power trip a little too much maybe. Anyway, coming back the second time, as you said, is a chance to redress old ills or problems, but I didn't actually do that at all. I knew what it was, and I just vowed to continue on doing the same thing. Why? Well, I was full bore going research. I was in Europe, which is was a lot more competition than it was in Japan or Taiwan, or even as I was beginning China. So my research efforts had expanded and were truly involving international rancor because I came to Switzerland and told them how the mountains happened to exist, and so forth. And as a consequence, I was looked on as somewhat of a charlatan, I think. I don't, but they did. He did not work in one area for 40 years. If he done that, then maybe we would accept him as one of us. Well, that didn't happen. I mean, that didn't happen.
Let me just clarify for the audience. That's supposed to be a Swiss accent.
Yeah, sure. If you're speaking Swiss, yeah, that's what they're going to do. When we get angry, we're speaking Deutsch, jawohl. Anyway, to continue on, I basically wanted to do the same thing, continue getting the four horsemen of the apocalypse in the Department of Earth and Space Sciences, as it now was, because we had a merger. I was very much in favor of that merger, even though my previous chair was totally opposed to it. But I kind of ran
just to remind us what was getting merged.
Geology and geophysics. Geophysics and space physics.
Two separate departments until what year?
Oh, well, you're looking for details.
Okay.
I was 75 or 77.
Okay.
Anyway, that the merger had taken place, and actually the geophysicists began to kind of take over the department and change its thrust to extraterrestrial. And most of the geologists were, shall we say, solid earth type people. So that was going to be a problem down the road, which I didn't already understand completely. But I still say the two belong together. Why? Because the problems we think about in the crust have their origin in the upper mantle. The differential flow of the lithosphere plates are controlled by what's going on in mantle convective cells.
Well, Gary, let me comment. You're talking about the philosophical divide between geophysics and geology, which I think we all recognize. But there was another element, which was space sciences.
Yes.
I guess you're talking about planetary geology versus Earth sciences, which is a third dimension on that chessboard.
Yeah, it is. And I vastly wanted to be in that, which involved also atmospheric science. And all you have to do is look at Jupiter and you realize that it's a very complicated business.
Now, atmospheric science, was that in the newly constituted department or somewhere else?
It was in the new truly department, well, then what you said. It is in there because we had a big conference up at Arrowhead, up in the San Gabriel's, and the people in atmospheric sciences, meteorology, didn't want to join with Earth and geophysics, physics sciences. They didn't. And I said, you don't want it? We'll take it, which we did, more or less. And of course, we'd been extraterrestrial for a long time with the magnetosphere and things like that. There were a lot of people that, like Margie Kivelson and others, who were leading the way in that general area, which is, the interplanetary space.
Let me just ask one clarifying point. So these atmospheric scientists, meteorologists, how many people were in that department before they joined? About?
Well, I don't really know. We gradually added them. It was a gradual process. I would say maybe 3 to begin with.
Okay, so it's very
including the Institute of Geophysics, which was a still extant operation.
Okay.
I was hoping that all new appointments would be at least half-time in an existing department, and that also occurred.
So it's a really all-encompassing department that you're presiding over with geophysics, geology, planetary, atmospheric. Quite remarkable.
Because there are gradational boundaries, not sharp divides, but amongst those various departments. So it makes sense to have them all under one rubric, under one roof, but it makes it more complicated. And then you have subgroups within the department because all the birds like to flock together. That is, in their own, those are of a particular feather. So that was also necessary to manage somehow.
So about how many people are in the faculty are in the department, sort of at the end of the major consolidation?
Oh, I would say 25.
Wow. 20. Okay, but so starting to get large.
Yeah, starting to get large. It wasn't enormous. There were boundaries, and we were just getting more into the extraterrestrial and planetary sciences in the late 70s, early 80s, which is my second rule of terror.
Can I ask a question about faculty meetings?
Yeah.
So 25 people is a lot in a room, especially if they all want to talk. How would you handle faculty meetings? How often would you have them? How would you make it so that everybody had a chance to speak? Or tell me a little bit about your philosophy with faculty meetings.
Well, I had a manila folder that on the tab said faculty meeting. I would have liked to have had one a year if I could have done it, but that was not possible. The difficulty is the people bitched and moaned about having so many meetings, but if I didn't have one, they bitched and moaned. So I realized that was the way it was going to be, and I tried to minimize the meetings that we had and have subcommittees that dealt with things like the curriculum or parking. The other major issue of campus was parking. But if you ask a professor to talk, he'll talk forever. So the idea was to make them short and sweet, if at all possible, highly organized, and I tried to get things sort of hassled out before the meetings would occur. But that wasn't always, in fact, it wasn't generally possible. So you did have to have meetings. I found it sensible to have a trip in Washington planned for the day of the meeting so that I could buzz out and close the meeting. Well, I did. I had to run for the planes a couple of times at LAX. Anyway.
So let me ask you one question about your style of leadership. I've noticed that there's two kinds of leaders. There's the the leaders who mostly live in their office, and then there are the leaders that spend a lot of time visiting people and doing things outside of their office in the department. Could you describe how you like to interact with people?
Yeah, neither one of those. I spend a lot of time out of my office because I've spent a lot of time in research mode in places like Switzerland or later China, stuff like that, and whatnot. And so I couldn't have a lot of meeting. I had a full research agenda going on at the same time. I was running the department and a full-time teaching job, which I taught a lot of big courses, elementary courses, and things like that, which meant there's a lot of grading involved, which I really truly hated.
Well,
But
another question related to this is, given that, did you have an assistant department head that, would cover for you when you were out or did a lot of the work for you?
vice chairman was supposed to be the graduate advisor, but in fact, it was largely a honorary post because we had always a good staff member who was the real academic advisor, usually a woman taking charge of all the students, the mother confessor to the group, really. That's the kind of person you really needed when the courses were being assigned. You needed the faculty member to say, this is what it's really important that we consider when you making up these curricula. But the idea was, leave the curriculum alone. The people will teach what's most important. Although the chair, that's me, was me, had to assign them to a quarter when they were going to teach it so that the whole thing worked right. And the bigger the department became, the more difficult it was to make sure that students, undergraduate students particularly, had a way to get through the courses after 4 years. Because it was difficult to put people in courses, especially the elementary courses. And I had a number of faculty members that routinely opened it up to join the class and then close it down very fast, hoping that they could eliminate their role in teaching it. And a number of people did that and had lesser teaching roles for that reason. I wasn't one of them, I don't think. Anyway, the reason I took the chair that second time, you asked, why did you do it? If you saw it the first time and you stepped in it once, you're going to step in it again? And the answer is, yeah, I know, because I think we made progress in the first run, and Clarence with my good buddy, who's a paleontologist, but didn't want to merge with geophysics, hated the geophysicists, but I kind of ran over him in that, even though he was a big supporter of me. I said, I think you're wrong, Clarence. We have to have geophysics. And I still stand by that, even though the geophysics is going more extraterrestrial nowadays, at least at UCLA it is. But the thing of it is, I just felt, again, it was really important to lead by example. And I didn't have a lot of faculty meetings, and I relied on the good sense of my colleagues to either make a suggestion or go on and do the job themselves. And since most of them didn't want to do the job of administrating, that I got back. And word got back to me that a couple of my faculty members thought anybody who was a real scientist shouldn't be an administrator. And I agree with that, but I did it anyway. And I think that I did a pretty good job because it got eventually pulled to Stanford that way. I found that a more difficult group to manage, though they'd been loose in the pasture for so long. It was very, very difficult to get them to do anything together.
Well, let's figure out. So, did you go straight from department head at UCLA to dean at Stanford?
No, I had gotten my second tour of faculty chairmanship at UCLA in 1978 to 82. about 83 or 84, 84 probably, I became director of the Institute of Geophysics. My good friend Leon Napoff had retired from the chairship, and so I became chair for a couple more years. A couple of years, less than 3 years. I was 86. It must have been 86. I started.
Okay, let's do we need
and there were no votes in the
let's pause. So is there something else we should discuss about your second stint as department head? Or should we move on to what happened after you stepped down?
Well, yeah, the thing I would say that it was evolutionary, not revolutionary. I was trying to do it by adding faculty members that I thought took us in new directions. We hired a mathematics professor. We hired people who were into solar wind and stuff like that. So we hired people that I thought were the best in the world, or at least in the country. And then
I think you hired Mark Harrison then too, right?
No, he came later. He came as I left. In fact, he was my replacement. He was my replacement.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to hire him, but I was working on a guy from Caltech who ran the Seismo lab. I wanted to hire him because his wife actually was a nursing professor in our school, and in
Don Anderson.
Yeah, Don Anderson. Yeah, I wanted to hire him, and I had a sweetheart deal: 5 new FTEs, 5 new billets, as we call it at Stanford. 5 new FTEs where we split with other departments like astronomy, like atmospheric sciences, but predominantly would have home in geophysics, or the Institute of Geophysics. He would have had 10 appointees. Can you imagine? Just at that time, I went to Stanford.
Well, wait a minute. Let's talk about Don Anderson. I never heard this story, so I can see why you would want to hire him. But did you get close, or?
Well, we were in negotiations with him. I'd been kind of arguing with him on eclogites and ophiolites and stuff, because Don had moved into that area. Well, like you, and naturally, there's a certain amount of difference of opinion that is justifiably maintained, because we're not arguing about the facts, we're arguing about the interpretations, and everybody can have their own. I certainly had that with the USGS for many years. Anyway, he was interested, but by the time I was able to leave, all of a sudden those positions went away. I was being proposed by the administration at UCLA for all university professorship, and they had just offered it to me, which would have cemented it in. I could have been anywhere in any part of the camp, any of the 8 campi, as long.
Well, I do have to pause here, because at the University of Texas at Dallas, there's one kind of professor. We only come in one flavor. We're sort of like Model T Fords. You can have any color you want as long as it's black. We're professors. Now there is a division between those professors that have endowed chairs and those that don't, but there's only one grade of professor. In the University of California system, how many grades of professor are there? We're not talking about assistant professor, associate professor. We're talking about full professor.
Yeah, there were 6 when I was there.
And
then there was above scale, and I was above scale. So was Bill Calla. He and I had the highest salaries in the university. Actually, we were both above scale in the earth science.
Not more than the football coach. That's not possible.
No, and in fact, it was less than got at Stanford when I went there, and I was still not the highest faculty member in the School of Earth Sciences. There were several people in physics were above me anyway.
Yeah,
but
so,
they weren't administrators.
I am somewhat jealous of this extra ladder that you have at the UC system, but anyway, it's about you, not about me, isn't it? So let's talk about what happened after you stepped down as department head. You had a little bit of time before you became director of IGPP.
I went off to New Zealand. We had a sabbatical. My last full sabbatical was to New Zealand, and I started some new projects. I was still working.
Was University of Auckland or?
No, it was Dunedin, which is the oldest university, Otago University in South Island, in the whole country, because that's where the gold mining was in the 1860s, and they had
beautiful,
just like we had in 1849, 50, and whatnot. And we had in New Zealand we had an influx of Chinese, many of which started fish and chip takeaways they called them. Wrapped in newspaper, where it gave off a sulfurous smell, but God, the fish and chips were delicious. They really were, and they were the best in the country. Yeah, it was a nation not distinguished for its culinary arts, I must admit.
Everything. Talking about New Zealand or China?
Mutton or
New Zealand.
Yeah. Well, yes, anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, the point. I started several new research projects about then. Two in California. I had been working in the Coast Ranges for many years because I was working on the Franciscan. But starting in 1978 in the White Inyo Range, east of the Sierra, east of Owens Valley in the Sierra Nevada, it was a high alpine desert. I started working there on regional geology, metamorphism, igneous petrology, stuff like that, and eventually went into vegetation and how vegetation changed with elevation and with changing climate. Then at the same time, a year later, I got into the Klamath on a USGS wilderness mapping project with Bob Coleman and several others. And that continued on for about 20 years. White Inyo Range, mostly 30 years. But so those are new areas in my own state that I could drive to in one long day from UCLA. And I continued on when I was at UCLA, but at Stanford. But I continued also looking in the Coast Ranges. So I had three major colored maps come out in 1 year. In 1991, I think it was. One for the Pacheco Pass area, another for the Central Klamath, and another one for the White Inyo Range. So these things continued on, but I still worked with the Europeans on another set of projects, because at that time, people in the Western Alps, at least in the Caledonian area, were finding cosite, and they even found microdiamond. Same way in eastern Kazakhstan or northern Kazakhstan with the Russians from Novosibirsk. So we worked with these people. So we had several different projects going in China, in Novosibirsk, the South Urals, and the Alps. Plus,
so
of
this
course,
is
starting to work in China.
I'm getting a sort of an image of an extremely tall Energizer bunny. It seems that you're just all over the place. Tell me a little bit about your family. What was your family? Weren't your kids going to college around this time or something?
At that time, they were going to college, and yes, I had given them short shrift for sure in terms of my time. Usually when I was home, where I did spend a lot of time, with the family. As Charlotte said, though, you know, you say you've been married for 50 years, it's really 35. Because all the time you've been away, I say, well, that's an exaggeration. I went a couple of weeks at a time, sometimes a month at a time. Well, in Japan, it was 3 months. So those were a strain on the family, but Charlotte recognized that's sort of what a geologist did. And I tried to make up for it when I was home. Of course, I didn't do nearly as much. I'm making up for it now because, as I say, Charlotte and I are living the dream because we're together all the time. I don't go to the university.
Yeah.
I do Zoom sessions. That's it.
Yeah. So, well, I'm there. Let me ask you a question. So we're going to close the chapter on Gary Ernst, department head. Do you have any advice for department heads?
Don't do it.
And what would your response have been if somebody had said that to you the first time?
I probably would have still done it because I think you got to have somebody step forward and man the bilge pumps. You know, it doesn't solve itself. If it was easy to do, you could have a secretary run the department.
Yeah.
But it isn't. There's things that have to be decided and done. My big mistake was expecting that if you gave people good ideas, they would embrace them as, wow, that is pretty good. Let's do that. No, with professors, you have to say, I got this idea from you. The only reason I'm talking about it now is because you told me. You don't remember that? You did it. And then
your Machiavellian skills have always been a source of wonder. But the one piece of advice you gave to department heads is don't do it. That's kind of like, you know, saying, you know, don't have sex to a teenager. Maybe not, but let's imagine that somebody did it anyway. What advice would you have for them?
Okay, this is not a sinecure forever. You try to get some things done and get out. You will know when it's time to get out when you begin calling your colleagues bastards and assholes. You start saying that, you're done. You're not going to be effective if you start thinking you know more than all of them, and it has.
And last time we finished up his second stint as department head, and he is continuing on in a leadership role at UCLA. So Gary, take it away.
Well, okay, thanks, Bob. Actually, in 1982, we finished my second term as chair of the Geology Geophysics department, now Space Science department. And I went off to New Zealand for a wonderful sabbatical leave in Dunedin, South Island, Australia, New Zealand. But it was a glorious time. Came back in the fall of '83 and was a happily free faculty member to teach and do my research. Continued new projects in California, in the White Inyo Range, in the Central Klamath, and in the Coast Ranges. All of those were extant, plus some new ones starting up in China and the former Soviet Union, Kazakhstan area. Anyway, those were sort of idyllic times when I had no academic leadership role other than being a regular department member with my own ideas like everybody else had. But the Institute of Geophysics had their leader step down, Leon Napoff, a very good guy, a close personal friend. And so ultimately I accepted the role there. Since they had no teaching duties, they had mostly faculty positions that were research, and there were no empty FTEs, billets we call them in Stanford, but FTE and the Institute. It was a kind of a holding pattern that I had there. But what was the Institute of Geophysics? It started, I believe, in 1947 when UCLA, which played big-time football, wanted to play big-time science as well. And so they started the Institute of Geophysics, which brought people from Harvard, MIT, and other worthy institutions to Caltech with no teaching loads, no responsibilities other than be brilliant people. And there were a number of people that became members of the Institute of Geophysics in that period. You can imagine UCLA was setting up a first and second class hierarchy because the people that had to teach didn't do nearly as much research, and consequently they did not advance in their positions in the university as rapidly as those in the institute, some of which had meteoric rises. Others had already tapped out at the top meteoric rise to even be appointed.
So let me interrupt you here because I'm looking online and I looked up IGPP. There's one at UC San Diego, and it says that it was dedicated in 1964 after a formal decision to develop the institute in 1960, and the original idea for the institute was hatched in 1959. And is that seems a bit later than what the timeline you're talking about for UCLA? Are they obviously they're
you'll have to remember that the university plan for the 7 or 8 campus organization was hatched in about 1960. So La Jolla, which had started as Scripps Institute of Oceanography, was let in because they had top researchers as well, and they wanted a piece of the action, namely free from teaching jobs.
Okay.
You may think it's strange that people who teach at a university are find undergraduate teaching, especially, to be anathema. But the answer is it doesn't advance their research goals. And the fact of the matter is research is what's all important in advancement, because you can identify people who do excellent research fairly early in their careers, but you have a heck of a time recognizing good teachers until after they've been dead about 50 years.
Yeah, and also I would say it's a status thing. So
yeah,
when you hire someone to your campus, a big shot, not an assistant professor, but a full professor, you make promises like endowed chairs and no teaching, and certainly those are signs of status. So it's natural that those that don't get that kind of status would be resentful. But so it looks like, what as I understand is IGPP was a UCLA idea.
Yes.
And then it's slowly propagated to the other campuses.
Not all. The mother campus, as we call it, Berkeley, was having none of it.
Ah, interesting. Is there a reason that?
I never heard what it was, but they were like the Supreme Court. They were not in the business of telling people why they did things. They just did them because they were Berkeley.
Okay, good.
Campus. I mean,
okay.
The rest of these, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs,
So was the funding for IGPP from the state, or did it come from Cecil Green and private donors?
It was both, although I don't remember hearing that there were any big endowments from the likes of Cecil Green. Stanford, I got to know Cecil at Stanford a lot better. As long as you stand on the left side, you can talk to him and shout in his ear and he can hear it. The right side is stone cold deaf. Anyway, that's getting ahead of the story.
Okay.
But because of the one senior versus junior type relationship in the professoriate, it was very destabilizing for the geology and geophysics departments, whatever you call them, space science in later times, because there's first and second class citizens there. and they don't like it. That is why I always taught a full teaching load, not a half-time teaching load, a full-time teaching load. But, you know, I thought you show a good set of actions and whatnot, and people will follow that. Yeah, not so much.
Well,
Really.
well, it's leading by example, and which obviously is easier to be in favor of than to do. You seem to have mastered both of them. But so how long were you head of IGPP at UCLA?
Not quite 3 years, because there wasn't a whole lot to be done actually. But then I decided to go to Stanford.
So how did that happen?
Well, I was on their visiting committee for a while, and a long time actually. And I remember the visiting committee had some real importance. There were people from industry, and Stanford got a lot of its contracts and grants money from, shall we say, the oil industry. Anyway, it did. And so those people spoke importantly. About 1987 or 88, the possibility of a new building came up. And unfortunately, the people in the geophysics department were totally against it. And the current dean of the school was Alan Cox, and he thought it was a bad idea.
So at that time, the department was completely housed in that corner of the quad, right?
Completely. We also had Mitchell building,
Okay.
Geology corner. Anyway, we were overstuffed. There were not enough offices. There wasn't room for faculty, students, especially graduate students, and one thing and another. And so the geophysicist said, let's take the money and just do something else with it. And it was quite clear that Cecil Green, who was the big benefactor, was going to give the money for a building. He built a library at Stanford, and he did several other things, and he was offering us a new geology building, or shall we call earth science building. So I said, rather firmly, I have never heard of an organization which, having gotten a new building, fell to their knees and were never heard from again. They always have a new generation of people coming in. Yale was a particular example at that time, and they go on to big and better things. That didn't go down very well with the geophysicists, but they didn't want more. They were happy the way it was. And so
can we talk a little bit about why somebody would look a gift horse in the mouth, and in this case, the gift horse being the building, and the people looking in the mouth would be the geophysicists?
They just said we wanted to use the money for other things. We didn't want to do that. We have plenty of space. We don't need more people. We just need more money. But that you can see that's not what attracts many people who are going to endow a department or a school. And that's what Cecil Green was going to do. It was going to be a building, or it didn't look like it was going to be anything else. Anyway, I said we could have a new birth of freedom here in this four department school. We had 4 departments: geophysics, petroleum engineering, curiously, in the geology department, geology, and applied earth sciences, which was oil industry for the most part. Anyway, so after they offered the position to several other people that I knew of, Clark Birchfield, a guy from England. Oh, really good. Oh, I used to know him very well, but he kind of faded away. And several other people. Finally, they came to Ernst, and Ernst said, yes, I'll come. Why? I had turned down MIT. I had turned down Texas, both of which had offered largesse in terms of a research program, but of course, obstreperous faculty in both places. And shall we say, well, recalcitrant faculty. They didn't want what anybody else said, and they couldn't agree on what they wanted. So anyway, it looked to me like Stanford was a relative bed of roses compared to that.
So what year was this?
1989, I actually came September 1st to the job.
Oh, yes, very close to the earthquake.
Oh yeah, yeah, just before. But it was one of the better things that happened to me then.
Really? You're talking about the earthquake or the deanship?
The earthquake and other things that happened, our indirect cost controversy, and the downsizing of the university. But that's getting ahead of the story. Let's just finish off the Institute of Geophysics.
Okay.
Anyway, it seemed like the Institute of Geophysics there were going to be no more full-time appointees to the Institute. They would all be joint with departments. So they were making an effort to make it sort of somewhat above the normal faculty members would be the anointed Institute faculty, but only some. I, as chairman, had to go, as dean, no, we had a director actually of the Institute, had to go around to talk to everybody when it was time for advancement or one thing or another. There were these various steps in the Institute, in the University of California system. At the time I was there, 6, plus off scale and over scale.
So we call that the stairway to heaven, right?
Yeah, that sort of thing. You bet it is. It was.
But we never know quite how many steps there are on the stairway to heaven, do we?
Well, we knew at the time I was in my reign of terror, it was 6. You went through for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in that order, and
all for a full professor, not.
Yeah, associate professor. There were 3 steps.
Oh,
and I guess as assistant professor there was 3 steps too, but they were semi-meaningless steps. Whereas in the professoriate, now you're talking big, not big money, but for the university, it's relatively big money. Anyway, so it was kind of a holding pattern I had for the Institute. And then when I decided to go to Stanford, because it looked like, here's a place that was a very good place, very well funded, but living on past glories. They weren't doing new things. And it was exemplified by Alan Cox, who said, they don't need a new building. We're fine the way we are, because you couldn't do any more than the way we are. But the geophysicists just needed old envelopes. They could do all their work on the back of envelopes and then make a paper out of it. We had to have rocks. We had to have fossils. We had to go to the field. We had to do a lot of other things in the 2 of the other departments. So there were problems there already that I thought, you know what? The basic bones of the place is very good. I can come in and move this place forward, hopefully to number 1. We were like, that is, we at UCLA were between 3 and 7 in the Newsweek polls, and Stanford was. And I kept saying, well, we're as good as Stanford. No, we're better than Stanford. Look at the people we've got. So I thought, I'll go to Stanford and wreak my havoc or beauty on them as well. So that
before we move off, I do want to get you to comment on, I think you're talking about the U.S. News and World Report rankings of departments. Yeah. Do you think it's all in all a good thing or an egregious thing? Your comments?
Well, it attempts to be the authority in determining, or at least recognizing, greatness in universities. And I've always said, it doesn't mean anything if you're in the top 10, but if you aren't, it's terrible.
Okay.
So what that says really is people want to know a shorthand, how to figure out where the best place is to go to send students and their own sons and daughters and stuff like that. It serves a useful purpose, but it's built on professorial suggestions. Each one has their own particular suggestion. Of course, their university is number one, but all the others you can count on.
Well, the ranking of the departments is a bit different than the ranking of the universities.
Yeah.
And I think, what university is good for an undergraduate is quite different than what department is good for a graduate student. But we can move on. So,
Well,
did we finish with IGPP, or do
yeah,
we want?
we did finish with IGPP. The thing I would say about the U.S. News and World Report is that the really important one is the graduate research potential and capabilities in a place, because that's where the real reputations are made. We say teaching, research, and service are all three of the important things that you'd have to do in universities to get advancement. But the research is equaler than all the other two put together.
Yes,
Why? Because it's easy to recognize scientific greatness within a few years just by the number. Well, there are problems with it, but the number of citations tell you something, that there's a lot of people that are interested in some research. Of course, they're charlatans and one thing or another, but mostly they're not really bad charlatans, because so much attempt to reproduce people's results. So
more importantly, from the university's point of view, is the overhead that
bringing in
researchers bring in. They do like reputation, but they really like overhead.
Well, the administrators like overhead. The faculty hate the overhead, as I did when I came in to Stanford and was on the dean's, the president's council, which was the deans of the 7 schools, me being the second smallest school. Education was smaller, but we were science anyway. We were distinguished when I came in.
But, so let's go back to the building. So you came in, was the decision to make the building taken before you came? Okay, yes. So that was settled.
That was settled. And what one of the reasons was Alan Cox died in a bicycle accident, shall we say. Anyway, we had an interim dean of the school, who is George Thompson.
But before we move on, was your hiring as dean linked to Alan Cox's death in any way?
Well, in that we needed a new dean, and they had an interim dean, George Thompson, who was
okay. I got you.
In both geophysics and taught in geology and stuff like that. So he was a really good guy, and Stanford core completely.
But the point is, Alan Cox had stepped down as dean before they reached out to you.
Oh, well, he had died. That's
right.
Stepping down, definitely.
Oh, okay. So that was a sequence. So what was the time difference between his death and your arrival at Stanford?
About 2 years. Okay. I still remember I was on a committee of the National Research Council, and I went out to see a deep drilling site along the San Andreas Fault that Mark Zoback was running. And up on the derrick floor, when they were coming out of the hole, he said, "A terrible thing, Alan Cox just died." And I said, "Oh God, that is terrible." I had already argued with him a bit. He wanted me to come to Stanford a few years earlier, but the way Stanford was running their research program, everybody had to have outside money to hire support staff, and things like the electron microprobe and even fossil collection curation really needed technical people who were academically oriented, but not the faculty. I mean, Jesus, you don't want the faculty counting shells and stuff like that? No. Anyway, so I was arguing with Alan Cox even then in the old days, because not just the building, but I just didn't see him really for somebody who's one of the leaders of the paradigm of plate tectonics. He seemed to have feet of clay to me about some of the meetings we went to. And so I was ready to come to Stanford. I said, I thought, I'm sorry about Alan, but the fact of the matter is he was presiding over the status quo. He was just like I was at the Institute of Geophysics, and I was tired of that. I was tired of not saying, here we go, this is what we're going to do. You all want to do this, or give me something else that you want to do that we can all do together to move forward. To me, it was, you can't just sit on your laurels. Anyhow, so that's how I came to Stanford. But
You saw an opportunity to do something new.
to take a really good place and make it maybe number one. I thought it was within range of Caltech, Harvard, and MIT.
And you knew this because you'd been on these visiting committees for several years.
Oh yeah, had I ever. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And how often would they have a visiting committee?
Well, that depended. At Harvard, it was very regular, and I was served on one of them when they were trying to get people to do joint studies with the earth scientists, people from engineering and the law department and stuff. And they found they had to pay them extra money to do that. Nobody wanted to do it if reaching across the aisles into another department unless they got paid for it. I thought that's really reprehensible.
Well, the problem, I can see it. The problem is we like to work with people we know and like. It's always hard to work with somebody new that we don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Because everybody's so different, right? The personality clashes are real in science.
Yeah, well, of course. But the thing of it is, most of the really serious problems are at the peripheries of the extant disciplines. And that's understandable. If you're in a discipline and you have the possibility of hiring someone in the mainstream or somebody right out at the edge, which would you go for? The matter is, when I came to Stanford, I wanted to abolish department boundaries in the school. They hated that idea because they very quickly realized I would have control of everybody's budget. Well, that's what they said. You provide with some line items, but we get to provide some of the others for ourselves, and we know better than you, which is understandable. But you can't have a unified vision going forward. You don't want one even, really, but it would like to see some sort of collaboration amongst the various departments. Anyway,
this is a very interesting point, and it's still a challenge in the university. But let's move on. You see this opportunity at Stanford as dean, and you take it.
Okay, I came within a few weeks. I realized there was a budget shortfall. The university was living far beyond its means. I was made aware. I didn't discover it. The university and Don Kennedy knew perfectly well they were living beyond their means and they had to do something about it. This was called the downsizing or right sizing of the university, and we were asked to eliminate a department, which happened to be petroleum engineering. No, not petroleum engineering, applied earth science, which we did. The second thing was there was an indirect cost controversy. The university had been gouging, according to the naval, the ONR, which was monitoring us. They thought we were gouging the university at 78% overhead. In fact, I said to Don Kennedy at a meeting of the deans, the President's Science Council, well, this is terrible, 78%. I'm not competitive going for grants at 78%. He said, not only that, it's not enough. Next year we're going for 82, and the year after it'll be 84%. Well, that's about the time the ONR said, this is beyond belief. And
Yeah, and it was his wasn't it his famous yacht that captured the crisis?
that was one of them. The yacht was something that was given to our say the people who did rowing, men and women. Stanford has more people in the Olympics, this last Olympics, in Paris than any other university in the world. 39 gold medals. They make a lot of medals, mostly in places like golf and women's field hockey, not so much in football, basketball, or baseball. Anyway, that's something else. Anyway, the ONR blew the whistle on us and said, we're dropping you down to 50%. And I said to Don Kennedy, wow, 50%. You said we can't make money at 78%. Should we turn the grants back? Oh, no. You said, you keep having the grants. Yes. I said, whatever happened to that? You couldn't do it for 78%. Now you're going to do it for 50%? What's going on? Well, anyway, the boat, nobody really knew what to do with it. That was a problem just because it was a yacht. There was a problem of the fact of the president's house being used for events where there would be alumni, potential contributors to the university, and wine and one thing or another. And they said the wine was very expensive, and it was something like $198. I said, well,
a bottle.
No, I said, actually, the problem really is we're embarrassed that it is apparently cheap wine. It is a case of wine, and we're embarrassed to give it to our alumni, but that's the way it is. So don't say anything. Anyway, we didn't come off looking good at that. That's for sure.
Yeah. So
anyway, but the whole idea of overhead is something that arose because of World War II and the conversion of the universities to the war effort.
So your first official action as dean was to terminate the applied geology program.
Well, it didn't exactly happen overnight. It took about a year because we had to refocus the faculty in the various departments and the curricula and stuff like that. But yes.
Did anybody lose did any faculty lose jobs?
No.
They just moved over sideways. And
we had normal hiring. We may have had a hiring freeze for a year or so. That could have happened. But eventually those billets, as they called it in Stanford, came loose, and I made sure that all the three departments had access to those. They were not assigned to, because somebody from geology moved away or retired. That didn't mean they got the next billet. No, the billet went to the school, and the various departments had to decide what was important for them moving forward. I kept trying to ask them what their future was and what they want to do. And I had committees set up to try to puzzle out what would be the future. Most people thought it was silly to do this in a time of downturning. The indirect cost controversy, we're already cutting back on faculty on total line item budgets. So why should we do that? I said, you've got to have a plan for the future. If you don't have a plan, I'll have a plan. You have your own plan. Well, let's have it. But one of the main ideas that most had was that we would have less, if not no, undergraduate teaching. In fact, the chairman of the petroleum engineering department said to me, I had my dean's council, or a gang of 7, as I call them, the dean and the chairs and several other people from the school that were high in the institution. this chair of the petroleum engineering department said, "Giddy, if we teach undergraduates, can we get more money?" I said, "Holland, that's part of the job. You don't recognize
Well,
it's
but
part of the job."
petroleum engineering, is that an undergraduate major?
Yeah, it was at
Okay.
Stanford.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But I see. So yeah, that if you have an undergraduate major, then of course, and what department? I mean, it's very hard to imagine a department that doesn't have an undergraduate major, but maybe something like IGPP makes you think that it's possible to get away with not teaching the unwashed.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong.
Oh no.
The problem, of course, was petroleum engineering had its very small faculty, about 4. And so they had to rely on some people in engineering anyway, and others in geology to get the job done. But you can have a major in carbon-based energy or whatever you want. We had a program in geothermal power, even so in that department for four people. So they had to have people in other departments in engineering and in the School of Earth Sciences, mostly geology, but some geophysics. And so that was working out okay. But I thought to wonder if you needed to be paid special money because you were teaching undergraduates. I thought that was bad. I will give you an example of what the problem was. I recognized when I first came there. We had almost no majors. Geophysics, maybe 1. Geology, 3 or 4. Applied earth science, maybe 2, 4, 5, something like that. Petroleum engineering, 1, 3, something like that. Really small. And I said, we had an earthquake. I said, at least in geology and geophysics, you had a major event right here in Elm City. Why the hell don't you give classes for undergraduates that highlight living in earthquake country? How did we deal with it? What's the problem? These are things that students need to know about. They're going to become lawyers and captains of industry. Maybe some will become professors, but they're going to be the next generation. They need to know what seismic problems are.
Well, this is interesting because you had come from UCLA where this hierarchy of those that teach is below the hierarchy of those that don't teach, to Stanford, where there was a similar feeling that the undergraduates are not very important to what they want to do. So it's not a UCLA or Stanford problem. It is a striving universities problem.
It is the elite research universities in which it goes to a max. You go to the state colleges and university system in California, you'll find there's really good dedicated teachers there. Even better, the 2-year junior colleges. Those guys, women and guys, are there because they love teaching, or at least they're willing to dedicate their careers to it. And they learn a lot more. I'd say anybody who wants to learn advanced mathematics would be better going to a junior college than to Stanford or UCLA, where a foreign student from China is offering the advanced calculus class.
So let's
can't even understand them.
We're getting close to the end of time, but
yeah,
you've identified a particular challenge in your career and a particularly interesting perspective you have, which is the universities that you were recruited by and served in had a very different philosophy about the role of the university than you did. Why do you think you had such a different perspective than the universities that you served in and wanted you to serve in?
Well, the one that when my formative years were spent as a UCLA Bruin, and there I think we have a state obligation to offer a full range of courses to all for all undergraduates and to encourage all kinds of majors. That's what the state colleges and universities should do. Of course, they're not really state universities are state-assisted universities because they get most of their money from the feds anyway, which blurs the distinction between the state and the private universities like Stanford, Harvard, MIT, Caltech. So a lot of the big ones are all private, but so they don't have the same obligation to the citizens of the state. But I think they have an obligation to society at large. So I think they really fall under the same rubric. But I'm going to give you an example of what I mean about how few the students there were. June of my first year, June of 1980, we had a celebration, that is a graduation and speaking down in the stadium, the 100,000 seat capacity, old stadium, not the new wimpy one that they have now. And all the deans and the president and the speaker for the day are down there. And it's a big celebration. A lot of students and a lot of students' parents sitting out there in 10,000 seats. And the university starts off by introducing the various dignitaries on the stage. And then they say, now we're going to graduate the class of 1990 undergraduates. And first, Dean Gilbert goes to the podium and says, Mr. President, may I present the graduates of the School of Engineering to the class. And then 1,000 students stand up and start cheering. There's hats thrown up in the air and one thing and another. Then he goes and sits down. Nobody told me what this was coming before. So then it's Ernst's turn. Okay, the Dean of the School of Earth Sciences gets up and says, Mr. President, may I present to you the graduates of the School of Earth Sciences for your whatever it is. And deathly pall falls over the audience. Where is everybody? What happened? Red alert or something going on? I don't know. Finally, one guy stands up and says, and I said, there you are, the School of Earth Sciences. So, Jesus, that was a close call. One student, could you believe it? We marched in. Now we have to march out after the guy gives his big speech of what it means now that they're leaving Stanford. So we're wandering, we're all marching out, and the students are still laughing and shouting and throwing balloons around. And this guy comes out of the crowd. And I said, boy, you saved my bacon. Thank you so much. He said, I just felt sorry for you. I'm an engineer.
Oh, that is funny.
Well,
oh, my goodness.
Nobody from the School of Earth Science bothered coming by.
That is.
And we say to our parents, we owe you. You owe them. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for them, for many reasons. But anyway, that's the way it is. So I said, we've got to have a viable undergraduate program. Thus was born Earth Systems.
Well, let's return to this next week.
Okay.
Because this is a really important part of what you did at Stanford. So thanks, Gary, and we'll see you next. He's just started his deanship of Earth Sciences School at Stanford. So take it away, Gary.
Okay, good to have you talk to you, Bob. And I can unburden myself for many of the advances and losses we've had in the university, or at least the School of Earth Sciences. Came in as the new dean, and I initially was beset by 3 serious problems, which I just enumerated, but I'll enumerate it again. We had a indirect cost controversy with the federal government. The Office of ONR thought we were getting way too much overhead expense. 78 to 82% was going to be the next year. There was the downsizing event of the university. And then, of course, there was the earthquake, the best of the 3 events. At least the earthquake got us out of Geology corner, at least temporarily. That was our main home, that and the Mitchell building. These were the only buildings we had, and they're relatively small buildings at Stanford compared to the mammoth buildings at UCLA that I was
Well,
used to.
I have to interject here because Geology Corner is 1/4 of this original beautiful quadrangle that is
Yes.
at the heart of Stanford. That I mean, it's absolute. It's sort of the one of the 4 original departments back in the 1800s.
It was.
It's a beautiful, beautiful space, but it's far too small.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Gary. I just wanted
Yeah,
to add that.
and Geology Corner, being geology, showed that the state of California had a really important role in the minerals industry, and soon, or burgeoning, to be burgeoning in the oil and gas industry. And of course, the the department was very heavily stocked in those people, economic geologists, you might call them, petroleum engineers, things like that. But we were moving out in other directions, and that was the 1890s after all. So that when I came in, I knew that I was supposed to have a new agenda for the school, which I provided, which was mostly geophysics and geochemistry. But those are pretty obvious, I thought. The geophysics fell on, shall we say, deaf ears, because most everybody in geophysics had wanted to be dean, and since they weren't, they didn't want to do anything I wanted them to do.
Well, in addition, they're geophysicists, and geophysicists tend to be a fairly narrow group, right?
They are indeed, but I had been director of the Institute of Geophysics at Stanford just before I came, so I thought they would welcome me with open arms, but I reckoned wrong. I thought I had a joint appointment to geophysics. They never chose to recognize it, so I was not at their faculty meetings. Initially, I thought this was good. I'm glad I'm not at a faculty meeting, but I was not consulted on any of their problems. So I could see that department was not too happy with me. Anyway, I decided that the 2 things to emphasize was crustal geophysics. Why crustal, and what are crustal geophysics? Looking at the lithospheric plate and its upper portion, but not including the deep mantle. Why? Because I thought that was what most of the research activity was, and more importantly for at Stanford, the jobs were. There were a lot of people hired in deeper, higher, shallow, what I call crustal geophysics or lithospheric geophysics, but not very many in the core mantle boundary problem. So
I have to interject here because our department has gone into environmental geophysics, which I call shallow geophysics, and which they get terribly offended by and say, "Oh no, Bob, it's near surface geophysics." Yeah. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Shallow has a different connotation. Generally very apt to faculty, but nonetheless not particularly welcome. Anyway, we did all the work we had to do to downsize and to combine 2 departments into one more, and that meant that we ended up with extant problems of petroleum engineering, geology, and geophysics. But the environmental, the other Department of Geology, applied geology, it was called applied geology. That was practical geology for engineers and geologists of petroleum petroleum studies and mining studies.
So what's interesting about that decision is, as time has gone on, petroleum engineering has gotten a blacker and blacker eye at Stanford for no fault of its own, but simply because of shifting emphases and the perceptions that the oil industry is Satan. And so it's interesting from that perspective that the department that the school decided to get rid of was the one that actually had the most in common, perhaps, with environmental geology and geophysics. and the one they kept was the one that was going to be scorned. And one wonders if that wasn't partly based on the fact that one department was bringing in mucho dinero and the other one wasn't.
Well, it could be. I wanted them to self-aggregate, which they did. They arose to the task and did the required work to drop one department. But it is not true that all the theoretical stuff went into the geophysics department, and they applied was into to the solid earth sciences. But we did get one person who was supported by petroleum engineering, but we did research that was in sedimentation, stratigraphy, structural geology, tectonics, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I think we had a pretty good division, and it just cut the pie, the line item budget, from 4 units to 3. So it worked out pretty well for everybody. in the long and short of it was that. So the question is how to increase the geophysics and geochemistry. The geochemistry was an easier shot because we were very closely associated with the USGS Geologic Division also in Menlo Park. They were just up the road from us, and we often had our students do their PhDs there or postdocs and stuff like that, and supported by both USGS and Stanford. And we had a lot of money that we devoted ourselves to it. A lot of people were donating to the geophysics and geochemistry aspect of the survey. And so that we were supporting our graduate students that way, in part. Anyway, that worked out very well. And when I was at UCLA, I always resented the fact that the USGS had all this inroads to the geologists at Stanford and not to us. By the time I got to Stanford, of course, I thought it was a deal made in heaven, because ultimately the survey began to have trouble supporting some of their research, especially in places like high analytical geochemistry and stuff. So we began to get mass spectrometers and things like that from the USGS, which supported our work on age dating for rocks and minerals and vast regions of the Earth's crust. So
I'd have to interject here. It does seem like the USGS and Stanford Earth Sciences, the things that they did represents kind of a model for federal university interactions. Yeah. One, the likes of which I can't think of a parallel in the United States. Can you?
Well, I thought that at Woods Hole and MIT,
the USGS there
analog. Well, they had the oceanographic business at Woods Hole, and that was similar with strong government support.
But the one at Denver, the Denver branch never had much of a relationship that I know of with the School of Mines or and the one in Washington I don't think had any significant relationship. But for some reason that thing between Menlo Park and Stanford stood out, and I wonder if you have any insights of why that was.
Well, we could see that the problems we were dealing with, the scientific problems, were shared by both the geologic division of the survey and our Department of Geology. And it was only natural that we combined forces. Actually, I would have to say there is one other place that looked like it was good symbiotic relationship, and that is the USGS in Washington and the Geophysical Laboratory of the Carnegie.
I never thought of that.
And a lot of people who went from one postdoc to another, some who went to faculty or well, staff positions at the USGS or staff positions at the Carnegie, basically professorial positions, but only called staff positions. So
Well,
those
just to finish
relationship.
Just to finish this up, I have noticed that when you have interactions between different groups within a university and especially outside of a university, it's a few people that make that happen. It's the connections of a few people. And I wonder if you had any thoughts about who those few people were at Stanford and the USGS that made that connection happen, or whether it was completely independent of personalities.
Well, nothing is completely independent of personalities, but to make it an important relationship, I think would be hard to do. I don't remember anybody coming that was there before me that really was trying to cement this. It was just something that naturally grew together. But I did make an effort. Why? When I came, I brought 2 piston cylinders, 2 very high pressure rigs that I had only recently built at UCLA, planning to go into much higher pressures than I'd been doing. And people at the survey got it and got that equipment in their rock physics area. And in fact, I had a couple of PhD students that spent their time mostly with Steve Boland in the USGS. That's when Steve was at the USGS, Steve Boland.
So let me ask one last follow-up about this. What was the role of the Peninsular Geologic Society in bringing these two groups together? Did it play any role, or
No,
it seems like a natural outlet for both?
Well, it was. And when I stopped being dean, I became chair of the Peninsula Geological Society for many years. I just had a hell of a time trying to transfer it off to somebody else. But I kept bringing people in from both sides and visiting firemen that would come to Stanford, let's say, or the USGS to get them there. So that it became a kind of a breeding ground for old geologists.
That does bring a visual image that I prefer not to go in that direction.
Well, but that's what it was. And we had really good meetings for a long time. I think
absolutely.
Going into district care, but I was still wanting to do something when I stopped being dean, and that was it. The natural tendency to do that and to take on for the International Geology Review and turn it around from a dead as a doornail Russian translation journal into something that was an avenue for my friends and neighbors as geologists that I could fast track to publication.
And I'll always be grateful for that, because I've took over at your suggestion, and I've enjoyed that for 13 years.
Well, yes, enjoy is a rather strong word, which I would say it has its benefits. But the idea was you made something better by your effort.
One hopes, yeah,
that some of these things can be done that way, but you have to have the right vehicle to do it. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the main thrust of the association with geochemistry was that while I brought a couple of piston cylinder devices to a unit that had no experimental facilities until then they sent their mass spectrometers over and expanded our isotope geochemistry research tremendously. Ultimately, we decided, I decided we really needed to have an ion probe. And there were 2 major ion probes on the market at the time. And the one from Canberra was the one we decided on. There was a French make, Kamika, and then there was the one that the people at Canberra had
So it is interesting that both UCLA and Stanford developed these ion probe facilities and use them to get remarkably good and fast ages on the mineral zircon, which has revolutionized that field. But you said you didn't have anything to do with the UCLA ion probe.
Not at all, because I had left, I had left just before Mark. In fact, Mark Harrison was my replacement, and he came and he started that, and he was always a, I won't say cantankerous, but he had some problems with aggression, but you know, and ambition, which was good. And I would take that any day. The George Kennedys of this world did things that a lot of people who just sat in their desk chair wouldn't be able to do. He did them. And anyway, so he made it a really good organization. And of course, they hired the right people to it. We hired ours and went through a succession of people who controlled it until we finally got to a stable relationship. Hired one of my old master students from UCLA, as a matter of fact, Marty Grove, and Marty, Grove. Marty, well, anyway, Marty.
No, it's Marty Grove. You're right, Marty Grove.
Yeah. Anyway, the fact of the matter was that there was a joint operation between the USGS and us to buy the Canberra ion probe, which was somewhat controversial. Everybody else was going Chemica, and we did the and Canberra version, which had certain advantages and certain disadvantages. Anyway, and they've been borne out in 20 years of work for each one. The difficulty was most people in the department were not particularly aware of it, and especially people like the geophysicists and petroleum engineers didn't see any reason for it because there was an emphasis on geochemistry.
Oh, you can certainly see why the petroleum engineers would be puzzled by it.
Yes.
Geophysicists, though, there's nothing they love more than expensive equipment. So it's maybe the point was it was not their expensive equipment.
That's exactly right. They were not nominally in charge of it. And furthermore, we each had, that is USGS and Stanford each has to put up $1 million. The USGS could do that from their large S funds, which at least were somewhat extant in the old days, not anymore. But we had $1 million in a bequest to the university, to the School of Earth Sciences, from a wealthy donor. They were saving it to make a chair out of it. But you need $2 million to make a chair at that time. And so it was standing idly by. And two deans, Alan Cox and George Thompson, they never breathed a word of it to the departments. I did. I said, we have this money. We can use it for this and do something that allows us to do something, that research that we could never even get a handle on before. But they mostly didn't like it. They would have rather, if they had had the $1 million, divided up among themselves.
Oh, we're talking about human beings here, so of course.
Yeah. I said, look, a rising tide lifts all boats. And the fact is, you get something like this that's so special, people are going to want to come here as the best graduate students in the world, because this is a place they can do things they couldn't do at Harvard or MIT or, well,
no, there's no question you were right there. Now, what year did Stanford take possession of the ion probe?
Well, by the time it arrived was about 1999, I think, and maybe in 98 or in 97, but I had stopped being dean then, because Why? Because a number of people were quite enraged that I would spend this money without even asking for a vote from them.
Oh, they wanted a vote. You
Well,
did discuss
they
it,
never
but
said they wanted a vote. They wanted me to divide it up differently. But the fact of the matter is, I decided this was something that was good for a large portion of the department, and I was getting no support from either petroleum engineering or geophysics in terms of curricular changes or research changes.
so the provost asked you to step down?
No, the chairs asked me to step down.
Oh, the
And
four
so
chairs, all four chairs came to you one time and said,
no,
Gary,
I had these meetings every week, brown bag meeting of the School of Earth Sciences gang of seven, I called it. It was like a
seven.
president's uh, a, a council, but only
Why seven? What, I mean, I see
well,
four department
than
heads.
anything. Here's the thing: the president had the seven schools, each represented by a dean, for his council every 2 weeks or
Oh,
something like that, around in the president's office. And
oh,
I elected to have a similar thing in my office, but I would have the chairs of the three departments, plus a couple other guys. Well, maybe it was a gang of five. I don't remember what it was. It was a gang of something. Anyway, those guys all came in, and my fifth year was in progress, and the provost, that was the lady who became President George Bush's.
oh, yeah.
Uh,
How do we ever forget old what's her name?
yeah, I do. I used to watch football games with her on the sidelines. She loved football. Anyway,
Yeah, it'll come back to us later.
yeah. Anyway, I said she's supposed to look at me because I'm having my fifth year and I'll be reviewed for the coming hiring. And they said, well, Gary, we hoped you would step down after one tour of duty. I said, you do? I said, I've been sweating away trying to make strength out of all this, and you want me to step down? He said, yes, we do. All the senior faculty want you to step down. Well, they didn't like that I got the ion probe, and they didn't like the Earth Systems program either, which was another program that was
We
going.
need to go back there because those were your two signal achievements.
Yeah.
And I am it's the first time I learned you were only dean for 5 years and the circumstances under which you stepped down. But it is remarkable because those two things stand out as remarkable accomplishments, and yet they were opposed. But maybe that's the fate of good ideas.
Well, I obviously didn't go around enough and discuss it with each individual chair and explain how I learned this from them and that it was really their idea.
Yeah, well, that may or may not have worked. You are something of a sweet talker, but when people make up their minds, there's not much you can do about it, right?
Yeah. Well, they said I didn't listen. What they really meant is that I didn't do what they wanted me to do. I heard what they were saying, but I argued with them because.
So let's go back to Earth Systems. That you started that. Tell me how that evolved.
Oh, that's a really good story, actually. I got there in the fall of '89, and of course, all of a sudden had an earthquake on my hands, and we lost a building, Geology Corners. We had to be in Quonset huts out on Robley Field, and of course, the Mitchell Building. Mitchell Building suffered some damage. The chair of the geophysics department, Amos Noor, was at his desk when a great bookcase fell on the desk. He luckily enough scrambled under the desk. And what was in the journal? it's the Journal of the Society of Geophysicists.
Well, what's funny is that a geophysicist of his stature in earthquake country would not have arranged to have his bookcases attached to the wall.
Yeah, well, they weren't. Anyway,
That's-
it's easier to talk about it than do anything. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, I said to people, hey, we're living in earthquake country. Why don't we do something? Why don't we do something that will engage the students and bring lots of students in, undergraduates and graduates? Nobody in geology, petroleum engineering, or geophysics deigned to change their field, their studies, and the notes just blew off the dust and repeated the old lecture notes. So I was somewhat irritated that they didn't look on this as an opportunity to sell students or bring students in. And about that time, students began arriving in my office, pounding on the table, as a matter of fact, that they wanted an Earth systems approach. I said, you mean a lot of different Earth systems courses wrapped into one? I said, you're getting that anyway. You can do an independent major. They said, we don't want an independent major. We want somebody from above to assign faculty members that have all these talents and combined in one department. I said, well, in other words, you really want a department. They said, yeah, that's what we want. I said, okay, I'll talk to the faculty. Well, you can imagine that fell on deaf ears.
Well, you know,
but then I began to get people from law school, chemistry, and biology departments saying, well, we are interested in this. So I began to put forward a group which made the effort to reach out to the university at large. We are looking for something that combines Earth system science with public policy, political science, law, maybe even medicine. And God damn it, people came across and said, I'd like to participate. What is your program? I said, we're just writing a curriculum now. Could they be part of it? I said, yeah. Do I have to provide any billet? They said, if you have one, that would be nice, but we have a full billet. So they came into the department as outsiders, into the school, mostly as outsiders, not people from the School of Earth Science. Initially, the School of Earth Science people said to me, especially on my gang of 5 or 7 or whatever it was, we'd rather not teach undergraduates at all. I said, this is a body that needs to hear about the earth sciences and how they relate to public policy, because some of these people are going to become lawyers and they're going to make the laws that this country has to abide by. Wouldn't it be nice if they knew some earth science? Well, they thought that was one bridge too far. I didn't think it was one bridge too far, and we hammered out a curriculum that got its first academic council, the academic senate basically, gave us a 7-year run at this to make good. They said it's unheard of. So you usually have 5. Sounds like Donald Trump talking now, but it was unusual. But they had all heard about it and seemed to think having a dog from every town come in and lecture was a better way of going than just have this musty old geologist do it. So, and Don Kennedy gave me $100,000 to set up the program with nuts and bolts for a staff member and a place where everybody could meet, a clubhouse where people could do their studying and do some proselytizing and stuff like that. The whole thing, and the faculty said, but wait, we were just trying to get some of our geology students back. You're going to take them away. I said, well, if they're more interested in this than the straight geology, then so be it. We need educate the people who are willing to be educated. And the program started small, and we only had 35 or 40 students with about 10 in each graduating class, but it grew and grew and grew till we have like 100 in the graduating classes now. And it spun off a graduate program. People said, no, at Stanford, a graduate department based on research starts, and then it spins off into a department for undergraduates. But we did it the other way around. We started with the undergraduate and then spun up a graduate program on top of that, which is very selective as well.
Well, that's remarkable. So I think we're getting close to time.
Yeah.
But I wonder if you'd like to share any insights about these two successes, which resulted in your downfall.
Well, I've never received a pat on the back for any of them, but it is like Khrushchev said, Khrushchev said, we will replace you. The old guys died out, basically. We will bury you, is what he said.
Well,
we buried them.
I'm not sure lessons from Khrushchev is exactly the note I want to end this conversation.
The point is well taken, though, that they thought the Russians had, the Soviets had a superior socioeconomic arrangement than we populist capitalists. But I was thinking in terms of the curriculum, and at graduation, it's the largest thing that's graduating in our school. It is undergraduates from the Earth Systems program. And there are very few straight geologists that major or geophysicists, but they always have been that way. Since I first came here, I told you that nobody showed up at graduation in the stadium.
So to me, it seems like the lesson is that it's very hard to change a successful department. So Stanford at that time was very successful. Earth Sciences was very successful. It didn't really have very many students, but that's a problem everywhere. But then you changed it to make it more, do better research, the ion probe, and serve the students better.
The problems of today.
And yes, and it was those radical changes which annoyed the hidebound faculty to the point of it being unacceptable as a leader.
Correct.
Which is an absolute insight into some of our problems that we have in science in the United States and why we're being dismissed by the public. But I think it's about time to quit. Do you have anything you want to end this conversation on?
Well, it would have been nice if somebody said something nice to me when I was. The fact of the matter was, they really wanted me out, and what I had written to the provost was, running the School of Earth Science is like herding cats. And so the fact is, I know what I did, and I can see the results in the ever increasing monster that I've created. And the old ways just died out, and most of the people now are sustainologists. They've moved on from Earth systems to the larger aspect of it, which is to do something that becomes sustainable. That is, input equals output. How that's to be done dynamically is not so clear, and I'm not sure it can be done. But that is the attack, and we are reaching for the stars here.
Yeah. Okay, Gary, I think we'll stop here.
And I congratulate myself, but I never talk about it in public because they don't like it.
No, nobody wants to hear it, but I'm glad we got it on tape. All right, we'll see you next week. Just stepped down as Dean of the School of Earth Sciences at Stanford, and take it away, Gary.
Okay, this is September 1994 when I stepped down. A word about how it was that I stepped down. I came in '89 and wanted to make big changes, including lots more geochemistry and geophysics in the School of Earth Sciences. But I found that there was a lot of resistance to almost any sort of changes. They were a very good school, and they didn't want to risk changing and doing something that lowered their ability to get new graduate students and postdocs. So anyway, what did I do? And the two main things I did at Stanford was to increase the geochemical component by getting a new ion probe, the Canberra unit, which cost $200,000. We had $100,000 in our, or was it $1 million? Well, I know anyway. It was I think it was 100,000. No, that sounds like a million.
We had that sounds too little. As I remember, you told me in the past, you got $1 million from the USGS, and Stanford put in $1 million.
Yeah, that's right. I was just off by 1 0. Who cares about a zero? Anyway, well, I got that, and it was, as I said, going to be lifting all boats. The geochemical enterprise was going to have a vast infusion of support and interest, and a number of people who wanted to come here and work, either as a faculty member or as a visiting scientist. Anyway, that one was largely opposed by most of the faculty, but it happened anyway because I was dean and I wanted it for the school. I would like other things for geophysics, but they were not offering anything, and they were just using a lot of old envelopes anyway to write their equations on. That was one thing. The second thing was a number of students came in and pounded on my desk saying they needed an interdisciplinary undergraduate curriculum. And while there were such things could be done individually, they wanted a program. Thus, we set up the Earth Systems program, mostly from the outside, from non-School of Earth Science faculty. They were attracted to it and worked without pay, without billet in the school on a program that was joint, and became extremely popular. Because why? Because it combined science with public policy. And people always wanted to know, students, what is this good for? How can we advance society's goals by doing this? And the way it is to understand the totality of the Earth and its interactions better. Before we start monkeying with things, we better understand the relationships. Those two things were roundly, that is, that and the ion probe were roundly resented by the school that was happy the way things were, but I wasn't. So when Condi Rice, who was the provost, asked me to do a 6th year, and then they would have the review of my deanship, I said, sure, I'll be glad to do that. When I told my senior faculty that, they said, well, we thought you were going to quit after one term of duty. I said, well, I wasn't, but if you don't want me, I certainly will. And I wrote the provost and the president the next day, in which I said, running the School of Earth Sciences is like herding cats. Don't think that wasn't publicized. It was, and the number of people took umbrage with it, but they all like to see the mid-game our advertisement about herding cats, about these guys who were born in the saddle, old top boys. I can tell you, it ain't easy herding cats. They're scratching. They're up.
This what you say is any department. It's nothing special.
Yes,
about Stanford or science. But what's surprising to me is that they wanted you to resign so badly, because the obvious thing to do would be say, I'll resign at the end of 1 year so that there's time to have a search. But that was not something that you or they discussed, because
no,
that's kind of interesting.
Well, here's the thing. but they said they didn't want me to have a second term. I said, okay, I'll tell Condi that I'm off at the at the beginning of September. So now they had to have a visiting committee coming in right away. In fact, one of my colleagues from internationally said, it's really important you do this right. This school has just eaten their leader. And so you got to have somebody new come in. And they did. They had a really good guy that everybody loved, actually. He was a really good guy, and he kept the status quo going.
Who was that?
Well, it was Lynn Orr, who was a petroleum engineer, very nice guy. And he kept all bases fed, so to speak, and didn't make any surprising changes.
Mhm.
That came later with Pam Matson. She increased the Earth Systems program enormously. Anyway, now I'm out of the deanship, and I was wounded. I had been chair and director at UCLA for 10 years and 5 years at Stanford. And to be dismissed by the faculty that said they didn't like what I was doing was somewhat, shall I say, disappointing. And I felt bad about it. But I secretly cheered at every graduation when I saw the graduate students and undergraduates in the Earth Systems program, tens and eventually nearly 100 graduating. And they are throwing up balloons and throwing their hats in the sky, and they were ebullient.
Well, I have to follow up with a question. It's obvious that it's just a second. Can you hear that in the background?
Not really. A little click or something?
Yeah, I don't know what you can hear. My question is, it's obvious that what you did was tremendously successful and needed to be done. Was there ever any of the people that asked you to resign came back to you and said, I was wrong?
No, it's not a word that they use very often, if not about themselves, I mean.
Well,
No,
I mean, we never, that's a human characteristic. I was just curious. Yeah.
I'll let it to put it to you this way. At graduation on the north deck of Mitchell Building, where we have all the people, all the students and their parents and everybody and all our faculty gathered to celebrate graduation, I was enormously pleased to see the hordes of undergraduate Earth Systems majors, 1 or 2 geophysicists, 1 petroleum engineer, 2 geologists, 48 and then 70 Earth Systems students. But I kept very quiet. I didn't cheer and say, yippee! I said, I did this, I did this. No, I didn't. And nobody ever said, you were right. Because I think to their dying day, they thought, I don't like it this way. It was so much better the other way. I don't like this. And I will have to say, I should not have been unaware of this, because I had a quote from Machiavelli on my desk. It said, anybody who wishes to make changes will find that the organization he wants to change will have most people that are not sure how good the new things will be, so they'll be weak supporters, if supporters at all. Whereas the people who might be disadvantaged by the program will fight like wounded eagles to keep it from happening. And I thought, the prince got it right there. Machiavelli knew what he was talking about.
No, it's true.
I realized
I see this in my own university too, that change is something that it only happens when you're in a very critical situation, which Stanford or science never was.
No, it wasn't. It was always doing very well. And other schools came to see what we were doing. Duke, for instance, places like that wanted to establish similar programs. Harvard I was on the visiting committee at Harvard for a while, and they were trying to institute this sort of interdisciplinary stuff. You know what they had to do? They had to
No.
pay professors from engineering and law and School of Public Health. They had to pay them salary to get them to contribute. At Stanford, these guys did it on their own without any FTE, or billet as we call it at Stanford. In fact, the dean of engineering of H&S, Humanities and Sciences, said, "Hey, we're teaching half of your courses." "No, we're teaching almost all of your courses. You should be giving us billets." I said, "Well, suck it up. We don't have any billets." But this is something that's coming, and everybody likes it, except the old guard, which means it's almost everybody. The younger faculty liked it. And several of them said, "We're sorry to see you retire." But there were only a couple of really young faculty, and they can be forgiven for being naive.
Oh, well, not naive, but for protecting their tenure situations.
Well, yeah, but they saw the value of the new system.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now I'm done with that, so I can go back to teaching and research. And I did that until 2004, when I went, as we say, off the payroll. That means I retired and started taking retirement salary, which was pretty good, pretty helpful. And I already had retirement from UCLA, so between the two of them, I did quite well. But I also longed for more teaching. So in fact, I never really stopped teaching. I began teaching fewer courses, actually. I was teaching almost a full load when I was dean. But when I retired, I then mostly concentrated on the Earth Systems program, Geology 1, Field Geology of California, and once I taught igneous and metamorphic petrology. In my career of whatever it was, 56 years teaching, I only once taught it. Never at UCLA, where I taught a lot of elementary classes, field classes, stuff like that. I even taught sedimentation one year. But Mark Cluse was my TA, and he saved me because he knew a lot more sedimentation than I did as a grad stud.
Well, what's interesting, I find about metamorphic petrology, which is your expertise, is that there's very few courses taught on it, and igneous petrology is something of a boutique science now, and metamorphic petrology even more so. And you never taught a course in metamorphic petrology?
No, never.
That's interesting. You're one of the world's most famous metamorphic petrologists, and never taught a course in it. It's fascinating.
I used to say, get the women and children inside. Contact metamorphism is coming. But, that doesn't carry very far in terms of geologic hazards. No, I had a little trouble there. And we ventured into geology and human health. And I had several publications there before I bailed out of that one because the professionals took over. But I was very much concerned about the asbestos problem because I had been part of the Academy Committee that tried to bring science into it. So talk about long fiber asbestos and chrysotile, not antigerite. But they said anything, the medical doctors said anything that is of a grain size, appropriate grain size, never mind shape. Shape is very important in mesothelioma. If you don't have that long linear stuff, you don't get it. But no, we were drowned out. And Frank Press, who was never a big booster of metamorphism or mineralogy, but he was a very strong supporter of me in my career. So I loved the man. He was really good. But he said, no, this has got to come out. Let the medical scientists have their way with high energy TEM. That's the way to identify this. And so the whole nation had to have the specter of all sorts of the mesothelioma coming, only of course it never did. It's amazing. They're still hawking it on the various television commercials, but frankly, it's the sailors and shipbuilders who are building aircraft carriers and things like that. Those are the guys that got the blue amphibola test, which incidentally was my first PhD thesis part. Mesoribacite. It is a blue fibrous amphibola. It didn't bother me. No. So I'm here today because it shows that it's not nearly as dangerous as you might think. Anyway,
let's go back to your teaching. So you've taught any number of courses over your career. Which courses did you enjoy teaching the most?
Geology 1 and Earth Systems. My Earth System program is very different from Geology 1. Geology 1, I taught, of course, the whole thing. But Earth Systems, I had to have visiting firemen coming in from here and there and everywhere. Don Kennedy would give a lecture on.
He was the president of Stanford.
He was president. Another, David Kennedy.
What would he talk about?
He talked about geography and the relationship of geography to human demography and disease and stuff like that. David Kennedy talked about, the history of peopling of the West and what it involved in terms of water resources, state boundaries, big problem with state boundaries. Colonel, what's his name, who went down the Grand Canyon, Powell, said, make the state boundaries coincident with the divides between the different water districts. But they had north, south, east, west boundaries that didn't relate to anything. So you couldn't have just a hydrologic feature within one state. You had to have pieces of it in the other states, which made it more difficult to administer, things like that. I mean, that doesn't bother you with the monetary system and stuff like that, but for something like water or the atmosphere, as we now know, I'd imagine Oklahoma saying, well, we have our own idea about what we should do with the atmosphere. Yeah, pollute it so that people downstream from them, like in Arkansas and Tennessee, they get our pollutants. That's not really nice, I thought. But anyway, that's a different matter. But these are the kinds of problems that we dealt with Earth System. And I had a lot of different people. I think I had world-class people, several in the academy. One, I think, was a Nobel laureate, a guy in physics. Old, crusty old guy.
Aren't we all?
He taught me that Jack Daniel was not the top of the line in that brand of whiskey. Gentleman Jack was, and that I should go to that. I said, gee, that's good to know. But of course I didn't. Jack Daniel was plenty good enough for me. Anyway, but I learned a lot, and the students learned a lot. And it was a little rough, of course. They said, you have to have better communication between the person who gives the next lecture could back up and talk a little bit about the last. I said, well, the one thing about these visiting firemen is they're all really busy, and they're doing this out of the goodness of their heart, telling what they know best. You have to make the connections. That's what you are doing. You are becoming Earth systemologists. These guys aren't. They're all in a particular field. Law, marine law, let's say, or fisheries, or something else. But they don't cross into atmospheric or oceanographic law.
Well, this is interesting because obviously there's merit to bringing in these experts in these disparate fields. But how do you give a grade in this situation? I mean, what do you do without exams or projects or how do you assign a grade?
Well, there are lots of problems. The lab, there's 6 hours of lab, or was. I don't know what it is now. Well, 6 hours of lab a week, and and a midterm and a final. I wrote the midterm and the final. They were blue book, and I said these are with diagrams, in a lot of cases for things like plate tectonics, obvious. But here you write a section that is going to be not, you only have a couple of pages, and in terms of time, so you've got to be succinct. But I never got to, once at UCLA, I tried to do multiple choice on an elementary geology course that had 180 or 190 students, and it was a disaster. I found so many ambiguities in the questions I'd written. They could be answered either of two or three. I had a hard time dealing with that. And I had to do all the exam grading myself.
So let's go back. This Earth system course, you first taught it at Stanford, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it came about at Stanford in about 1991.
But the idea was something percolating in you at UCLA.
Oh, yeah. When I was at UCLA, and one of my colleagues was Bill Libby in geophysics, in the Institute of Geophysics, and he enunciated what I thought was a very clever idea. Why not get a doctor of the environment? He will have 4 master's degrees, not a PhD, 4 master's degree. And we'll give him a PhD for that, but he'll be in, say, water resources or hydrology, atmospheric sciences, solid earth geology, seismology and earthquakeology, oceanography, stuff like that. But they'll be mix and match. He, she, or it, that student picks the 4 different master's degree problems. They might have masters, and by the time they do that, they'll be the doctor of the environment.
So would this be a thesis master's in each case?
Yes, a thesis master.
That's a challenge, because thesis masters are quite they're basically look like PhDs and they can be quite challenging for students to write.
1 to 2 years apiece. So there were a lot of questions about exactly what was going to happen. It never happened at UCLA because the chancellor and the deans didn't think it was that great. They thought, well, what does Bill Libby know about this? I mean, he's a carbonologist. Anyway, at Stanford, I took up the mantle. I said, this was a good idea. And I told Don Kennedy about it. But he said, one bridge too far, or words to that effect. And so it didn't go anywhere. I liked the idea. I thought it was really good and gave people expertise in adjacent disciplines.
Yes, it's the problem is that, the PhD is great for generating experts, but it's not great for generating people.
Generalists. Yeah, generalists.
I'm gonna go off.
And that is the nature of the departments anyway. They want to go deep within the central core of their discipline. They don't want to hire somebody out on the periphery that they think, is he really a seismologist? Isn't he really in atmospheric sciences or space science? Well, no, we need those people perhaps more than the deep divers, because most of the serious problems are at the margins of the existing disciplines. The existing disciplines have done a very good job of looking at the main core of the problem. But the stuff on the margin, some of those are more important, maybe, and they need to be observed. But boy, the faculty isn't going to do it. And I would have done it if I had gotten the school to agree to get rid of departmental boundaries, but that wasn't going to happen. I thought, wouldn't it be great if people would just coagulate on teaching, and their research would span across here and there and other disciplines that were not necessarily what they were teaching. Often it would be, but it didn't have to be. But they didn't. They saw a sinister plot to get their line item budgets
Well, budgets are, money is always the issue, right? And that
Yeah.
the advantage of a department is that there's one person in charge of the budget, whereas without a department, only the next person up, the dean or
Dean,
whoever.
the guy
So,
over on the dark side. Yes, he's in charge of things.
yeah.
Anyway, I got rid of being, I was glad to get out of the chairmanship, even though I was wounded by the fact that nobody liked what I was doing.
Well, that must have been a sign that you were actually doing something right. What I've learned in life is that the manuscripts that I have the most trouble with getting published are the ones that are most popular, and it seems that there's an advantage to not taking risks
Yeah.
in science and in leadership.
Yep.
And there are downsides too, because obviously, if you don't take risks, you're not going to do anything new and important. And that's a concern I have with the increasing bureaucratization of the university, is that the risk taking is getting even smaller because of the inertia of the bureaucracy.
Well, yeah, you can't get money if you aren't in the core discipline.
Yeah.
And that's the problem I had. I tried to do too many things in too many diverse areas, not just metamorphic petrology.
Well, would you do it differently if you had it to do over again?
No, no. I'm a liberal arts guy. I went to Carleton College, and
Interesting.
the idea was you're there for learning about the various subjects that impinge on you, not for making big money. And I certainly didn't. My grants, I didn't get a grant after I went to Stanford. I had 3 going there, but then whammo, it just stopped.
Yeah. So, do you
trying
think
to do different things?
Well, do you think you would have done things differently if you had not gone to Carleton? I mean, if you gone to a different university for your undergraduate education?
Well, how do you know?
I don't know.
I mean, if that's a question, you can say anything you want, and nobody can say, "Oh, that's wrong," because we don't know what happened.
Well, just an opinion of yours.
Yeah, but I see what I did when more. It was actually before I went to Stanford that I began doing it. I had 3 field research mapping projects simultaneously. The White Inyo Range, that was 20 years. The coast ranges, particularly Diablo Range, but ultimately Northern California, that was the Franciscan Lake. And then there's the Klamath, a perfect oceanic arc. Oh, was it perfect? Oh, all the plates dipping east, an indication of a imbrication of younger ones farther west. It's accretionary prism on a grand scale. Anyway, I did a lot on those, and it was more or less traditional work, but it was exciting to me to do it. I did it because I liked tramping around in the field in those areas, although at times the Diablo Range got a little hot.
Yeah, so maybe this is a good place to stop. If you have any last words before I stop recording.
Well, the one thing I've learned in my life about it, and it started with glaucophane, and that's the hardest work I ever did on any project in my career, which was about 60 years. I thought I had it pinned. I was wrong. It was magnesiorictorite. Well, who knew what that was? It's some of these plates that Linde Air Products makes, that is, yeah, are made out of sodic magnesiorictorite, as I found out later, but I would never have gone there. But anyway, I learned that whatever you do, it's going to be temporary, and it will be superseded by other more close approximations to the truth. Don't look back and don't cry over it. Just go on. Go on and do what you can do, and try to do the things that Jack Oliver says are important, but in fact, try to do the things that you like and are interested in, because that's the ones you've spent incredible amounts of time of, and your wife and children will say, who is that man? Well,
Going to talk about sabbaticals and family. So take it away, Gary.
oh, thanks, Bob. It's good to talk to you again. Uh, we were talking a lot about my research and teaching and administration, the various things that you're supposed to do at a university, those three things: teaching, research, and public service. And those, I was all fully involved in those things, much more so than perhaps I should have been, because it meant that I spent time with the family, but mostly after dinner sort of thing. There were certain times, though, where I had a lot of time with the family, and that would be on sabbaticals. Because when we took sabbatical and went to some faraway land like Japan or Switzerland or New Zealand, those are the really wild ones, you had fewer of these entanglements with other people in other places, a lot less socializing, a lot fewer hockey practices or basketball practice or little league football, that sort of thing. So I spent a lot more time with the family, and we went on many trips on sabbaticals. That is, we went to live in a place, and that we would live for at least 6 months, hopefully a year. Now, we didn't become natives by any means, but we got into the local culture and lived more or less like the people, especially in terms of finances. Switzerland was already getting pretty expensive when we lived there, much more expensive than Japan had been. But they all had quite a rise. So anyway, the fact of the matter is, I spent much more time with the family. We interacted. Of course, I always, even at home at UCLA, would read a good night story to our kids. That was a wonderful time for me, and I think they all enjoyed it. Even through high school, they were listening to The Hobbit, me read about The Hobbit and things like that. And so they, of course, they didn't talk about that at school, but they were all in together on somebody's bed, usually the youngest, Kevin's bed, while I read such things, with suitable dramatics from my part. Anyway, so those things all went very well. Gollum was a particular favorite, I remember. He spoke very strangely to him. Yeah, he did a ring. Well, anyway, that's what we did. And I put them to bed, and they were always saying, well, leave a little light on, because of the nature of the talk. And of course, when we went on trips, I would talk about the things in the environment that would be fun and exciting and sometimes dangerous.
Did your kids like rocks? Did your kids develop an affection for rocks?
No, not really. As a matter of fact, they would ask questions about what I was doing or where we were going. And if it was geological, I began to start from first principles and talk about things. And Charlotte said to me very soon, they don't want a 3-hour lecture. They want to know a yes/no answer. Yeah, their attention span is not nearly as long as yours. So if you do this, all you're going to do is turn them off. And I did that so effectively that nobody decided to be a geologist. Alan, my middle son, flirted with the idea for a while. And he was at Carleton College, and for a while he majored in geo. And he said it one Christmas holiday, how about we go down to Palos Verdes? There's about a big landslides down there, and my professor was interested in finding out more about it. So we went down there, and I showed him around and one thing and another, and then came back, and we were having dinner, and he said, Mom, Dad? I said, yes, son. What have you got to tell me? He said, I'm no longer a geo major. What? I said, one trip to Los Palos Verdes and you're gone? It got worse than that. But yes, he did. And he is a jazz pianist, artist, and neuroscientist to this day. Teaches classes in neuroscience, rather, at Cal State Sacramento, and a for-profit medical school. My daughter, the eldest, also went to Pomona, not to Carleton, but she went to Pomona, and in due course took a course in geology. Her professor was a guy named Don Sanger. I don't know if you know him. He was obsequious, shall we say. Anyway, she did so poorly on the exams that he called her into his office and he said, you're not doing very well. I don't understand it. Are you the same Ernst as the guy at UCLA? She said, he's my father. He said, are you sure he's your father? She said, yes, he is. He said, well, he gave her a D. And I've always said to Susan, yeah, am I your father? Nobody can tell from your geology. Well, we'd be driving along in our Volkswagen bus. I had a 9-passenger bus for many years. And it took us everywhere. We lived half our life in that goddamn bus. But I said, look out the window. She's reading Mary Jane stories or something like that. I said, look out the window. You can see Mount Shasta, that sort of thing. But you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I love my children, and they are all vastly accomplished, much more so, and more diverse than am I. I was sort of a designated hitter, or, somebody could come off the bench as a utility infielder and do the course or whatever. Anyway, they've all done very well, and I love them dearly. But none of them did continue in my footsteps. I used to think that the children treasure their father's memory and honor him in all ways. I do know that Alan once in Washington went to the Library of Congress and looked up my name, and he was really impressed. But that was a one shot, one and off. Anyway, but we had fantastic times. We did a lot of hiking and traveling around in the United States. We took field trips to Grand Canyon, to the Rocky Mountains, to Glacier Park, Canadian parks, stuff like that. And we went on plenty of hikes, and they all loved the hikes, although they were called Daddy's Death Marches. But, well, they were, because I had to pick up my dog and carry it on one of the hikes.
That's not a good sign.
No. Anyway.
Was it an old dog?
It was, no, not old, but just fat. Anyway, that didn't work out too well, but I drew the line at carrying my children. So anyway, the fact is we had many trips, many of them on things like houseboats on Lake Mead and so forth. And we had enormously enjoyable times there. And I would forget all about my work, at least for a while, when we were on these trips. So we had plenty of good times at home. But the ones that I treasure the most and that have the most memories are when we went to Switzerland, when we went to Japan, when we went to New Zealand, and that was in Boston. That I consider that a foreign country anyway.
So what is it about sabbaticals that you find most useful for a professor and a family?
Well, here's the thing. The kids are thrown into a totally different environment, going to a local school, learning Schweizerdeutsch or a little Japanese or something like that, or even New Zealand, no, sort of thing. And they realize that they can lead perfectly happy, enjoyable, useful lives there, even though these people are from a different land. Going other places is not dangerous or difficult. It's something you can surmount.
Yeah, it's fortunate that the countries that you chose to study your rocks are relatively pleasant places to
It
spend
ain't
time.
Afghanistan. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. All of them were very safe countries, Switzerland especially, but also New Zealand and Japan. In Japan, we used to hold out our change and ask people to take what the bill was before we learned to count. We did learn to count, but we just offer them the money and they would take the right money. They never cheated. Never, never, never. So all of that was really good. But the point of it is that we had all those experiences, and I didn't preach to them. I didn't ever say anything. I said, "You're going to the local school, or we're going to an American school." In the case of a teenager, because she needed to make some tracks by then. But all of them were basically sink or swim. And I didn't speak the language any better than they did, if as much. So they learned that on their own, and I think they all increased their confidence in meeting experiences they hadn't planned, and got the best out of it. I didn't indicate that Susan still remembered her Japanese. She spoke like a native. She was 4 years old when we left the first time, but she was telling us on the train, "Oh, you're not supposed to sit in these seats." Or the guy selling orange juice, things like that. So she at a very rudimentary level was learning to speak Japanese far more than we ever did. We said hi, yes, never yeah, never no. Don't say no. You better say yes, whatever it is. That's what we learned, and that confounds the Japanese, because if you do that and nod excitedly, they are not sure, because they've said, "Would you want to take a bath now, or do you want to eat?" And to the answer is yes, yes, yes. We didn't know what we were signing up for, but we knew we weren't going to say no. Anyway,
So what did Charlotte think about the sabbaticals?
She loved them. She loved them. It was difficult packing up our house because we always had to rent our house, But the fact is, we rented our house, and we fortunately had really good people renting every time. We didn't have a big dog, or worse, a very big German Shepherd puppy. The worst of all, because they have to chew a lot on anything. Anyway, and we never had any of those experiences, but we have rented our house, generally speaking, for as much as it costs us in the other country, even though places like Switzerland where there were not houses available very much. I think I told you this once before, but maybe not. When we first got to Basel, that was when the first time we went to Switzerland, we wanted to get a house, and we had 4 children, and all that was a big problem to find a house like that, because the Swiss commonly, at least in German part of Switzerland, didn't have that big a family, and they were very different. And I said, okay, we find these places, and the guy said, well, yes, but we only do long-term lease. I said, a year is a long-term lease. Not in Switzerland, he said. 5 years is a long-term lease. That's what you want to do. Well, anyway, we did find a house, and we found that we had lived in a part of a Japanese house in Japan. It was wonderful with the tatami rugs, mats, and all that stuff. Cold in the winter, quite cold, and no central heating. but it was wonderful. It was a great experience, and we all enjoyed it. Charlotte, at least as much as anybody else. Her big problem was getting things packed away so that in our own house at home, so that people could use all the rooms, or except maybe one, because we had 4 kids living at home. Anyway, that much was very exciting, and we had many interesting and exciting experiences. Went around a lot in Europe. I don't expect my and didn't they didn't I didn't expect my children to zero in on the history or even the modern politics of anything in Europe or wherever else we were, and I didn't expect them to retain the memory of the language when it was Swiss German or whatever. And they didn't. They got it and then they forgot it. We, Charlotte and I, still retain and are able to speak a little bit of Pigden German and maybe some French, although that's not Charlotte's strong suit either, or Italian or any of those other things that we try to do. But the experiences we went, and we used our Volkswagen bus, it wasn't a camper. We used it to get there, but we always had to find some place to stay. And sometimes we didn't have reservations, so that was a little trick to find a place. I had one rather notable experience in the suburbs of France, Versailles, actually. We were on our way to give a talk in Holland at De Rover's place, whatever that was. I've forgotten, one of the universities anyway in Holland. But anyway, we stopped and we went to see the sights for a couple of days in Paris, but we were in Versailles, and with a Volkswagen bus out at the street, Charlotte and I went in to talk to the manager to see if we could find a room or maybe 2 rooms. And he said, "How many are you?" And I said, "Nous sommes 15, monsieur." And that baby, and they're all out in the bus. And she says, "15, monsieur." That's 14. 14. No, 15. It's 15. Cans. And I wanted to say sank, but I had said cans. 15 is the guy just about collapsed because I had said we had 1 bed or maybe 2, and all the kids are out in the bus. Well, Charlotte said, "Isn't it sank?" I said, "Oh, sank, monsieur." And then he regained his composure. So that
one can imagine.
Yeah, he thought the hippie.
Crazy Americans.
Yeah, we're from about. You could imagine it's spare bed springs or tires up on the roof and stuff like that. No, it was quite good.
Yeah, it sounds like you really had made the most of your sabbaticals. And
oh yeah, well,
and
we went to the Eiffel Tower and went up the elevator to the first viewing station, and there's a big grill. I mean, a big wrought iron fence around it. And Alan was just a little shaver. He just looked at this great at the grill at the railing. And so I said, "Oh, you want to see, Alan?" And I picked him up and he screamed bloody murder. He thought I was going to throw him over the edge. I said, "Joke's on you, Kevin. I mean, Alan." Anyway, no, but that was in case he was falling asleep, this would wake him up. No, that was terrible. I had no idea that he would think, because I usually carried him on my back in a backpack, and in places like Switzerland and whatnot when we were wandering around. But this time he was on the ground, well, on the floor, so to speak, and he just did not like being suddenly picked up. We had wonderful experiences wherever we went, and we'd go on hikes and go to museums. And the fact of the matter is, you can't expect the kids to like the art museums or whatnot. You're going to not sit still.
Yeah, that's the museum experience is interesting. I mean, what I found with our kids is, and they're all grown, is
don't take them to a museum because I did something to them when they were younger where I spent too long in a museum. So how did you manage to get your group into a museum and for how long?
Well, we usually went to places that were like the Doge Museum in Venice, where you go on a tour, or down at Carcassonne at the big fortifications, and try to understand the Spanish French speaking that's going on there. But there are tours, and so that there are other people, including other kids, and there is a little bit of self-regulation there. We got into trouble one time in Switzerland, and no, in Austria, where we're at a museum somewhere. I've forgotten where. Anyway, Kevin wanted to point at something, and the guard was right close to us. He was watching Kevin very closely, Kevin being our youngest, but he was like, this was the second time we were in Europe. He was like 8 years old. And he said, finger back, like that, like we chop it off. If you could do that again, we chopped it right off. Please,
Yeah,
that
that would get their attention.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the Schweinhund, as I was growing up in St. Paul during World War II, I learned the word Schweinhund because that's what Germans always said about other people when they were about to kill them or
Yes.
at least get angry at them. And I never used it in Switzerland or Germany or any place in Europe in the 2 years we lived in Switzerland, except for the last day of the last trip to Switzerland. We were back in Frankfurt and we were trying to eat before our plane left for London and then Chicago. And we sat down at a table and we never got serviced. And the kids sat there, all four kids, very quietly and one thing and another. And finally, and I kept saying, Garçon, s'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît. Never, it could catch his eye, but he'd do a little avert and go away. Finally, I leaped up and grabbed him and said, Schweinhund, we're hier besetzt für ein Uhr ohne Service. He said, well, I'm really busy. I said, let's go outside and discuss it. I was really angry at him, so I called him Schweinhund again and used the du. And he, of course, recognized that I was angry, but he wasn't having none of it. So we just left. And I said to the cashier as we were going out, we didn't get to eat. The guy wouldn't serve us. And we kids sat quietly for an hour, a little over an hour. Now we got to go catch our plane. She said, he's having a very bad day. I'm sorry for him. And I'm sorry for you. So she was quite nice, but that was the only time that I really lost it in terms of Europe, and I was able to use my favorite German swear word. Well, you remember things like that, not because they're typical, but because they are atypical. Because almost every place we had really good luck. I will say that the Italians were far more accommodating and joyfully accepting us at the table or whatever, wherever we were going, a museum or whatever, than in Austria or Germany. They were always, boy, hier kommt ein vier Kinderjagd.
Well, would you taking children to a restaurant is an interesting experience for everybody involved. Was your family boisterous, or did you have a way to maintain order at the table, or what?
Oh, yeah, they were pretty well ordered. In Switzerland, everybody's ordered. And, we got on a streetcar in Zurich or Basel or something like that. The kids like to stand in the end, and they found in the end there's another control panel, but there's also a foot pedal that dings the trolley. And they did that for a while until they got some severe looks from from the other people sitting there. And yeah, Americana, sure, now. Okay, well, anyway, they stopped that. But so they knew enough to abide by the customs of the area. The one time we've never had raclette. We'd have had cheese fondue many times and grew to be aficionados of it. But we were in some place where we had to stop for dinner, and it was snowing outside, and we burst into this small restaurant, which led right into the seating area, and Alan looked and saw them eating raclette. He said, "Look, they're having it!" And everybody's hair went up on end. The wind is in and snowflake, and this little guy shouting, "Look, they're having it!" Which was, to me, spontaneous. You can't help things like that.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to be quiet. That is true. And nowhere more so than in Switzerland. They prize their order and quietness, and to make a lot of trouble is not really done.
Especially the German side.
Huh?
Especially the German side.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, but the Italian side, even in Ticino, Switzerland, it was Italian. That it's a different country. It really is. And they're singing and laughing when they walk through the mountains. You go to Austria, signs singen verboten, then musikalische verboten. You can't play anything on the trail. You got to be verboten about everything. Well, they're different cultures. But the fact of the matter is, you adapt to that. You don't stand out. As the Japanese used to say, the nail that sticks up is pounded down. Anybody who is different gets pounded. And that's true. That's true.
That's not just in Japan.
No. In America, I think it's a lot looser because, like, for instance, a New York cab driver, they don't take shit from anybody, and they regard, I think, freedom as the ability to sass back. There's nobody as master here. Oh, I'm forgetting the present time, of course, when we're entering a period of authoritarianism. But other than that, most people feel that's part of their right is freedom to say, go fuck yourself. That sort of thing. And so we are a little looser and less accommodating. In Japan, I've always thought the reason people are so terribly, terribly polite is because of the samurai tradition. Somebody dishonors you, you can lose your head. And they didn't take kindly to insults or perceived insults. You stand waiting for the subway and everybody is quiet, not jostling each other. But once the gates open, because it's almost impossible to fit everybody in, they make a rash and you can get run over if you're a little old lady or whatever, because there's an anonymity there. They don't seem face to face. But when they've stopped and they're face to face in the car, hanging onto a strap, they're you're the one who elbowed me? No, that wouldn't do that at all.
So, getting close to time.
Oh yeah.
What advice do you have for professors with families?
Well, don't think staying home will make sure the kids don't have a serious complex coming up because they've lost their friends. Now, I will hear, because I hear it from my sons especially, Dad, you just don't know what it's like nowadays. Everybody's on their cell phone and they're chatting with other people, and their society is very different from what it was when I was a child, and even when my children were children. So, but I still think there is this idea that they won't adapt. I think they do adapt because it's possible to adapt, at least in reasonable environments. I don't think I would go to Turkmenistan, or even Nepal, let's say, which would be an interesting place in some ways, just because you don't want to put them in that kind of a situation. You want to put them in situations where the family has the capability of doing things without severe consequences. I don't mean acting up, I mean going to school or having friends over or whatever. And I think it's an enlarging experience. Whether they know it or not, they're going to be able to meet experiences, unknown foreign experiences, better for it than having them stay at home in their own milieu and never see anything but Biloxi, Mississippi.
Well,
And
let's finish this discussion with a question. So, what was your favorite sabbatical, and what do you think your family's favorite sabbatical was?
well, I actually think it was New Zealand, which was in Dunedin, New Zealand. Charlotte was in a spinning and weaving group, and she had a lot of friends. It's very relaxed, or it seemed very relaxed to us in Dunedin. Sort of like life in the slow lane. Charlotte cried when we left. She would have been happy to stay there forever. And the boys also were there by that time. Susan and Warren had gone on to their careers, education and beyond. But the two younger boys were with us, and they loved it. They loved the outback area that you have in South Island, and the people. So that was got to be the thing that we really liked. I was offered the chair there, and Alan always said, "Dad, you really blew it that time when you didn't." But that's the way they talk, and that's the way they saw it, and it would have been wonderful. I didn't want life in the slow lane. I didn't want to have to cross the world's largest ocean to find people to criticize my research. Well, no, the fact that if you don't get criticism, you're not doing enough.
Yeah.
Gary Ernst, take it away, Gary.
Thank you, Bob. It's a pleasure to be back with you and see your shining face. Today we're going to talk about the National Academy of Sciences. This is an organization that was set up by Abraham Lincoln during the middle, of course, of the Civil War. He felt that there was so much science coming along in the United States and in Western Europe that it was important for the country to understand what all the new facts and ideas were, and because their advanced understanding was converted into the Industrial Revolution, and it increased the economy of all the nations that were involved in it. So it was sensible for the National Academy.
If I could just interject, it is interesting that the importance of science was only recognized in the middle of a war, and that seems to be a very important aspect of scientific advances. Somebody needs to be beating up on somebody else.
Yeah, well, that's true, but ballistics and gun barrel technology was really important in those days. It's material science, solid state, if you will. So all these things had applications, or many had applications. Not everything. You could study bees and their hives without a whole lot of increased understanding for honey producers. Although the diseases would be something, and they're knocking out a lot of honeybees nowadays. But I digress. Let me tell you what the Academy is. First of all, it's the most prestigious body since its formation in 1863. And to this day, maybe this will be the end of it, but to this day, it has been the most important national organization of scientists and engineers, although they now have an engineering academy as well as a medical academy, so it's mostly physical and life scientists in the National Academy. The National Academy is run by a hierarchical group, but most of the members of the Academy are divided into two major, or several major classes, but the two major ones are biological sciences and physical sciences. But there are others. There's agronomy and engineering, geology, science, and stuff like that. So anyway, there's six, but the two big ones were physical and life science. Amongst the physical sciences, there's physics, chemistry, mathematics, or art, whatever, geology and geophysics. So those are the main physical sciences, and its ranks are growing all the time because there are more members being added every year through the process of promotion and in election by all the Academy members, much faster than people are dying off. The physical sciences has geology as one of them, and I'm in that one. I was elected to that. And I was thinking last night as I lay awake, how was it this all happened? I was dimly aware of National Academy when I was an undergraduate and a graduate student at Minnesota and then at Johns Hopkins. And I went down to the geophysical lab in Washington, D.C., and a number of the people there, the staff members, they might as well be called professors, though they didn't teach classes, they were in the National Academy. So there were prestigious people in the laboratory that I was involved in as a very minor drone doing my PhD thesis as a graduate student. So I began to be aware of it dimly. But when I went out to UCLA in 1960 and started work with some friends in Japan, particularly a man named Yotaro Seki from the Tokyo area, I became more involved with people that had been not just at the Academy in Washington, D.C., and beyond the geophysical lab, but also people at UCLA and so forth. And Seki, during his travels, caught himself one time in western Nevada and met an old man, he said, who told him that when Seki said he was working with Gary Ernst. Oh, I know that boy. He's going to be elected to the National Academy. And Seki brought that news back to me. It was from Jim Gillooly, who was at one time a faculty member at UCLA for a couple of years and wrote an important textbook for geologists, Gillooly, Waters, and Woodford. Waters was my professor at Johns Hopkins. Woodford was at Pomona. But Waters actually had been at Stanford when he wrote this textbook with Gillooly and Woodford. Anyway, so these were all people, the members of the National Academy. Woodward wasn't, but Gillooly and Waters were members of the National Academy. I didn't know or care about that, but that's the way it was. So here I come to the geophysical lab and is working there, and then went to UCLA, and I encountered another rather diverse group of, geophysicists mostly, and planetary physicists who were in the National Academy. The main one for me, as a friend, was Leon Napoff, who was a seismologist of great international renown. And so I sort of palled around with various people here. Then I went to seminars over at Caltech. In fact, I gave a couple myself. And Jerry Wasserberg spoke very kindly of me after I answered his questions, which were very pointed and very on the money. I was really surprised. I thought, Jerry, he's a geochronologist. What does he know about geology? But he did. I was quite startled anyway and surprised. But there were people there. Hugh Taylor, Sam Epstein, all sorts of people. So the people I knew at the geophysical lab, especially the younger ones, Hat Yoder, Frank Shire, Joe Boyd, Hans Oyster, they were all members of the National Academy. And of course, it was led by an Academy member too. But anyway, I digress in the sense that I'm talking about a lot of different people that I knew and worked and argued with. And so it came as a big surprise to me nonetheless, because I never imagined there was anything to that. But friendship, I think, is as important as science when it comes to understanding things.
No, I think that's what you said is my observation.
Yeah.
That, for example, I know there are more National Academy members at Caltech than there are at the state of Texas.
Yeah.
So we understand that Caltech is very smart, but part of what's behind that is the fact that people want to elevate the prestige of their institutions. So they're very focused on accomplished younger people that they could promote. And I think that was not all of that was some of what helped you get into that National Academy early. And UCLA is sort of bitter because it's got only 70 Academy members, whereas Berkeley has 90 or something, some nonsense. And it seems rather so.
Mother campus. We call it the mother campus.
Yeah.
Mother. Anyway, well, yes, that is true. But I was totally oblivious to all this, even though Bill Ruby was an in-residence geologist and very well regarded as a near saint. So the point was that I was just going about my life, and I was working in the Franciscan, and I'd done experiments in Washington and at UCLA when I set up a lab on amphiboles and other minerals that became very high pressure minerals. And I wondered why all this was going on. And all of a sudden, plate tectonics came along, subduction zones came along, and I was right in the middle of one. No, two, because I was going to Japan as well, working in Shikoku and mainland Japan on the Sambagawa belt, which is also a very high pressure, low temperature belt, and known since the 1890s by the work of Koto. But still, everybody wondered what the hell was going on. Why were these rocks so different from others? And when I was working on that, so I ended up my office became making ready to have another lecture, and I got a call. Well, I guess it was 1975 from George Wetherill, who had been at a similar lab in Washington, D.C., Department of Terrestrial Magnetism. They didn't do any magnetism, it did mostly geochemistry. He called from Washington. He'd just gone there to be the lab director and said that I'd just been elected to the National Academy. I laughed and said, "Yeah, now, George, that's funny, but not all that funny." He said, No, I'm calling from the National Academy.
George didn't have that much of a sense of humor, if I recall.
You notice, no, that is exactly right. But he was a good guy. And he said, we called home, and Charlotte said, "Please, it work." They were all somewhat startled because it was 10:30 in Washington, 7:30 in UCLA, and I was already at work because I was working very hard. And so all of a sudden, now I became a member of this elite group. I had no idea what would come of it or what would happen, but it certainly gave a pop up to my salary. So the fact that, and I was then transformed to a full professor. So anyway.
Oh, really? That happened almost instantaneously?
It was just synchronously with the event, practically.
So let me get this straight. You were elected to the National Academy as an associate professor.
I'm not sure. I might see. The problem is I went to MIT in 1968 as a visiting professor, the Crosby visiting professor. I thought I'd have to sing Merry Christmas or I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas or something like that because of the Crosby, but it's a different Crosby.
Oh.
But I think actually I got elected full professor when I came back from that because everybody knew why I'd gone there. I didn't know, but they were looking me over because they'd already tried to hire me before I left the geophysical lab. Now they were at it again. But anyway, that was not the end of that. But anyway, it was around that time. Anyway, I got elected to be a full professor. So then shortly thereafter, most of my colleagues in the geology section, which is section 15 of class 1, section 15, there were sections and there were classes, well, as I said, all of a sudden I had to become chair of the section and run the meetings and do all sorts of stuff. But it also meant that I got invited onto a lot of National Research Council committees to do weighty things like the future of the Earth and humanity, things like that. Well, it wasn't just that. It was mineral resources, geology, geologic hazards, health issues that are geologically related. We had a big fiasco over asbestos because the mineralogists said it's not all asbestos. It's just the long fiber stuff that is like chrysotil. But a lot of that was eventually put into law as being mesothelioma causing was not the right stuff. Anyway, the mineralogists went down to defeat on that one, and the nation got to pay for it. We got to pay when we sold our house because we had to tear out the ceiling, which was cottage cheese that had a little tiny bit of talc in it, which was lubricating the nozzles of the things they used to foam the ceiling. But anyway, we had to have it torn out during escrow. So, but that was in the future. My point is that I began to serve on all these committees, and I had great considerable insight just because of the committees. And I didn't venture over into biological sciences. We did have some thrusts into Earth orbiting satellites because NASA was supposed to be extraterrestrial, and they started a new project called habitability of the planet Earth, in which they were going to be looking at these Earth. Well, we sort of thought that was us. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so a certain amount of these things had to be adjudicated because different organizations thought they were in charge of them. We weren't in charge of it all. But the difficulty is when everything is organized into disciplines, then the interdisciplinary areas where all the excitement really is and the problems that can't be easily handled are poorly staffed because every discipline wants to go narrow and deep within their own core discipline.
No, I recognize that. We call that the silo problem.
It is the silo.
And I'm actually interested in bridging silos. That's kind of one of my activities lately.
Yes, and you pay for it in terms of grants because you don't usually get grants in those areas. You get grants in the main thrust areas because most of the reviewers are in the main thrust area.
Well, one of the things that happens as you get older is you're not climbing the ladder, and obviously the ladder is easier to climb with lots of money. And once you stop climbing the ladder, you can actually look at opportunities that have nothing, that are not going to lead to any funding, and that's the freedom of the old people.
Yes, it is the freedom, and it's what I had when I came to Stanford, because everybody assumed that I was getting big bucks from the university. Fat chance. I was there to administrate into a new era, which I did, and nobody liked it.
Yeah, and then one of the things I would like to hear your participation on all these National Academy committees in some way stimulated your thinking about Earth system science. Yeah. And what one of the two initiatives that you led, big initiatives that you led at Stanford. And I wonder if you want to comment on how that academy I mean, where that idea came from, I guess is what I'm asking.
It was very clear in my case. I began my first year as dean, which was 1989-90. I had students, undergraduate students, coming into my office, pounding on the table, saying they want to have an interdisciplinary program on environmental science. There was part geology, part chemistry, part biology, part economics, part public policy. Holy shit. That didn't sound like geology. That sounded like Earth system science. So we decided to move ahead. And by that, I mean because I and one other person in geophysics launched a program and asked for people around the university to participate, faculty members. We got people from law, biology, a lot from biology, chemistry, a few, space science, of which was dying on the vine there, and even some from the medical school.
But let's go back. So
biology, nobody from biology or geophysics.
What I'm hearing you say is that it really wasn't your serving on these academy committees that gave you the idea. It was the students.
It was the students that led us, and our curriculum, as it was published in 91, we got a 7-year grant from the university to do this. I mean, they said they're never giving 7 years. It's 4 or 5 years. They gave us 7 years to have a program. By the time we had the program,
did it have a budget? Did it come with a budget?
Yes, it came with a light item budget.
With faculty hires.
Yes, but they were all joint with other departments, of course.
Okay.
We got nothing but appointments.
So how many students did it take before you realized that you needed to do this? How many students? I mean, the idea of them coming into the dean's office, asking for an appointment and complaining about this is intriguing and says something interesting about Stanford students, but how many of them were there?
Well, maybe 15 or 20. But
wow.
Most of them, but it wasn't wholesale. However, our first year we had a group of if we had 3 years of them, it would be 40 or 45 students, and that's what happened. About our second year of graduation, we had 40 or 45, and it went up, and now it's over 100.
Yeah. So, did they come in one at a time, or did they coordinate?
They came in. Well, who knows what they were doing? They weren't linking arms. They were all coming in because they saw
one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time. They saw that there were policy implications of the science they were learning. If they were going to learn just geology, people would say, "Well, we're running out of resources." Say, yeah, we've heard that since 1900. You know, we're always running out of iron or one thing or another. No. We want to talk about how the environment is affected by all this, what people are doing, how does the demography move across the country, that sort of thing. So when we put that in, then it became clear that much of what we were studying had policy implications. And formerly, the people who dealt with those were lawyers who had no science education at all, generally, but they thought they knew everything about everything. Well, they made mistakes.
The asbestos controversy is one of them.
Well, the biologists did not want to learn about the mineralogy.
Yeah.
They were the leaders of the system that looked at that particular program. The mineralogists were sort of hooted out of existence. Although what they said, using a high energy SEM, they identified these long fiber-shaped needles which get stuck in the lungs of people and cause all this problem. But anyway, that was that. But the one for more nearly pure science, geochemistry, let's say from the micro to the macro, was influenced by our obtaining of a world-class instrument, the ion probe, in about 1995 or so. Anyway, we had a little problem with our successors that ran it. But the fact of the matter is, it's been churning out data ever since.
Yeah.
And being
So let's,
updated and
so
stuff.
let's go back to the academy, your experiences at the academy.
Well, at the academy, it was mostly things like health related problems that are influenced by the geologic substrate, and energy problems by changing energy supplies. And those were areas that are mainline earth science. Well, at least the mineral resources were. The health area is certainly epidemiology and a whole bunch of other things too. But then we expanded into ocean science and hydrology and things that we had, and atmospheric sciences, things that others had been doing, but strictly narrowly. We wanted to go into the broad realms. And in fact, as I said, the atmospheric science of Jupiter, that was something we were very interested in. That was still at UCLA when I wanted that one. and the meteorologists had no desire to do the weather of Jupiter. Well, they were interested in the practical applications.
So you were served on many committees over the years.
Yeah.
And these committees all generate these large reports.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think the impact of these reports is on the nation?
Fairly modest. Here's the problem. The Congress has got deadlines all the time for voting on bills and one thing and another. Well, they used to vote on bills anyway when I was involved. They would tell us, we need you to do this study because if a vote comes up dealing with it, we need to have the material. I said, well, definitely we're going to provide money to do this study and then you're going to use it. They said, well, that all depends. We may never open it. If the bill doesn't come up in the time we're there, it goes in the dead letter file.
Wait a minute. So the Academy could choose, Congress would recommend a study and the Academy could accept the task or not.
Yes, but we found it prudent almost always to accept any challenge they wanted because
who would make the task? Who would send the request to the Academy? Would it be the Speaker of the House or the Majority Leader of the Senate or who?
I don't think so. I think it were people in the OMB that ultimately were something like that, were ultimately responsible. I don't know, to be honest with you. I never questioned it. We just got these requests, need a study on highway safety and the emergence of 18-wheelers or 28-wheelers or car trains like they use in Australia.
Well, given that the OMB is something in disfavor with the White House, what do you think the Academy would do if the president asked the Academy to do a study on something? Do you think that the Academy would rise to the task, or would?
In a way, we have to rise to the task of what is required by the chief officer of the country, or even a member of the House of Representatives, for that matter.
Well, so, has the president ever requested a study from the Academy?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think this one has. I don't think he's aware that there is a National Academy.
No, that may be true. I'm just wondering if over the course of the Academy's history, how many requests and on what subjects the chief executive has.
You don't usually get so specific or coarse-grained, as you might say.
But they have a science advisor, right?
They have a science advisor, and he does, like guys like Frank Press, who were science advisor, do that. But recently they've had no one as science advisor.
No, I think he does have a science advisor.
Yeah.
And does the science advisor interact in any way? The presidential science advisor interact in any way with the Academy?
Well, in the fact that he suggests certain things that need to be done. If he
Ah.
provides funding, then that can happen. We can only do projects where we have enough funding. Now, the Academy has its own sources of money, which come from endowment, or at least money from contributors who want to see certain sort of studies done. The
Mhm.
milk lobby wanted a study one time, and that was somewhat infamous because it really enlarged the necessity of having butter rather than margarine or something like that. Anyway, it looked like they wanted a self-supporting study to be done.
Sure. The Academy will also respond to requests from private industry.
They do, but it has to be in the national interest, not so much the company's interest. It has to be the national interest, and we don't do every study that is offered to us, but and the ones we have to consider are those that provide enough funding for us to do it. We get some money from the USGS, for instance.
Oh.
So for instance, I was on a study on volcanic hazards in the Aleutians.
Yeah.
It was frightful in a sense that all of these volcanoes are even near Anchorage. Occasionally there is eruptions and our airplanes, our commercial fleet flies through them, sometimes with disastrous results, engines cut out and stuff like that. And we were told by the FAA that there would be no way they could provide sufficient money for us to put in seismometers all around the Western Aleutians, which is a big fly zone going to China and Japan and Korea. So there's a body count.
So I'm going to make a statement, and I would like you to correct it or agree to it. So the National Academy does wonderful things to a member's career, and it generates a lot of reports, but it has relatively negligible impact on the nation. Is it true or false, or would you modify that statement?
Yeah, well, it is only in the rare reports that become really heavily focused, because they are the ones where people can see a national interest being imminent, not long-term, imminent. But the whole idea is the Academy is supposed to look down the road, just like the government is supposed to look down the road and do things not for short-term political gain, but for long-term health and welfare of the people of the United States. So that's the problem. But we can only work on things where we have enough money, either from support that we've generated, or and I've given every year, and you do encourage people to do that. Not everybody does, of course, but it is also the case that the members of the Academy, by and large, consider the signal honor of their recognition being honorific rather than needed to do any action. So many choose to stay with their science, whatever that is, till hell freezes over and not do anything for the country other than attend the annual meeting. And as a consequence, the government had to set up the National Research Council in the 1910s or 1920s or something. I don't know when. It was early in the 20th century, because they found to get the worker bees to attend, you needed other people who weren't in the Academy, but were Academy eligible. And here's the thing, of course, there is a certain capriciousness in that you're being elevated to Academy status. And there are probably 10 persons appropriate for everyone that's invented. There may be 100 for everyone that's selected. So it's a very small portion, and it is a random turkey shoot who gets in and who doesn't get in. Like I said, I didn't tell you this yet, but I was coming to that. All the people I knew in Washington, in Harvard and Cambridge, at MIT, at Caltech, and in UCLA and places like that, those people all probably voted for me because why? Oh, they thought I was doing good things in the Franciscan, or they thought, oh, I mean, this is a good guy. I mean, he's doing
Yeah.
experiments. But there are many more who are doing those things than
Sure.
I was. I just got elected, and I feel that the onus is on he who is elected to serve. That's why.
Well, as you know, many faculty members think very highly of themselves. Your remarkable career includes such a devotion to service that is, in my experience, very few other earth scientists have. But
Yeah,
I'd like to go back to the National Research Council and its ties to the National Academy.
Yeah.
So the National Research Council what is the difference between the National Research Council and the National Academy?
The National Academy is made up of only Academy members, many of whom are busy preening themselves.
Yes.
Some will help, but the National Research Council is made up of people who are all willing to work on a particular problem that has funding from the government with a NAS auspices and write a report. And those reports are very important when the issues come up for some sort of action by the legislative branch or the
So it seems like there's a bit of a confusion between who is responsible for advising the legislature, the Academy, or the NRC. And I wonder if you could explain that.
Well, yeah, the Academy has to accept the NRC reports. If they don't accept them, the reports don't happen or don't get finished and published. But we publish a lot more than is ever studied carefully. And don't think it is the congressmen that are going to study it. It is their staffers that read it.
No, that's right. So the NRC serves the National Academy.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
and it's funded.
The arm of the Academy.
Is it funded by the Academy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Now, the Academy does have some committees, and then I'm sure we have one right now on the transition of power and the health of the nation somehow.
So how does the Academy decide which problems to set up its own committee and which ones to assign to the NRC?
Well, everybody on the NRC is part of the band of the willing. These are people who are relatively young, they're in their mid-career, and want to do some service to the government. Maybe they hope that they will get advancement in their own institution and some recognition from this. The members of the Academy are approaching the end of their research career, generally speaking, and they are looking at the grand picture, and they would like to be part of that when there is something major in terms of how society operates in the future and what sort of resources and what kind of energy will be needed and so forth. And I'm sure that we have a committee of Academy people who are looking very carefully at artificial intelligence, but they will hand off to a working committee of the NRC for all the nuts and bolts so that they can figure out what the hell to conclude.
Oh, okay. So in many cases, the NRC will do a lot of the due diligence of the Academy committee.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Okay, that clarifies it.
It's where the worker bees are, the people that you say, well, this guy's an important professor, but he's still working. That's a worker bee.
Well,
many of the senior people are not. A lot of people get elected at age 60 or 70,
Yeah.
They're trying to make it younger every year, and they're trying to have more women. And well, up until today, they've wanted increased diversity with different racial groups involved more in academy work.
I think all of us feel that way, but a lot of us feel that this imposition of quotas and, if we're not adding a certain gender and ethnic mix, then we shouldn't vote at all. I've seen that too, you know.
Well,
so-
the thing of it is, things don't change unless you have regulations. If you say the speed limit is 35 miles an hour, but of course we're not going to put up any signs, and the cops won't cop you if you go 60. There's no incentive for people to do it. And usually we find that in finishing a book.
Well, we could discuss that, but we don't have much time left.
Yeah.
But what else do we need to discuss about your experiences at the academy? Are we pretty well covered it, or is there something major?
It is a wonderful place to learn different things and going cross-discipline. You're always thrown in with people from other disciplines on these committees, and that is very useful. And even in the national meeting of only the academy members, we find there are people with very different cuts on things, especially like politics and so forth. But it is very useful collaboration. And I think remarkable, it's been my accidental association with so many of these people has paid off big time for me, and without necessarily me being very appropriate. And that's why I do this work, because I don't want anybody to bother looking at whether the emperor is wearing new clothes or not. You know, because I want to participate and do things that do help the nation, and being busy, people will forget that I'm just of average capabilities.
Well, this is
research, for Pete's sake, and also lucky in the people I knew.
No, this is why I wanted to get your life story down, because it's such a remarkable story of an accomplished scientist who also chose a life of service. And so many accomplished scientists see teaching as a burden, see service as a burden. We know these characters. And your life stands out to me as an example of a true scientist, educator, community member.
Well, you can say that since I was in college, I decided altruism was the important thing I would deal with. And I thought being a teacher would be altruistic. I couldn't be a medical doctor because I hate the sight of blood. I couldn't be a man of the cloth because I'm not sure I believe in God. But I could be a geologist and teach. And I thought that will be good for other people. But I get something out of it too.
Yeah.
I like big classes with the 200 pair of eyes looking at me. They all look at me. Don't even listen.
It's like being a rock star. Oh, it is a rock star.
Sort of, yeah, rock star. Yeah. Ernst who? No, that's the last name. Oh, man, whatever. That's the comment I think we know. But I've had a wonderful career, and it's been far more fortunate than I ever had any right to expect. So I just feel like I've got to pay back, and pay back that I enjoy.
Yeah. So
altruism.
I think we'll stop the recording here unless you have any last thoughts you want to add.
No, I would do it again.
All right. Well, thanks, Gary. Ernst, and this is probably going to be our last session, and Gary is going to talk about some non-career things, more related to family and advice and plans for the future and things like that. So take it away, Gary.
Okay, Bob, good talking with you. But I would start off by saying it's really easy to give advice. I'll take it. Anyway, this is sort of about my family and growing up and growing old with geology, a career that I'm very much involved in, and yet a family that I'm very much involved with too. It's tricky to establish the correct proportions of one or the other, because it changes with time. When I'm early in my career, when the children are very small and very few in number, it was a little easier to go on long trips, geologically speaking, or to a scientific meeting or something like that. But with the advancing age and the increasing number and size of the progeny, you have more of a serious obligation on the home front. Now, the one that is the critical one, of course, of all is the boss. And by that, I mean my wife. And that you can say, oh, well, that's really something. But here's the thing. I know and love my wife, and she never ceases to amaze me, but she also never ceases to stop criticizing me. So I know I have a long way to go. And here's the way it all started out. This might be of interest to you, but it's of interest to me, so I'm going to speak about it. I'm a young aspiring geologist at Carleton College. I'm now in my senior year, and I've decided that, altruism is a big, important thing for me. I'm going to become a teacher somewhere important, and do good things with a bunch of students. But I'm still looking for a mate, because I played football, I was back for 2 weeks of double drills intensive in the summer heat at Carleton College, Northfield, Minnesota. But in the evenings, after the training meal dinners and all, I would wander through the dorms, because the new crop of freshmen were coming in a little early. They had to learn the rules and what was going on. And when the sophomores, juniors, and seniors came back, they would be shown the fact that they're low person on the totem pole and had to wear beanies. At least the boys did, men did, but not the women. But anyway, on my tours through the dorms, I happened upon a dance hall in one of the dorms. It was in the basement. It was called the Cave. And amongst the young lovelies and young men there was one Charlotte Ernst, who caught my fancy. So I danced with her for a while, and then we decided to go upstairs into the sitting room of the dormitory, where it was a common room. That was when men and women were frightfully separated by dorm rooms and things like that, which was, in my view, a good idea. But anyway, here's the thing. I talked to Charlotte about all sorts of things I knew, mostly the French classicists like Racine, Molière, and Corneille, and overpowered her by my limited French speaking and whatnot. But one thing grew into another, and she never quite saw through that alleged academic bent of Mr. Big Football Player. Not so good. Got calluses from sitting on the bench, for instance. But anyway, things rolled along. And then I went to graduate school for a master's degree in Minnesota. I never bothered applying. to them. I only applied to Dartmouth, Harvard, and Princeton, I think. And I only got into, I got into Yale too. That was one. But I decided not to go there. I decided to go to Minnesota. But one of my professors finally said, you gotta go up there and see them. They want to give you a scholarship, but you have to go. Oh, really? Okay. I live in Minnesota. I live in St. Paul. That'll be easy. So I did. And yes, I went to Minnesota for 2 years. And why did I do that? Because Charlotte was at Carleton, and now she was a sophomore and then a junior. And I shuttled back and forth in the evenings, 40 miles down to Northfield, several times a week. And of course, all weekends. Slept in the dorm with some of my colleagues, younger colleagues. I had a sleeping bag with me for various purposes. And so all things matured, and I eventually asked for her hand in marriage when she was still a junior. it turned out that her father was very glad to see me. I'd been down to Oak Park where Charlotte lived. He'd been very cordial down there, but he said, "Oh, I thought you were going to get your PhD before you got married." I said, "No, not really. I was going to wait another year for Charlotte to graduate. I would be at Johns Hopkins by then, or actually in Washington. And then we would get married and move to Washington." But he was somewhat downcast at that, being an old-fashioned father and Viennese at that. But it all worked out. We had one of the longest, engagements. I think it was 19 months. That's a long time to hold your breath. Ed and I have interviewed, came often enough and called often enough. That's in the old days when you had toll calls charging money and that sort of thing. But we made it through and did in fact get married. A storybook marriage as I hopefully imagined it. I had a great time. I was now at the geophysical lab and working all day and usually in the evenings after dinner. And Charlotte was teaching in Cathedral Elementary School. But for the first year of our marriage, which I thought was terrific, she thought was not very much. It wasn't quite what she had imagined. We talked to some of her girlfriends, also people who were married to graduate students or postdocs. Everybody else was a postdoc. I was a pre-doc at the geophysical lab. Anyway, and they said, "It'll get better, don't worry." But then right now he's got a thesis to write, research to do and a thesis to write. So he's not going to be around very much. And I was largely oblivious to all this, which was stupid, but showed something very important about my character. I don't notice things too much, especially humans. And her first birthday, October 14th, in Washington, I thought I will get her. We were renting an apartment, a walk-up apartment called something Gardens. I've forgotten now what it was, but it was about a mile or two from the geophysical lab and half a mile from the cathedral where she taught. Washington Cathedral, big thing. Queen of Elizabeth came there. Mm-hmm. Little tiny person, barely 5 feet tall. Where the hell is she? She walked down the aisle. Anyway, so birthday time comes along. I thought, this is going to be really good. I bought her something for the kitchen, some cans to put very nice with copper tops to put things like sugar and salt and rice in, and then a dispenser that you roll down paper towels. And I said, here's your birthday present. And she took one look at it and well dissolved in tears. And I said, what's wrong? That's how dumb I was. I was dumb on many fronts, but that was one of the early ones. I learned to buy things that were beautiful, but not necessary as extravagances, not as something like, well, it wasn't toilet paper at least. But you know, I would have said, hey, what's the big deal? We use that a lot. Anyway, Ernst, tone it down a little and think about some of the other things, you know, that you got her and she got you. Well, yes, it was a hard sell because I was not big into giving presents or thinking long and hard about what would really appeal to this person. Money, a trip to Alcatraz Island, what, I don't know, something gorgeous. Anyway, so she worked very hard for 3 years, riding the bus with the little urchins going to school. She hated one of the little guys who always had peanut butter for breakfast, peanut butter. I said, I love peanut butter, but she found it on a virtually empty stomach, not to her liking. Still, we had many fun trips, and it was a great time at the geophysical lab because there were a lot of postdocs there. There was one other pre-doc, Dave Ones from MIT. And so we became fast friends, and of course, with the others who were postdocs from various places like Columbia and Harvard, mostly Harvard and MIT, not so much Caltech, Cal. Like that. Anyway, that's it. They were coming from the East Coast. Those were the days where going to the West Coast was a big deal on a 4-engine plane when you look through the propellers for 5 or 6 hours on the flight. Above the weather, they said, with the DC-7 at 21,000 feet. Good try. Tried 39,000 feet. Still get some weather. Well, they didn't fly that on. Anyway, but we did take trips and we did travel by car. Charlotte and I went to California. After I was making glaucophane, we went to California, drove to California with a tent and went to Panoche Pass, which is dry as a bone part of the Coast Ranges and pretty isolated, shall we say. But there was a fire control camp there, the Cal Fire had organized, and it was on land owned by a rancher. I wasn't doing very well. Bud Fancher was his name. But anyway, he said, you can put your tent up under that tree out there and next to the corral. So we did, and in the shade, and it was kind of isolated, but Charlotte could go over every day or so to the Antelope Fire Station and have a warm shower. I, of course, didn't need it every once in a while, but we we did it for a while. Anyway, we were there a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then took tours up to the Bay Area where I talked to the people from California Division of Mines and Geology, and Charlotte and I would go out later for dinner somewhere. And so she got to see some of these interesting faraway places, but off the beaten track. Anyway, we got back to Washington and I eventually got my PhD, thankfully. We were all done with that now. And by that time, Charlotte had given birth to Susan. Susan, as I must admit, there is a saga connected with that too. We know she was going to be born around the 15th or 20th of November of the particular year, 1957, I think, 59 rather. Anyway, so I was set to go to Pittsburgh, where the GSA meeting was meeting on about the 1st of November. And so I was going to drive, and several guys from the geophysical lab were going to go with me, and we'd share expenses. But Charlotte wasn't going to have her baby until 3 weeks later, or so I thought. The day before we were supposed to drive, her water bag broke, and she went into the hospital. It was a Sunday. I went rushing down to the hospital. I had it all figured out where to go and all, and Charlotte was doing very well. But it took a long time for her to birth. And the doctor finally said, you go home, we'll call you when you need to come back. So I did and watched a Redskin, that we were called the Redskins then, football game that Sunday and fell asleep. Well, it didn't happen till about 2 or 3 a.m. I went back then, but then I had to make sure that we didn't drive up to Pittsburgh. So I did go to the meeting, and several of the people from the lab didn't go to the meeting. So they would traipse in and see Charlotte. She was left over in the hospital for a couple of days because it was a long, tedious birth, and she was denied of dinner. That I remember she spoke very acerbically about there was no food. Anyway, these people would come in, and she said, the nurses looked quizzically at her because I wondered, which one is the husband? Let's see. There's and that guy, but he looks married because his wife is there. Well, they never quite figured that out. They never had the guts to say, where the hell is your husband? Because, of course, at that time, if you didn't have a husband and you were in a bad way, it was not considered okay. That was the Dark Ages, and I loved it. I didn't even like mixed dorming. I thought, oh, shoot, in the dorms as undergraduate, you have to get dressed up on Sunday just to go eat lunch with these people. What's the matter? Anyway, I was a person who seemingly had been raised by wolves. And Charlotte was much more refined and concerned and of a personal nature. She really liked to get in with people. So that but her life changed dramatically, and of course, much for the better with Susan's birth, because now I was perforce obliged to be home more than I was at work, which I gracefully acknowledged and reckoned. But we had to go to California by car, of course, and establish a new life, which we did. And things went on very well. We were immersed in the Department of Geology, as it was then called, at UCLA, and had lots of parties, some of which turned to sort of people getting sick, breaking chairs, and putting their face in their meal a couple of times. So they had a little too much excitement, I think, inebriated as they were. But we had wonderful times, and it was doing very well. But we thought, now it's time. We have an extra room here. We have room for somebody else, another baby. It didn't seem to happen. Was I too busy with my geology? I went to Japan for 3 months. That without Charlotte, because I was down in Shikoku, rural Shikoku, in a mining district, eating with miners that spoke, of course, no English. Anyway, we were we were told we were the first gaijin in there since the war. And my colleague was Charles Gilbert, who was also 6'4". He was one of my first doctoral fellows at UCLA. So we had 3 months down there, and so Charlotte had to spend her time with making all the decisions at home. She lived for a while. She went for a while with our daughter to her parents in Oak Park, Illinois, but mostly she was in LA. But she did buy a new washing machine and dryer. She just spent the money without even asking me. And I said, great, I'm glad you did it. Well, she said, I wasn't taking any chances on Skinflint Ernst. Well, I said, okay. So anyway, we decided when I returned, we went to Japan, Charlotte and I, and Susan, in 1963 on a Fulbright. And she had great hopes that she had become pregnant, but it was not to be. So when we came back from that stint, we decided to adopt. So we did, and we ultimately adopted another boy as well. So we had now our family enlarged by Warren, and then 2 years later, Alan. So our family was enlarging by the time we went to Boston, also by car. I had written a book, Earth Materials, which sold very well. It was a small book, and it tried to bring classical thermodynamics to mineralogy with limited success, but it was adopted. It was an interesting thing because it gave me an advance on sales from Prentice Hall, and we were able to buy a new car, a new Chevelle station wagon. So we went to Boston with that, and it was an exciting time for everybody. And I realized these things are good. It's good to get away from UCLA every once in a while. We certainly have a a well-rated position there, and I'm moving through the steps and all, but we've got to see other parts of the world. So we decided then to go to New Zealand, to Switzerland in 1970. But before we went to Switzerland, we had another baby. This one was the old-fashioned way. And Kevin, one time later, we were all at somebody else's wedding, and everybody was sitting around, and amongst the toast and whatnot, Kevin rose up. He was by this time 15 or 16, maybe 17, rose up and he said, "I always thought I wasn't planned." And with that, I just started laughing. I said, you thought that? My God, we tried all the time. And we weren't having any. You were a lucky break that came along. He looked at me suspiciously like, "What are you trying to pull?" But it was true. He certainly was looked for. We just looked for 10 years, starting with Susan. Maybe we weren't industrious enough. I don't know. Anyway, so whatever happened, I laughed him out of court on that one. And he finally, I think, understood that we really cherished his coming. Although he said, and I've been sitting in the back seat of the car for 18 years. He's now 18 years old. He liked to sit in the front once in a while. And he said, and another thing, you talk about our family, you call them Susan, Warren, Alan, and Kevin. I said, I never thought about that, but we do call you Kevin. Anyway, we still talk about that. Yeah, well, they're all a little crazy. They think that we're not doing well by them, but we treat them all as individuals with individual needs. One size doesn't fit all. Why we learned that the hard way. I was sure that the environment, our nurture, was much more important than nature, that is genetics. But I've given up largely on that from seeing how different our 4 kids are. They really are. And each one comes programmed with certain sort of idiosyncrasies that we all hate. But nonetheless, they are loved. And they've all gone to college. They've all, as Charlotte said, I just hope we can get them to the stage where they're all gainfully employed. I said, be careful what you wish for, honey, because, this happens to go on too fast. And when they march away to kindergarten, you lost your control. They don't care what you or daddy thinks, or at least they have other ideas. Not in school, but related to school, usually using the wrong F words. That's always been a sort of a unifying part of our life. For instance, we've been to sabbaticals, of course, in Japan twice, but one with Susan. Then all 4 of our kids, the 3 kids went to Boston. That was basically a sabbatical. They talk a different language there. I remember one time I was there with Dave Wunz. We were going to look at some granites up in New England because I was working on riebeckite as well. You see, all these things are related to my travel for my career. Anyway, we stayed with some people, and I decided to get them a plant. So I went to a garden store and said, I'll take this one. How's that? He said, oh, that'll be good. In the summer, you can plant it in your yard. I said, I can do what? He said, you can plant it in your yard. I said, I can plant it in my yard? What is a yard? He said, the yard, the outside. Oh, a yard. Well, anyway, that tells you they speak a different language there. And they drive differently because they all grow up playing hockey. Drive over the sidewalk. Boy, I'll tell you. Going back and forth to MIT, I saw a lot of things. Anyway, so when we went there, then we had all 4 kids went to Basel for a year. Then all 4 went to Zurich a few years later. Then the 2 middle ones the younger ones rather, went with us to New Zealand. By that time, everybody had graduated from high school except the two younger ones. So they were gainfully employed, or at least getting ready to go to college or being in college, the two older ones. So anyway, the point of that is people say, well, can we go away when we have young kids? After all, their socializing is very important. Yeah, I said it is. But you know, one thing you learn going on sabbatical is that you meet people of other cultures and other languages, and you learn to get along with people. We were there, of course, for a long enough, 6 to 9 to 12 months every place. So you could learn some of the language. You got in the rhythm. You're living there. You're not just visiting there. So you have to know how to buy groceries and do various things, pump gasoline. Anyway, they learn lessons you can only learn by moving into different environments. You can do the same thing in the United States, for that matter, move into the deep South, see how that works out. But you can do that, and you find out that, you know, you make friends and things go on. So don't worry about it. But everybody is worried about their kids, especially when they get to high school. And I said, we didn't let it stop us. And they all prospered, in fact, flourished, even began to speak Schweizerdeutsch and things like that. And so I think it's a good experience. It doesn't necessarily carry over with what you saw, because you're an adult, you're looking with eyes that have longer experience, and you can perhaps integrate with the truth environment better than they can, but they learn something, and it's certainly not nothing. So I think it's all to the good. One of the other things which I think is really good about sabbatical is that you have many fewer entangling alliances or obligations to other people, like soccer practice, after school stuff, things like that. So you become the nuclear family more fully on a sabbatical, just because you have fewer friends. You do have friends, but they're not probably the same that you have at home. I always read to my kids in the evening before bedtime, and we would gather at home and in Pacific Palisades around somebody's bed, usually the youngest, that is Kevin, and I would read goodnight stories to them. The Hobbit comes to mind, but there was many other things, Wind in the Willows, things like that, that I particularly loved. But we were quite eclectic. We certainly got through a lot of Hobbit. We went to Basel and then Zurich. We had the same situation with 4 kids gathering around Kevin's bed, and I read them all sorts of things. Remember, there was a lot of English stuff. Biggles Flies North is one of them. I remember he's a pilot that flies to the north or to the east or the west or the south. And I used to say Biggles flies up his own. Oh, well, anyway, they enjoyed it all, and it was fun. And everybody had a time, a half an hour or 45-minute time of reading before the lights were going out, at least in some of the rooms, like Kevin's room, some of the older ones. But they still wanted a good night story, even when they were in high school. They just didn't talk about it with their friends. Well, when my dad was reading Winnie the Pooh to me, no, I don't think so. That didn't mean they didn't cherish it. And those are memories they will always have with them, because it was a time for me with them. Charlotte was always on the edge, making sure everybody was in good shape and ready to go to bed, but she was not reading the stories. So this was my time with them. She had them during the day when I was off at work, which it was. Every place I went, I was giving lectures. You know, I was on an NSF senior fellowship at Basel, and I gave lectures every week on plate tectonics and also petrology, geochemistry. And the same thing in Zurich. Well, I didn't do so much plate tectonics because some of them were a little Trumpy, for instance, where they're a little bit negative towards plate tectonics in the Alps. Ha, ha, ha. Anyway, can imagine.
Did your parents read to you when you were a kid?
They must have, but I don't remember it at all.
Okay.
I do remember that we had Winnie the Pooh and Piglet and Trespassers W and things like that. But I don't remember, but I'm sure my mother read to me. My father probably not so much. Best I could do with my father, well, we go fishing when we were on vacation. My father just completely forgot about the Inland Steel Company. He was the district sales manager for Northwest from St. Paul. But he'd completely forget about his work. That time was free time. And then it was really fun. But during the rest of the year, when home, he would read magazines such as Iron Age. That's not what you normally see, but if you're in the steel business, I guess you probably do.
Yeah.
But yes, my mother must have read to me, but I don't remember when it happened. I know I was quite unaware of where babies come from. My brother was quite upset with me that I didn't, but he didn't bother telling me. So I just what the hell they're talking about. If the people want children, why don't they have them? If people don't want children, why should they have them? And so my mother got a book that showed dogs in positions where you could tell their anatomy fairly well and what they were up to. And I thought, oh shit, I'll have to listen to this story about dogs. So I did. And then I'd go out and play, never connecting. Oh, that means he actually, what about that? Does a female dog like that? Well, that was just by me. But ultimately, I guess in grade school, I must have been abused of these attitudes. So anyway, that's a diversion. That is probably
I think we're getting close to the end, Gary, and I wonder if you have any last words you want to give to your kids and grandkids and great grandkids and etc.
All right. The important thing for people to know is how to make decisions in your life, because you're going to have competing goods that you want to deal with. Mine came with an understanding of how I make such decisions. I was asked to go to MIT as the dean. Frank Press was going to be the president's science advisor, and they wanted me to be not dean, but director.
What year was this? What year was this?
This was 78 about.
Gotcha.
77 or 78. 78 probably. Yeah, that's when Carter came in. Anyway, so I decided, I'd been there as a visiting professor. I knew a lot of the people. And although I wasn't cozy with the upper atmosphere physicists, I was with the geophysicists, which was different from a lot of other places. Anyway, the fact is, I decided I was going to go there, and I was about to call the provost from UCLA. And I said, I'm really willing to do this for 5 or 10 years, but I want to come back here because this is home, Southern California. I said, this is home? Are you sure you want to go? Why do you want to do this if you want to come back here? You'll be immersed much more in politics there at Boston. We love the area. But I thought, shit, it's a one or the other. I know. I'll flip a coin. Heads I go, tails I stay at UCLA. They flip. Oh shit, 2 out of 3. God damn it, 3 out of 5. What are you doing here? You're trying to base your decision on the flip of a coin. What this means is you want to be intellectually objective, go right ahead. But you want to know what your emotion says, look at the coin flip. And I say, everybody, when they have a big decision to make, should flip a coin. Then because we, especially scientists, we think we do things very objectively. We have a million reasons why this is good, this is good. Don't kid yourself. Half of everything, at least half, comes from the heart. And I turned it down. And my colleagues, especially in geophysics, said, "You're nuts. You should have gone there. Why did you do that?" I said, "Well, MIT, who do they play?" So there you have it. I couldn't tell them about the coin flip. It sounds stupid, doesn't it?
No,
Well,
no, it sounds the way you tell it, Gary. It makes perfect sense. I really like that story.
Well, it has been a life to me. I've done it since then too.
Yeah. Well,
So
it's good advice. It's really good advice. Flip a coin. You won't necessarily do what the coin flip tells you, but
no,
you'll know what to do.
You know how many you have to flip? About 80 to get it right.
All right. Well, that's a great place, I think, to stop, and I'm gonna stop recording now.